Chapter 1. The Bloodshed Begins. My name is Ouyang Xiao. I find myself amidst an unimaginable disaster, and I must survive to save Xiao Wei and countless others. No, let me start again. I am Ouyang Xiao, and terrifying events have unfolded around me. Roommates have all found love, while I remain an isolated soul. I should mention that I am a junior at a struggling university. This day, I have never experienced romance. Be candid, I have yet to even hold a girl's hand. However, none of this is the worst of my plight. The true catastrophe is that I have traversed dimensions. The most dreadful aspect is that I have landed in a fantastical realm filled with bloody carnage and boundless challenges. And the absolute worst? I have transformed into an adorable slime. Oh, the abyss! I swear in my next life, I will never be a solitary soul again. The tale begins several days ago, on a sun-kissed morning. Ouyang Xiao, as per usual, strolled toward the internet CAF with his hands in his pockets, humming a cheerful tune, basking in the leisurely ambience. This was a radiant path, the very place where Ouyang Xiao's dreams commenced, a sanctuary for his spirit, and his second home. Upon entering this haze-laden paradise, he playfully flirted with the charming attendant, casually recharging 10 yuan. "Dear lady, please don't marry too soon. I've been buying lottery tickets, and you must wait for me." The attendant, accustomed to this familiar face, chuckled softly, secretly adding an extra half hour to his time. "Little brother, you still haven't found a girlfriend? Come pursue me after you graduate." In truth, Ouyang Xiao had a decent appearance, yet his obsession with gaming and overly earnest demeanor had left him, at over 20, still navigating life alone. Ouyang Xiao smiled and waved goodbye, approaching the computer with practiced ease, switching it on, pulling out the keyboard, moving the mouse. A battle was about to commence. Suddenly, 3 days again. You've had ample time to consider. It's time for you to be my girlfriend. A group of young men, their hair dyed in vibrant hues, approached the bar, exuding an unmistakable air of bravado. The leader, sporting yellow hair, spoke with an audacious tone, his thumb caressing his oily nose as he flashed a mischievous grin at the attendant. Brother Yellow Hair, I already have someone I like. Please refrain from bothering me." The attendant, named Ryu, a recent graduate, found herself momentarily at a loss against such ruffians. "Who is this person you fancy? Point them out if you dare." The yellow-haired scoundrel relished in the notion of seizing what others cherished, his excitement palpable. It's him." In her moment of desperation, Ryu had no other choice but to point at Ouyang Xiao, who had just opened League of Legends, ready to dominate the battlefield. Him? This gaming recluse? Upon hearing this, Huang Mao was engulfed by an inexplicable fury. If it were a tall, rich, and handsome individual, it could be forgiven, for their fortunate birthright was undeniable. However, when did even the reclusive nerds begin to encroach upon my territory? Consumed by rage, Huang Mao unsheathed a spring knife from his waist and approached Ouyang Xiao with deliberate steps. "Mid-lane Yasuo, if you don't comply, you shall pay the price." Oblivious to the chaos unfolding around him, Ouyang Xiao, donned in his headphones, shouted fervently in the team channel. It was only when a hand clapped upon his shoulder that he became aware of his surroundings. "Hey, kid, you're quite audacious to compete with me for a girl." Ouyang Xiao, having just removed his headphones, he was entirely unaware of the situation at hand. "Oh, still silent? You look down upon me, Huang Mao, do you? He'll teach you a lesson." With that, Huang Mao plunged the knife into Ouyang Xiao, intending merely to draw blood as a warning to this hapless otaku. Yet he greatly overestimated the physical resilience of a reclusive gamer. "Ouyang Xiao, what are you doing? Could it be? Could you be my teammate?" Clearly I haven't even begun to feed." Overwhelmed by confusion, Ouyang Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief, his consciousness fading as he succumbed to the void, unable to close his eyes. "Where am I? What has happened to my hands? My feet?" Feeling an utter lack of sensation throughout his body, Ouyang Xiao found himself submerged in a soft, viscous substance. Dreamland, a realm conjured by an exalted entity. In this place, you will acquire various powers and achieve feats previously deemed impossible. You shall be reborn as a reincarnator of Dreamland, endowed with boundless hope and potential. Periodically, you will engage in challenges within the task world to attain what you desire. Welcome to your new existence, Reincarnator Ouyang X IU.AS. The sweet, melodic voice concluded its exposition. The void once again succumbed to silence. What the voice failed to impart was that the task world consisted of realms derived from anime, films, and games. These fantastical worlds served as the sustenance of Dreamland, growing ever more vibrant through the reincarnator's explorations. You are about to enter the task world. Countdown begins. 30 seconds. Note: all information regarding the task world will be erased from your mind. Ding! Due to your lack of a human form, memory suppression has been cancelled. Wait, my memories won't be suppressed. While others remain oblivious to the narrative, I alone possess the knowledge, granting me a significant advantage from the outset. Hold on, what does it mean to lack a human body? That seems rather peculiar. Why can't I produce any sound? It appears my hands lack sensation, and my feet as well. As Ouyang Xiu's heart was engulfed in astonishment, a sudden pain shot through his head, and he succumbed once more to slumber. This world was once a haven of tranquility until the emergence of a peculiar species, the abnormals. Abnormals are unique to this realm, born from various inexplicable circumstances, yet endowed with formidable powers far surpassing that of ordinary humans. We now dwell in an era where abnormals inexplicably arise, and the populace fervently yearns for heroes to descend and rescue the suffering. You have automatically acquired the fundamental language of this world. The mission officially commences. Main task: survive for a month to attain a higher level of exploration. Is this where it all begins? As Ouyang Xiu gradually awoke, he realized he was still unable to produce sound. Before him lay a pool of water. He needed to ascertain his condition. Was he merely a limbless entity? Quickly, he sought to check if his treasure possession was still intact. Determined to glimpse his reflection in the water, Ouyang Xiu employed the newly acquired caterpillar-like method of movement, inching his way to the pool's edge. Upon closer inspection, he gasped. Lo and behold, he had transformed into a slime. Chapter 2. Devouring Space. A slime. This seems reminiscent of that world from One Punch Man. The protagonist, if memory serves, is a bald fellow who defeats anyone with a single blow. What a start! My health is already in shambles. Am I destined to be regarded as an abnormal and reduced to a mere puddle by that bald hero? While Ouyang Xiu's mind wandered through these thoughts, he sensed an immense internal space within himself. Ding! Paradise notification. For unknown reasons, you have transformed into a slime. According to higher dimensional rules, you now possess a devouring space within you. Devouring space. This is a vast four-dimensional fragment capable of engulfing nearby objects and analyzing what has been consumed. The dream sprite will continue to elucidate this function. It seemed to be somewhat adequate. Just as Ouyang Xiu pondered further about the capabilities of a devouring space, the narrative unfolded. An abnormal. Run. On the streets, pedestrians hurriedly scurried in a state of panic. A creature with the upper body of a crab and the lower body of a human, towering at approximately 3 meters tall and clad only in white undergarments, meandered through the streets, searching for something with a curious gaze. Ouyang Xiu understood. This crab-like abnormal had succumbed to transformation due to overindulgence in crab meat. It was on the hunt for a small boy with a bifurcated chin, intent on eliminating him. This boy had dared to deface the abnormal while it slumbered. What a reckless child, he mused. Ouyang Xiu pondered this, yet resolutely leaped forth, positioning himself before the crab-like creature. What followed was an amusing spectacle. What is this thing? The crab monster gazed at the gelatinous mass before him, realizing that his crab-like intellect was insufficient to comprehend the situation. However, Ouyang Xiu was rendered voiceless, amplifying the surreal atmosphere. Whatever it is, daring to obstruct me, the great crab, is a death wish. Despite his comical and ludicrous appearance, the crab creature possessed strength far beyond that of an ordinary human. He raised his massive red claw and swung it fiercely towards Ouyang Xiu, the rushing wind alone signaling the formidable nature of the attack. I shall leap, aware of his true form as a slime. Ouyang Xiu instinctively grasped a unique mode of movement inherent to slimes bouncing. The crab monster had not anticipated such a maneuver, and Ouyang Xiu narrowly evaded the heavy blow. One claw struck the ground, creating a gaping chasm in the concrete pavement. Let's test my devouring ability on you. In his slime state, Ouyang Xiu began to swell and then suddenly burst, transforming into a vast pool of liquid that enveloped the entire crab creature. You dare to consume me, the great crab? How could you? Devouring ability activated successfully. Target consumed. Crab monster. Crab monster, transformed from excessive crab consumption. Intelligence rating E, ability rating D. Currently absorbing. Accompanied by the ethereal notification from the dreamlike sprite, the massive spherical slime encapsulated the crab monster, rendering its frantic struggles futile. Inside the colossal slime sphere, tranquility began to settle. Absorption successful. You have acquired a new skill. Slime morphing, all attributes slightly enhanced, gaining one layer of limiter. Morphing. You can transform into the consumed creature, unrecognizable by any means. Limiter. A unique product of this world, each layer unlocked doubles all attributes. Limiter. Upon hearing the system prompt, Ouyang Xiao began to comprehend the remarkable utility of the devouring space. Since consuming the monster grants him a limiter and the ability to morph, quickly swallowing the crab monster, Ouyang Xiao hastily departed the scene, evading an encounter with the original protagonist, Saitama. Having not encountered the incident of slaying the crab monster, Saitama resumed his quest for job interviews. Gradually realizing that he had usurped the protagonist's fortune, Ouyang Xiao began to contemplate. If one does not cease, then why not persist? Having already seized the original protagonist's opportunity, why not ensure that the original protagonist becomes utterly incapacitated? After all, once the original protagonist develops, he is destined to be an invincible entity by design. And I, Ouyang Xiao, shall not permit such an extraordinary figure to exist. The initial objective is to locate a wealthy individual to devour, thus acquiring a sanguine accumulation of resources. INZ City, one of its foremost magnates, known for a multitude of companies, assets, and properties, possesses the most esteemed mode of transportation walking. Indeed, as a household name among affluent individuals, no luxury vehicle can encapsulate his status. Only the simplicity of ambulation can afford him the opportunity to bask in the limelight. This eminent tycoon parades through the streets. Accompanied by a cadre of alluring women adorned in vibrant makeup, he unwittingly captures the attention of a cerulean slime. Even the most affluent are human, and as such, they experience the natural urgencies of life. When a wave of urgency overtakes him, he seeks out a nearby public restroom, anticipating a moment of carefree relief. Yet, this illustrious figure, adorned with a Patek Philippe and accustomed to opulence, meets an untimely demise in an unremarkable restroom. "Thank you for your patience," he declares upon emerging, still exuding an air of nobility in his luxurious attire, albeit now tempered with humility. "Oh, what are you saying, young master?" "It is only right that we await your return," responds a provocatively dressed woman, her slender waist and shapely legs drawing near. "Ahem, let us return to the company." Ouyang Xiao, somewhat discomfited by the sultry atmosphere, prioritizes the task at hand. "Oh dear, young master is quite eager, but we too." Hee. The ladies, clearly misunderstanding Ouyang Xiao's intent, erupt into flirtatious laughter. The Heiringsing Group Corporation stands as a colossal entity, commanding 60% of Z City's GDP. Although headquartered in Z City, its investments span the entirety of the Blue Star. Seated in the CEO's chair, Ouyang Xiao naturally relishes the attentive service of the enchanting women surrounding him. The slime, capable of mimicking human form, retains its original structure, possessing human sensations yet devoid of genetic material. Summon all shareholders to convene immediately and notify the managers of all departments to assemble in the adjacent office within half an hour. Emphasize that all ongoing business must be set aside. Attendance is mandatory. Reclining in his chair, Ouyang Xiao relaxes and closes his eyes. With wealth at his disposal, it is time to commence. Thus, the establishment of the Heroes Association begins. Ah, how delightful it is here. Is this truly the realm of the affluent? In a chapter. Chapter 3, the Heroes Association. Report to the chairman. All individuals have arrived. The former secretary of the tycoon bows respectfully, displaying a considerable measure of sincerity. Having acquired her inaugural combat experience, Ouyang Xiao merely cast a fleeting glance and then directed her attention elsewhere, coldly occupying the foremost position in the conference room. Observing the department managers seated obediently, their eyes brimming with anticipation, Ouyang Xiao felt a surge of satisfaction within. How could the downtrodden student from her previous life ever enjoy such treatment? Ahem, I shall now announce an important matter. Feigning a throat clearing, Ouyang Xiao captured the full attention of everyone present, her hands elegantly intertwined upon the tabletop. I declare that the Heiringsing Group shall invest $1 billion to establish the Hero Association, with the aim of safeguarding the peace of Z City. Does anyone dissent? I object. Our group's primary strategic direction currently lies in real estate. The soaring property prices in Z City necessitate that we allocate our funds entirely towards this avenue to maximize profits. There are 10 notable advantages to investing in real estate. The first advantage: Rental income. I trust everyone is aware that the paramount benefit of investing in property is the ability to lease it out, thus securing a substantial monthly income. The stability of rental revenue is undoubtedly a significant incentive for property investment. The second advantage, property appreciation, at present. Every city is grappling with issues of increasing population and diminishing land availability. The demand for housing has evidently surged compared to previous years. In recent times, the value of numerous properties has escalated considerably. As prime locations become increasingly scarce, development is gradually shifting to the periphery, resulting in a concurrent rise in the value of outer properties. While the return on investment in real estate may be somewhat slower compared to other investments, property appreciation is stable and the associated risks are relatively low. The third advantage, enhanced credibility and property collateral. Ouyang Xiao interrupted his captivating exposition, turning to her secretary, who was nestled beside her. "Who is he?" Before the secretary could respond, the impeccably dressed businessman, adorned with a gold watch, slicked back his dark hair and confidently introduced himself. "Chairwoman, I am the manager of the investment department, Mr. Xiaotuzi.mr. Xiaotuzi, you have been dismissed. I reiterate my previous question that I intend to invest in the establishment of a hero association. Does anyone dissent?" Maintaining her aloof posture with arms crossed, this time no one dared to voice an opposing opinion. "I concur. I too agree the chairwoman possesses foresight and sagacity, and investing in the Hero Association is exceedingly prudent. Indeed, observe the proliferation of extraordinary individuals within the city. The chairwoman's initiative aims to ensure the safety and stability of Z City, a commendable act. I concur the chairwoman's decision must be correct. If it is not, it is our failure to comprehend and execute properly." Amidst the unanimous agreement of the board, a blonde woman abruptly rose to her feet. "I am shareholder Jin Meili. Now that everyone has decided to establish the association, I would like to inquire of the chairman how the Hero Association should be operated. Rest assured, I possess a most exquisite operational strategy." Observing the dejected departure of Xia Tuzi, Ouyang Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile. The Hero Association is designed to assist this city besieged by monstrosities, while simultaneously ensuring the safety of each one of you. The heroes within the association will be classified into 5 tiers: D, C, B, A, and S. To avoid the pitfalls of the original narrative that neglected talent, Ouyang Xiao resolved to forego written examinations in favor of combat capability assessments. The hero classification will be determined by initial evaluations and achievements naturally. The final adjudication will rest with us. Ladies and gentlemen, this represents a mutually beneficial investment. Following the establishment of the association, we will deploy heroes of corresponding ranks based on the value of our shareholders. However, having recently taken control of the conglomerate, the insidious nature of capitalistic thought began to corrupt Ouyang Xiao's benevolent heart. This is indeed a flawless plan, and many affluent individuals will invest in us in pursuit of protection. However, shareholder Jin Meili was no mere decorative figure. She posed a pointed question. "If this is the case, I hope our Hero Association can dominate the field." A glint of cold ambition flickered in Jin Meili's eyes. Beneath her stunning exterior lay a fierce desire for supremacy. "Ha ha ha! Shareholder Jin is quite intriguing. This was indeed within my expectations." In her previous life, Ouyang Xiao possessed the ability to anticipate various plot developments, often indulging in intricate speculations. "This is quite simple. We shall be the first to establish ourselves. Any competitors who dare to challenge us shall be obliterated. After all, we are not virtuous individuals." The gaze of a shareholder was laden with palpable malice. Gulp. One shareholder swallowed hard, seizing the opportunity of sipping tea to mask his embarrassment. "Then, since it has been agreed, the Hero Association shall commence its establishment forthwith. I hold 90 of the initial shares. Does anyone object?" Faced with Ouyang Xiao's menacing smile and crossed arms, the shareholders offered no resistance, each harboring their own thoughts as they acquiesced. "I have already prepared the agreement. Please sign before you depart." Clearly, Ouyang Xiao's malevolence ran deeper than mere appearances. "Very well, I shall be the first." As Jin Meili took the lead in signing, the other shareholders followed suit, imprinting their signatures in succession. Had it not been for the unexpected intrusion of the chairman's security team into the conference room, the atmosphere would have been exceedingly warm and unified. Extra, extra. Z City's top tycoon announces the establishment of a hero association, calling upon heroes from all corners to join. The news of the extravagant group's sudden declaration reverberated through the streets and alleys of Z City like a gust of wind at this moment. Ouyang Xiao, accompanied by his female secretary, sought out the protagonist, Chiyu, who had once again faced failure in an interview. "Are you Mr. Chiyu?" "Hello. May I ask who you are?" Chiyu, clad in a mismatched suit and clutching a briefcase, with a head of lustrous black hair, resembled a man who had long lost the desire for life after numerous unsuccessful interviews. I am the chairman of Heyo Racing Group Company, Limited, and you can call me Heyo Baba. I could tell from afar that you are a person of great potential. Would you be interested in working for my company? The monthly salary is 10,000 neon coins. With his enchanting secretary by his side, the ostentatious display of 2 Rolex watches subtly hinted at his affluent status, proving to be quite persuasive. What? Is this truly possible? Accompanied by instant noodles day in and day out, Chiyu was utterly oblivious to the fact that his briefcase had fallen to the ground, tears of joy streaming down his handsome face. In response to this overwhelming surprise, "Yes, Mr. Chiyu, your job will be quite simple. You will serve as my typist. I hold great expectations for you. Additionally, you must take good care of your hair. This is Bawang shampoo. You must use it daily. Money can be earned again, but once hair is lost, it will not grow back." Chapter 4. The establishment of the association. "Mr. Chiyu, are you still accustomed to this work?" Chief Secretary Ouyang Xiao inquired, leaning slightly towards Chiyu. "Yes, indeed. I am truly grateful for Mr. Hao's consideration, and I shall strive to perform diligently." Chiyu responded, his fist clenched with enthusiasm and determination. "Haha. The chairman is quite pleased with you. These are 3 gifts he has bestowed upon you." The chief secretary extended her delicate, jade-like hand, revealing 2 items nestled within her palm. "How can I accept this? It is far too extravagant," Chiyu stammered, gazing at a property deed with a crimson cover and a set of keys, his hands flailing in disbelief. "Mr. Chiyu, this is an order," she insisted. "There is one final gift as well. Miss Xingzi, please come forward." With a firm motion, the chief secretary pressed the 2 items into Chiyu's embrace and gestured toward the back. A graceful young woman, exuding a refreshing aura, stepped forward with dainty strides. "This is the chairman's niece, Xingzi. I trust you 2 will get along splendidly." After her words, the chief secretary, ignoring Chiyu's flustered demeanor, swayed her slender waist and closed the iron door of the office, leaving space for the young pair. "Chairman, as per your instructions, I have provided the young man named Chiyu with Xingzi, along with the keys to the sports car and the luxurious villa." The chief secretary leaned against Ouyang Xiao, her youthful fingers tracing circles on his arm. "You've done remarkably well. I shall reward you handsomely this evening." "Oh dear, Chairman, how vexing." This secretary was indeed a wise choice, exhibiting no excessive curiosity or chatter, yet demonstrating exceptional execution skills, making her a valuable asset for the long term. What was her name again? Fashatsi, truly a delightfully mischievous name. Chiyu's arrangements were decidedly secure. "Hiki. Mr. Chiyu, the realm of tenderness is often the grave of heroes. Do savor it." "Fashatsi, how are the preparations for the establishment of the Hero Association progressing?" Ouyang Xiao inquired, coolly dismissing the chief secretary who was poised to offer further assistance, settling into a formal posture. "Everything is proceeding in an orderly fashion. The office for the Hero Association has been established in the grand conference room on the 20th floor of the building, as per your instructions. All advanced instruments and communication devices have been procured, along with the combat assessment equipment, which is located beside the Hero Club. Should you have any directives or suggestions, please feel free to issue them at any time." Observing the chief secretary, now fully engaged in her work with a distinct air of meticulousness, Ouyang Xiao nodded in deep satisfaction. What a captivating individual. No wonder there is a saying from my past life: when there is work, one has a secretary. When there is none, one still has a secretary. Ahem. Since preparations are nearly complete, the most pressing matter now is to convene a press conference to announce the formation of the Hero Association to the entire city. "Understood. I shall attend to it immediately." As Fashatsi sashayed out of the chairman's office, Ouyang Xiao fell into deep contemplation. The second-floor conference hall of the Hao Rinqing Group building awaited. The incessant flicker of magnesium lights reverberated through the air as journalists wielding an array of microphones encircled the esteemed figure entering the hall. "Are you the illustrious chairman of the Hao Rinqing Group?" inquired a reporter from the city's premier television station. "I am Xiao Ji, a journalist from the provincial television. What inspired you to establish the Hero Association? Is it merely a result of your lavish wealth, or does affluence grant one the liberty to act without constraint?" Another voice chimed in. "I am Bai Gu from the provincial television. What is the true purpose behind the formation of the Hero Association? Is it merely a selection committee for bodyguards?" Despite having mentally prepared for such a grand occasion, Ouyang Xiao found himself somewhat out of his depth. Fortunately, his team of dozens of female secretaries shielded him from the throng of eager reporters. At last, he managed to navigate through the crowd to the podium, clearing his throat to address the assembly. Esteemed journalists, greetings to you all. I am the chairman of Hao Renqing Group, Hao Baba. We convene this press conference today to announce a significant initiative. Our group shall invest 1 billion to establish the Hero Association, recruiting heroes to safeguard our city. The remuneration for heroes will be determined by their capabilities, which will be categorized into 5 distinct levels. As peculiar beings emerge in ever-increasing numbers, we invite everyone to contribute to the Hero Association for the sake of our city's peace and prosperity. Thus, the era of great heroes commences. Unbeknownst to Ouyang Xiao, who had usurped the original protagonist's fortune and single-handedly founded the Hero Association, he was about to confront formidable adversaries that the original hero, Saitama, had effortlessly vanquished. Oblivious to the impending horrors awaiting him, Ouyang Xiao reclined on his expansive bed, reveling in the pleasures of life. Fei Shatzi, what is the status of our hero recruitment? He inquired. Chairman, according to the latest data, we currently have 102 heroes rated at level 1, 53 at level 2, and 21 at level 3. As for the heroes rated level 4 and above, you will need to assess them personally. Fei Shatzi, clad in a pink maid outfit, possessed a distinctive charm. Please present me with the list. Leaning against a plush pillow, Ouyang Xiao reached for the newly recruited heroes roster, recognizing several familiar faces. Could you provide a brief introduction of these heroes? Ouyang Xiao gestured towards the hero compendium, indicating the figures of Alloy Blacklight, Silver Fong, and Tornado of Terror. Alloy Blacklight claims to have forged his formidable physique through relentless training, boasting the strongest physical capabilities among existing heroes. However, he appears to lack combat experience, having never faced a monster before. Silver Fong, the master of flowing rock-shattering fist, is a venerable figure in the martial arts community, known as Bang. His demeanor is gentle, adhering to the principle of sparing his opponent's lives whenever possible. It remains uncertain how he would fare against a monster. Lastly, Tornado of Terror, whose true name is Tatsumaki, a young girl clad in a flowing black robe, adorned with striking green curls, possesses extraordinary abilities. As a formidable superhuman, she is virtually untouchable by conventional attacks, earning a reputation as one who cannot be vanquished through direct confrontation. Unlike other heroes who engage in physical combat, she excels in utilizing telekinesis for long-range assaults, showcasing immense power. Several stakeholders have informally declared her the strongest among the current heroes. When Ouyang Xiao casually listed 3 heroes, Hishako was able to respond accurately to each, clearly demonstrating her thorough preparation. These 3 heroes were classified as top tier. The grand performance is about to commence. Chapter 5, The Hunt for Monsters on the 20th floor of the imposing Heirangsing building, within the grand conference room of the Hero Association. Esteemed Chairman, what brings us together today? Inquired Jin Meili, the first supporter of Ouyang Xiao's establishment of the Hero Association, who has acquired a 2 stake. Quite simply, there are 2 matters at hand. The first involves assessing the increasing number of monsters and subsequently rewarding heroes based on their success in dispatching these creatures. According to my design, monsters are categorized into 5 levels. Wolf-level monsters, the lowest tier, posing a moderate threat to human life and possessing some lethality. Tiger-level monsters, capable of causing widespread casualties. These creatures cannot be handled by unarmed civilians and can destroy hard materials like concrete. Ghost-level monsters, threats that could lead to the paralysis or destruction of an entire city. Dragon-level monsters, capable of annihilating multiple cities. God-level monsters, posing a potential threat to the extinction of humanity. Upon delineating the classification of monsters, Ouyang Xiao cast a sweeping gaze across the assembly. Esteemed Chairman, this trivial matter is best resolved by your discretion. There is no need for our deliberation, Jin Meili asserted, her authority evident as a stakeholder with a 2 share, effectively setting the tone of the meeting and making decisions in place of the chairman. Indeed, Ms. Zhan, the subsequent matter I wish to address is the hunt for monsters. Ouyang Xiao paused momentarily. I have assembled a team dedicated to the research of monster carcasses, which may unveil the origins of their emergence. A research team for monster carcasses? That seems implausible, they murmured. In truth, Ouyang Xiao intended to utilize the heroes of the association to hunt monsters, thereby providing material for his own consumption system. Naturally, the full truth could not be disclosed. What a delightful surprise, esteemed Chairman. Your bold ambition is commendable. I wholeheartedly agree, proclaimed Jin Meili, the chief lieutenant, the first to raise her hand in approval. Observing the sly smirk on her lips and Ouyang Xiao's wicked grin, the other stakeholders, holding merely a fraction of initial shares, followed their instincts and raised their hands in agreement. Since there is unanimous consent, let the monster hunting operation commence. Have you heard? The Hero Association is sending us to hunt monsters, exclaimed a top-tier hero named Pineapple, nudging her companion beside her. What is so remarkable about this? Since we are being compensated, it is only natural that we do not harbor idlers. Moreover, the additional rewards for hunting bizarre creatures are quite appealing. His companion, also a hero of considerable caliber, replied with fervor. Since you have spoken thus, let us embark on this hunt together. For the sake of safety, it would be prudent to gather more heroes and form a team. The sagacious Pineapple suggested. Let me check. The association's task description does not prohibit teamwork. Let us recruit more individuals. After all, the rewards are plentiful, and securing another high-level hero would be splendid. After their discussion, the two mounted their bicycles and commenced their search for new companions, casting elongated shadows beneath the setting sun. This was merely a microcosm of the heroes congregating within the city. With the announcement of the monster hunting operation, the enticing rewards and flexible regulations prompted countless formidable individuals to join the ranks of heroes. They spontaneously formed teams, heading to the Hero Association to accept missions, armed with task notes as they made their way to the locations of the bizarre creatures reported in the news. On a certain street in the city, a creature resembling a humanoid adorned with a green hat and bearing a green turtle shell stood atop a crushed taxi, arms raised high as he mocked passersby. Behold, tremble before the might of my turtle monster. In this world, the bizarre creatures are most intriguing. Although their origins vary greatly, once transformed, they perceive themselves as invincible, wreaking havoc aimlessly. The turtle monster reveled in his newfound strength, reminiscing about his past. His original name was Lu Buwei, a former gaming champion and a life winner with a renowned beauty as his girlfriend. She was his sanctuary, the fairy who knitted him plush green hats even in the coldest winters. Until one fateful day, when his girlfriend was deceived by another man and left him. Overcome with fury, the green hat atop his head began to radiate with emerald light. He transformed into a turtle monster, endowed with a hard green shell, granting him defenses and strength far exceeding that of an ordinary human. Consumed by rage, he charged towards the man's home, his fury nearly rendering him irrational as he hurled passing cars aside. I possess power now. She will surely return to my side, he vowed. Look, a solitary monster, Pineapple exclaimed, pointing at the charging turtle monster on the road, calling out to his companions. Quick, stop him. He must be a tiger-level monster. The bounty must be substantial. Under Pineapple's leadership, a cadre of heroes encircled the turtle monster. Since when can donning a pineapple headpiece qualify one as a hero? The turtle monster paused, eyeing the assortment of heroes clad in various fruit-themed headgear. Do you comprehend the magnitude of the being you are attempting to impede? This green power will reduce you to mere fragments. The turtle monster suddenly leaped into the air, appearing behind Pineapple Hero with an unexpected swiftness, delivering a devastating blow that sent the esteemed hero soaring through the sky. Alas, Pineapple has been struck down. We must not underestimate him. Let us form our formation. Fruit battle formation. Behold the might of our fruit crossbows. Clad in their respective headgear, Apple Hero, Banana Hero, Orange Hero, and Mango Hero took their positions at the 4 cardinal points, raising their fruit crossbows and unleashing a relentless barrage of fire. The Fruit Five, once seasoned members of a shooting club, wielded composite crossbows with precision, and upon the call to arms from the Hero Association, they rallied to join this grand era. However, as the iron arrows, emblazoned with fruit insignias, struck the turtle monster, they merely produced a series of clangs as they fell to the ground. Beneath the turtle monster's reflective green shell lay a smooth and transparent surface, clearly unscathed by the onslaught. Such feeble power! You shall now experience my invincible green light. With a thunderous roar, the turtle monster's green cap radiated a brilliant glow, exuding an aura of destruction. Unstoppable green light, obliterate my foes. With a powerful thrust of his legs, his entire body launched towards the Fruit Four like a cannonball. The deep imprints left on the car's roof indicated that should he connect, the Fruit Four would either meet their demise or sustain grievous injuries. Chapter 6, Blowing Snow in a Changsama. Perish. The turtle monster roared, charging towards the Fruit Five. In this life or death moment, his figure suddenly suspended in midair. Dare to insult my noble green? You shall be ground to dust. Before him stood a strikingly graceful woman, exuding a mature elegance. With her short black hair, tall stature, fair complexion, and piercing gaze, she possessed a curvaceous figure that accentuated her femininity. The green Cheongsam revealed her long, shapely legs, holding the turtle monster, who possessed tiger-level strength, in suspension only added to her imposing presence. She was none other than the top-ranked hero, Hell's Blizzard, sister of Tornado, endowed with inherited superpowers. Would you fruitheads care to join my Blizzard squad? It is the esteemed Blizzard. We are willing, we are saved. Without a moment's hesitation, the 5 fruit heroes joined the warm embrace of the Blizzard squad. Ha ha ha, sister, did you see? Not only have I achieved first place, but I have also gained followers. With a perfect figure, stunning beauty, and telekinetic abilities, Blizzard epitomized the archetype of the affluent and attractive. She was indeed the embodiment of pride. Yet, if she harbored any grievances, it was her desire to surpass her sister Tornado, whose superpower talents had always eclipsed her own. This overshadowing presence weighed heavily on Blizzard's heart. Despite her sister's unwavering protection and support, she could not help but feel envious of Tornado's unparalleled superhuman gifts. Feel my power, green-shelled turtle. The eyes of the snow breeze sharpened, her arms extended, emitting an emerald glow of extraordinary energy. This remarkable force caused the ground beneath her to tremble slightly, as countless fragments of stone levitated as if liberated from the pull of gravity. With the rhythmic motion of her hands, the turtle-like creature was mercilessly smashed to the ground, creating fissures in the earth. Amidst the relentless onslaught, Lu Bue, the turtle creature, found himself reminiscing about the past. It was a clear morning following a rain, when he had arranged to meet his beloved Yu Yu at the library. In those innocent and beautiful days, their memories were painted in shades of pink and heartbeats. As they pretended to read, he discreetly extended his left hand, slowly inching it along the edge of the table. Upon their gentle contact, both blushed shyly. No, I refused to succumb. As Lu Bue was battered like a sandbag, a flash of crimson flickered in his eyes, and his shell shattered violently, his aura surging exponentially. A wave of energy erupted from within him, and he rose anew. This is bad. I can no longer contain him. Snow Breeze's powers paled in comparison to her sister's, and she was running out of strength. The crowd was momentarily stunned by the turtle creature's sudden transformation. Pineapple Hero, bloodied from a previous blow, activated his communicator to contact the Hero Association headquarters. Headquarters, this is Pineapple Hero. We have a suspected class tiger monster exhibiting enhanced abilities. Requesting assistance. Headquarters acknowledges. Please provide your location. Assistance will arrive shortly. Please hurry. Miss Snow Breeze is nearing her limit. Oh, how delightful. Ouyang Shou reclined in his rotating office chair, exhaling a contented breath, his hand holding a glass of red wine swaying slightly. Boss, a hero has reported a suspected class tiger monster in the city. One that even the top-ranked Snow Breeze cannot withstand. The female secretary, designated number 10, bowed in deference. That indicates potential advancement to Class Ghost. Just notify 3 class heroes. This is a trivial matter, is it not? While Ouyang Shou feigned a desire to undermine the protagonist Saitama, he lay languidly like a beached fish on the sofa, disinclined to move. However, upon hearing of the formidable Snow Breeze, he remained focused. Wait, I believe this creature is worth engaging. You go ahead and bring the corpses of the monsters currently hunted to my laboratory. Simply place them inside and wait outside, to ensure the authenticity of his solitary research. Ouyang Shou had procured a false certificate as a biological graduate student, and with his credibility, no one dared question its validity. Clad in a white lab coat, he donned the white plastic gloves handed to him by the secretary, slipping them on with ease, as if preparing for a highly sophisticated German orthopedic procedure. You have consumed a wolf-level hermit crab mutant, enhancing your defense and acquiring a layer of limiter. You have devoured a tiger-level pangolin mutant, boosting your defense further, gaining carapace mimicry, and obtaining another layer of limiter. You have ingested a tiger-level lizard mutant, which has augmented your defense and increased your toxin resistance, along with yet another layer of limiter. After feasting upon 10 corpses of tiger and wolf-level mutants, Ouyang Shou felt a slight sense of fullness. It must be due to the still weak nature of the devouring space. Hence, it was time to unlock several limiters. With a flick of his right hand, he adjusted his wristwatch, lifted the white lab coat draped over his back, and stepped out of the laboratory with a smile. The green chi pao was shredded by a powerful punch, revealing glimpses of fair skin. Sister, I ultimately fall short of you. Shuangxue pressed against her bleeding left arm. Yet her heart remained unperturbed. She knew that as soon as she was injured, her sister would rush to her aid. Suddenly, a red Lamborghini skidded in, drifting to collide with the cheating turtle mutant preparing to attack Shuangxue, smoke billowing from the tires as they screeched to a halt. It seems I have arrived late. Miss Shuangxue. The car door swung upward, revealing a middle-aged man clad in a well-tailored blue suit, the president of the Hero Association, the chairman of the Heiringsing Group, Heo Baba. Allow me to handle this adversary. Heo Baba slicked back his hair, polished with wax, adjusted his collar, and bestowed upon Shuangxue a self-assured smile that he believed to be charming. However, he was swiftly sent flying by the turtle mutantess punch, his head embedding itself into a utility pole. Why, Your Excellency, the President? Shuangxue gazed in shock at the unfolding scene. The sudden turn of events occurred too swiftly for her to employ her supernatural abilities. The president had already soared toward the pole at a velocity even greater than his arrival. You have killed the president. We must fight with all our might. As one of the wealthy heiresses of the city, Xuanxue was somewhat aware of the Hero Association's secrets, knowing that its foundation had been entirely orchestrated by the president himself. With his demise, the association was likely to crumble. End of chapter. Chapter 7. Unleash my limiters. Ding. You have sustained a fatal injury. A layer of limiter has been unlocked, doubling all attributes. With a satisfied expression, Ouyang Shou extracted his head from the utility pole. To enhance realism, he had simulated some red blood on his head. Observing Xuanxue fiercely engaging the turtle mutant with her supernatural abilities, Ouyang Shou felt a surge of satisfaction. Even clad in the guise of a middle-aged man, could my charm still captivate such beauty? Step back. This is my battle. Blood streamed from his head as the limping Heo Baba advanced toward the turtle mutant, embodying the spirit of a fervent hero, inching forward with determination. President. Witnessing a top-tier tycoon bravely battling against a monstrous foe on the front lines, the 5 fruit heroes could hardly contain their emotions, tears of admiration streaming down their faces. Release that girl. Your opponent is me, roared the wealthy warrior, launching a righteous punch at the turtle monster. With a thunderous crash, the tycoon was sent flying once more. Landing atop a small car, the tremendous impact shattering its windows into a million fragments. How profoundly moving. Is this truly the president of our hero association? Apple Hero. One hand covering his tearful eyes, discreetly recorded the entire battle on video, intending to share it on Douyin. Ha ha ha, how utterly ridiculous. Is this what the Hero Association stands for? The turtle monster's eyes glowed red as he laughed maniacally, hands on his hips. Indeed. This embodies the spirit of the Hero Association. Rising once again, the tycoon, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, grasped a metal rod that lay scattered on the ground, limping towards the turtle monster. What a laughable resolve, what a farcical Hero Association. Suddenly, the turtle monster leaped, vanishing from sight, only to reappear behind the tycoon, slamming him down and delivering a series of brutal blows. Ding. You have sustained a fatal injury. The limiter has been activated. Ding. You have sustained a fatal injury. The limiter has been activated. Ding. A barrage of notifications echoed in Ouyang Shou's mind. Surges of power coursing through his body. As the final ethereal prompt sounded, Ouyang Shou raised his hand to block the turtle monster's onslaught. That felt exhilarating, didn't it? Now, it's my turn. What are you saying? Before the turtle monster could react, a colossal fist loomed larger in his vision. With a resounding thud, the turtle monster's green-hatted head was obliterated, shards scattering across the ground. Ouyang Shou's right hand emanated a wisp of steam. The president is amazing. President, you are remarkable. The fruit heroes gasped in awe, their mouths agape, showering praises. They promptly pulled out their phones to capture the thrilling spectacle. Ouyang Shou waved dismissively and approached Miss Blizzard to extend a greeting. Ms. Blizzard, I am the president of the Hero Association. I apologize for my tardiness. Unconcerned about her wardrobe malfunction, Ms. Blizzard shook her head, revealing a genuine smile. Your performance today has truly opened my eyes, President. I once thought you were merely an ordinary wealthy individual. I am indeed just an ordinary rich man, Ouyang Shou replied. But as long as we possess a heroic heart, we can protect our city from the menace of monsters. Clenching his right fist to his heart, he stood upon the fallen turtle monster, bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun. The silhouette of this tycoon appeared even more imposing. In the upper echelons of the Horenshen group, the chairman's office echoed with a directive. Increase the recruitment of heroes, Shahatsi. Release the authority to grant heroes permissions. Shareholders possessing more than 5 of the shares shall hold the right to elevate heroes to higher ranks. Anyone capable of defeating a tiger-grade monster shall be eligible to promote to a higher-grade hero. Likewise, those who can vanquish a ghost-grade monster may also ascend to a higher rank. Concurrently, I am in search of researchers, informing them of my willingness to invest in their aspirations. Ouyang Shou contemplated a pivotal figure, Dr. Kinos, from the Evolution House, a researcher capable of creating ghost-grade monsters. Endowed with abilities such as cloning and rejuvenation, his aspirations are surprisingly simple: to gain recognition for his seemingly absurd dream. His ambition is to enable the entire human race to evolve, rather than merely advancing human civilization. In essence, he is a dedicated researcher focused on biological genetics, with his controversial studies involving living humans. However, these matters are trivial in Ouyang Shou's eyes. Substantial financial power is sufficient to safeguard many secrets, akin to the Hive in the Resident Evil saga. Additionally, please inquire about Dr. Kino's whereabouts and convey my endorsement of his philosophy, assuring him of my support. Growing weary of the sight of a secretary in uniform, Ouyang Shou pondered other researchers. Fakao, who developed the ultimate steroid, the king of biceps, transformed his brother Margley into a giant possessing immense strength, classified as ghost grade in the original narrative, even after being defeated by the protagonist Saitama. The terrifying giant's colossal form ultimately crushed an entire city. Saitama. Indeed, it has been a while since I last visited him. Reflecting on the first administrative personnel I recruited, Ouyang Shou felt a sense of concern. He had bestowed upon him a mansion, a sports car, and a beautiful woman. He wondered how he was faring now. Before him lay a crystal-clear lake, mirroring the drooping willows along the shore and the playful flocks of birds. Following the vibrant birds taking flight, his gaze was drawn to a sprawling villa beside the lake. A sleek black Maserati slowly came to a stop at the villa's entrance. The rear door gently opened, revealing a delicate white leg stepping out. The owner of that exquisite leg, accompanied by a middle-aged man, entered the villa. Mr. Saitama. The chairman has come to see you, chirped Hishako, standing gracefully in the spacious villa hall. For a moment, silence prevailed, but shortly after, a woman descended the staircase. Supporting herself on the railing, it was the niece of the affluent man, Akiko. Uncle, Mr. Saitama was very tired last night and is currently asleep in his room. Should I wake him? No need, replied the amiable uncle. I merely wish to take a look. Please guide me to see him upstairs. Following Akiko's lead, the affable uncle approached Saitama's room. To his astonishment, the scene that unfolded shattered Ouyang Shou's worldview. After just a few days apart, Saitama lay in bed, his cheeks sunken and eyes vacant, as if he had been utterly drained. Chapter 8. The Emergence of the Reincarnator. Ladies and gentlemen, we interrupt this broadcast with an urgent news update. The fluorescent screens lining the streets have shifted from footage of a fierce battle between the formidable Hao Baba and the turtle monster to a scene featuring a female host holding a microphone. This is the city television station, and I am your host, the financially challenged Renming. A basketball monster has emerged in the neighboring city, classified as an S-class threat, and is currently seeking assistance from heroes. The chairman of the Hero Association, Hao Baba, has announced a reward of $100,000 for the hero who defeats this creature. If multiple heroes participate in the kill, the reward will be distributed according to their ranks. Heroes, please rush to confront this menace. An S-class monster, you say? It may not yet be within my capabilities, but I shall certainly observe its prowess. After all, I am a man endowed with the potential of an emperor. Wang Tong, another reincarnator entangled in the dreamland, has entered this novice mission realm. Unlike Ouyang Shou, he has opted for a more conventional path, retaining a complete human form. His robust physique has granted him the innate talent of fat armor, a defensive ability that grows stronger over time. Armed solely with this talent and a pistol procured from the black market, he has already vanquished a wolf-class monster resembling a loach, earning himself a precious novice reward. Having single-handedly defeated a wolf-class monster upon his first entry into Dreamland, Wang Tong clearly possesses remarkable talent. Yet, he remains humble. As a rational individual, he simply plans to venture into the neighboring city to witness the S-class monster's might. Upon witnessing this scene, I return to Dreamland, Wang Tong mused. Dreamland notification. You have significantly altered the trajectory of this world's narrative. Your soul's essence will now be bound to this world. Upon re-entering, you will inherit all altered causality. Dreamland notification. You have changed the fate of the original protagonist. The enemies defeated by the original protagonist will now fall under your responsibility, and the difficulty of tasks you face in this world will greatly increase. You have achieved the title, I am the protagonist. Reward, Space Medal Level 1. Due to the increased task difficulty, rewards will be distributed earlier. You have slain a tiger-class crab monster. Reward, Space Medal Level 1. You have defeated an enhanced tiger-class turtle monster. Reward, Space Medal Level 2. Just as Ouyang Shou stepped out of Saitama's villa, a series of notifications resonated in the space around him. The notion of inheriting the world's causality was easily comprehensible, and the prospect of retaining the current progress upon his next entry sounded promising. However, the implication that he would now bear the burden of the enemies vanquished by the original protagonist was rather unsettling. The original protagonist, Saitama, has vanquished numerous foes, including the Deep Sea King, the Underground King, the King of the Netherworld, and various other monarchs, culminating in his confrontation with Boros, the leader of the cosmic dark matter thieves who claimed dominion over the universe. Now, it is Ouyang Shou's turn to swallow hard. Acutely aware of the peril he has invited upon himself, instead of reveling in the anticipated accolades of heroic achievement, he is beset by trepidation regarding a bleak future. Nevertheless, he muses that every mountain has its path, and every river finds its course. Such concerns belong to the future. For now, beep, beep, beep. Ouyang Shou seized his phone and pressed the answer button. Chairman, please hurry back to the Hero Association. The ghost-level basketball monster is advancing towards your location. 3 Class A heroes are en route to the association. The basketball monster has issued a dire threat, promising to sever the chairman's head. With a dazed expression, Ouyang Xiu ended the call. Driver, quickly, to the Hero Association. Floor it. Chairman, what has transpired? There is no time to explain. Get in the car. At that moment, a figure clad in blue overalls was soaring through the sky, hovering over the city below. From such a height, even the broad avenues appeared to him as mere gray lines. This creature wore a black long-sleeve shirt, his gray hair parted down the middle, and a wicked grin adorned his face. Pitiful humans, frail cities, and feeble heroes, none can withstand my might. His ghost-level prowess justified such contempt. His intent was clear: eliminate the chairman of the Hero Association first, then deal with the Class A heroes. Do not disappoint me, he mused, with arms crossed. The basketball beneath him ignited fiercely, spinning rapidly as it propelled him towards Ouyang Xiu. Chairman, a swirling vortex of terror is approaching your direction. Only a few ordinary heroes are nearby. The ghost-level basketball monster is closing in rapidly. As the communicator relayed this urgent message, Ouyang Xiu's energy display flickered with an ominous red dot, signaling the approaching threat. Notify all nearby heroes to converge for assistance. Fisha, he is targeting me. You and the driver must flee without concern for my safety. As time deepens bonds, Ouyang Xiu, a once hapless university student, felt a profound attachment to the first woman in his life. Mr. Hao, I cannot run away alone, she protested. However, Ouyang Xiu firmly placed his hand on her shoulder and spoke with deliberate resolve. Whether this is a performance or reality, I acknowledge your feelings. You must leave immediately. This is an order. It is my duty as the chairman of the Hero Association, for I am a hero as well. He adjusted his tie, opened the car door, and stepped out. Under the gaze of countless cameras, he embodied the essence of a true ruler. Boom. A basketball descended from the heavens. Akin to the detonation of a cloud-burst bomb, erupting into a small mushroom cloud that sent all surrounding objects soaring into the air. Among them stood Ouyang Xiu, arms outstretched. The cemented ground was struck with such force that it formed a bowl-shaped crater over 10 meters in diameter, its walls glowing a fiery red, the air itself subtly warping, indicating the presence of immense heat within. Accompanying the thunderous noise from the sky, a peculiar figure descended, executing strange leaps and pirouettes as he landed on the ground. Under the watchful gaze of numerous street surveillance cameras, poised to capture the moment in all its glory, this formidable entity, sporting a gray center-parted hairstyle and striking bizarre poses while dribbling the basketball, unleashed an astonishing surge of energy. Instruments designed to measure power levels flickered to life. Red lights illuminating the scene as sirens blared throughout the street, prompting countless vehicles to scatter in panic. The basketball monster had made its entrance. End of chapter. Chapter 9. The lowly rescues the hero in the bustling city transport hub. A rotund man clad in a brown trench coat incessantly refreshed his phone, seeking news of value. What was happening? The basketball monster had reappeared in the city? Wang Ting, having just purchased a ticket to the city, gazed at the news feed on his phone and the station's display screen, captivated by the monster's charismatic presence. This was the aura of a ghost-level creature. Observe the devilish footwork as it danced and sang, effortlessly evading the myriad techniques of heroes with seamless grace. The ghost-level basketball monster was indeed worthy of its reputation, transforming combat into a captivating spectacle. The forceful shoulder impact shattered telephone poles, thick as 2 men. The burning basketball radiated such intense heat that it could be felt even through the screen. I may not be your equal yet, but one day, I shall possess a physique like yours. Boom. Another hero fell to the ground, struggling futilely to rise again. The remnants of the battle lay scattered around collapsed buildings. Cars reduced to mere iron shells engulfed in flames, streetlights sparking with electricity, and the ground riddled with craters and fissures, all silently narrating the horrors of the preceding conflict. Huh, is this what they call the Hero Association? Hardly impressive. As the basketball monster, dribbling the flaming orb, advanced step by step toward Ouyang Xiu. Each step echoed the cries of a fallen hero. Over 20 heroes had exhausted every means at their disposal yet failed to halt the advance of this ghostly basketball monster with its gray center-parted hairstyle. The only figure still standing amid the chaos was Ouyang Xiu, panting heavily and drenched in blood. His once elegant silver suit was marred by numerous tears, revealing the wounded body beneath. Beep, beep, beep. Your Excellency, the esteemed Lord Tornado is nearing your location. Please hold on a little longer. Ouyang Xiu, having tucked away his communicator, felt a storm of unease within. Although the injuries he bore were merely a manifestation of his slime-like abilities, his true form was indeed wounded. The damage inflicted by the demon-level monster surpassed the limits of what he could endure. Furthermore, Despite possessing the characteristics of a slime that rendered him devoid of any fatal human vulnerabilities, Ouyang Xiu was, at his core, merely an ordinary college student, severely lacking in reliable combat skills. If only he could consume the corpses of more monsters. The president of the Hero Association? Perish beneath my basketball. With a booming shout, the basketball monster disregarded Ouyang Xiu's psychological turmoil and hurled the basketball skyward. The ball swelled in the wind, transforming into a colossal sphere the size of 2 vans. Under the monster's control, this gigantic basketball spun incessantly while spewing forth flames. Die! This is the realm of my basketball stardom. The flaming behemoth descended upon Ouyang Xiu like the wrath of the heavens, yet he met it with a confident smile. The game is over, basketball monster. With Ouyang Xiu's declaration, a verdant sea appeared before the basketball monster's eyes. The flaming giant basketball was suspended midair by a beam of green light. A petite girl clad in a black leather jacket descended from above, hands on her hips. Trembling tornado, descend. No, this cannot be. This is my ultimate technique. How can a mere human? The basketball monster's face twisted in disbelief. He was a true demon-level entity, far superior to that turtle monster. To have his ultimate move thwarted by a young girl inflicted a severe blow to his pride. This must be an illusion. Is this truly your ability? What a pity. I, the basketball monster, fear not illusions. Release. How intriguing. Try again. Try. The basketball monster, dazed and confused, found no change in the scene before him, creating an awkward atmosphere. No need to keep trying, little brother. Just accept your fate as a prize. The little girl, Tornado, maintained her pose with arms raised towards the heavens, clearly preparing for a powerful attack while the basketball monster futilely attempted to dispel the illusion. Beep, beep, beep. This is a report to you, esteemed chairman. According to our commercial satellite surveillance, a near-Earth meteorite is heading towards your location. Please take cover. Upon donning his Bluetooth headset, Ouyang Xiu's mouth twitched at the warning. So it is this move. Run. Without a second thought for the fallen heroes, he dashed to a nearby pit, burying himself within, leaving only the top half of his head exposed. Is this the realm of the strong? High above the city, a small meteorite, trailing a fiery red tail, struck the basketball monster's location with precision, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. This is a skill of Tornado, known as Meteor Strike, which operates on the principle of harnessing formidable psychokinetic energy to manipulate near-Earth meteors for precise assaults. In the original narrative, this technique has previously vanquished a dragon-level monster, the Ancient King. Therefore, targeting a ghost-level creature is, of course, a trivial matter. Under the weight of such a cataclysmic attack, the basketball monster has vanished without a trace, leaving only a solitary basketball in the deep pit. Near the lavish mansion, within the Monster Cell Research Laboratory, Dr. Kinos has been summoned. Are you satisfied with this facility? It has been meticulously designed with your funding in mind. As heroes continue to eliminate various monsters, the Hero Association gains increasing recognition, with citizens generously donating or seeking personal protection from heroes. Simultaneously, Ouyang Xiu has developed employment and bodyguard models based on the Hero Association, which acts as a third party responsible for personnel verification, hero ratings, and credibility assessments, while also collecting a service fee. This initiative has undoubtedly provided the Hero Association with a substantial financial influx. Having already established himself as the city's unparalleled tycoon, the affluent Mr. How has ascended to become the true authority of the city. Securing a research laboratory free from surveillance and interference has become a natural progression. The Monster Cell Research Laboratory is of particular interest to Ouyang Xiu, who has grown disdainful of the corpses of wolf-level and tiger-level monsters. After consuming an excessive number of similar low-tier entities, a certain resistance seems to develop, hindering the enhancement of his overall attributes. The last occasion when he managed to persuade Tornado to eliminate a ghost-level monster resulted in mere fragments, utterly useless. His intention in bringing Dr. Kinos aboard is to leverage the latter's genius to create more potent monster cells for his own advancement. Meanwhile, ordinary wolf and tiger-level monsters will be entrusted to Dr. Kinos for research. I am quite pleased with this place. However, the name Monster Cell Research Laboratory lacks appeal. Let us rename it. From now on, it shall be known as the House of Evolution. End of chapter. Chapter 10. Forbidden research. Gurgling sounds emanate from a gourd-shaped glass vessel, where a mysterious purple liquid is being heated. A network of glass, metal, and plastic tubes connects various instruments throughout the room. Some exude icy white vapors, while others are subjected to relentless flames from a torch. Mr. Howe, this laboratory is the Cell Liquid Research Room of the House of Evolution. By analyzing the cellular liquid composition of monster cells, we can extract a plethora of mutation factors. I am confident that it will not be long before I can artificially create a more formidable and terrifying new species, Dr. Kinos exclaimed, animatedly illustrating his astonishing vision to Mr. Hao. Dr. Kinos, I have always been an advocate of your visionary pursuits. Yet I feel compelled to express a cautionary note. The new species you endeavor to create must possess rationality, lest we risk the emergence of dire consequences. As an investor, I am indeed entitled to offer certain suggestions. Ha ha ha, there is absolutely no issue with that. Mr. Hao has consistently supported and believed in me, at times. His guidance has even inspired me. However, Mr. Hao remains somewhat unaware of my research capabilities. I am the illustrious Kinos, the harbinger of human evolution. Without wisdom, how could one possibly be deemed an evolved species? Although Kinos' concepts may seem exceedingly audacious, his formidable research prowess is equally remarkable, which is precisely why Ouyang Xiao has taken the considerable risk of employing him. Well, I naturally place my trust in the doctor, and I have a modest request. Should the doctor successfully create a novel evolution agent, I would appreciate being granted priority access to a sample. This, after all, is the purpose of Ouyang Xiao's investment. It is better to speak candidly. Ha ha ha, of course. This is also a validation of my research, and I shall not interfere with whatever you choose to do with it. Dr. Kinos is an exceedingly peculiar individual, neither entirely virtuous nor malevolent. He is solely focused on the evolution of species, showing little concern for matters beyond this ideal. Mr. Hao, please accompany me to the next location. The Biological Shell Research Laboratory of the Evolution House. It resembles a vast underground chamber akin to the hive from a biohazard scenario. The expansive interior is adorned with pristine white tempered tiles, and even the light fixtures are seamlessly embedded within the walls. Throughout the space, various large incubation pods are scattered about. Some are merely human-sized, while others soar to heights of 10 meters, and some take on a spherical form. However, they all share a commonality. The pods contain an array of deceased or injured aberrant individuals, captured or slain by the heroes of the Hero Association. The pods brim with solutions of diverse hues, and the bodies of the aberrants are interspersed with an assortment of tubes, perpetually drawing in and expelling mysterious liquids. Mr. Hao, there is no need for trepidation. Here lies the Biological Shell Research Laboratory of the Evolution House. Dr. Kinos takes great pride in having crafted this sci-fi spectacle, and Ouyang Xiao has granted him ample respect. Indeed, Dr. Kinos is extraordinary. However, with such a multitude of research endeavors, I fear you may not manage alone. Would you require assistance? Ha ha ha, absolutely not. As my benefactor, it is time for you to be enlightened. Come forth, everyone. With a clap from Kinos. Numerous individuals clad in white lab coats, all bearing an uncanny resemblance to him, emerged, nearly 100 in total. In matters of this research, I trust no one but myself. Upon establishing the Evolution House, my first act was to clone 100 versions of myself. Each self is an independent and wise entity, free from concerns of rebellion or disclosure. We all share a singular ideal and goal, the evolution of all humankind. Ha ha ha. Doctor. Kinos opened his arms wide and laughed heartily. What a magnificent creation. If it is not too much trouble, could you enlighten me about the technology behind such perfect cloning? Such advancements are surely worth acquiring. Of course, it is no trouble at all. Here are my technical notes. Feel free to make a copy. In addition, this is a sample of the replication factor extracted from the Wormman and Leechman, and you may take a portion as well. Doctor. Kinos retrieved a vial of red reagent from the side table and handed a notebook to Ouyang Xiao. Thank you for your generous gift, Doctor. This place shall become a paradise for your research, where no one will interrupt or question you. Ouyang Xiao bowed with a hand over his heart, pledging a promise. That could not be better. You have absorbed the replication factor, gaining a new ability, replication. Ability, replication. You can separate a portion of your slime body to form a replica. The capabilities of the replica depend on the magical energy you provide. After absorbing the replication factor, Ouyang Xiao opened the cloning notes, preparing to study and comprehend their contents. Just as he finished hearing the system notification, he was greeted by a prompt from the Dreamland. Paradise prompt. You have acquired the replication ability, deducting 1 space metal. Paradise prompt. You have read the cloning notes, doubling your replication ability, deducting another space metal. What on earth? The 3 space metals I just obtained are now reduced to 1? This space demands a fortune. It is clearly a reward for my absorption of space. No, perhaps this is merely the cost of bringing something back from the space. Ouyang Xiao forced himself to find solace, his gaze sharpening with determination. A replication skill, indeed, opens the door to some audacious maneuvers. Ouyang Xiao rubbed his chin, revealing a signature villainous smile. Ouyang Xiao number 1, the first replica created by Ouyang Xiao, was currently mimicking the form of a lavish being. En route to the residence of the next researcher, he was on the brink of discovering the ultimate steroid concoction, the King of Biceps, created by Fok Gao. Having gained a preliminary understanding of the temperament of space, Ouyang Shou realized that if he succeeded in acquiring this formula, the solitary metal in his pocket would surely prove insufficient. This concoction, laden with immense side effects, could not be utilized at a mere level. However, this potion could instantly bestow the power of a formidable being, making it a worthy investment. Alternative methods could be explored. For instance, the ability to generate funds. Excuse me, Mr. Fok Gao, I believe you should recognize me. A secretary clad in a suit swung open the door to a subterranean warehouse, revealing the lavish being within. You are the chairman of the Lavish Indulgence Group. Unlike Dr. Kinas, Fok Gao is merely a destitute individual clandestinely concocting muscle enhancement serums in his garage. Consequently, his brother, possessing extraordinary powers, refrains from aimless destruction of urban structures. He is an unambitious researcher, starkly contrasting with Kinas. End of chapter. Chapter 11. Unrestrained liberties to one's surprise. Even someone as esteemed as yourself would venture into this humble locale. Fok Gao, brandishing a mysterious concoction, held a profound respect for the city's wealthiest magnate. At this juncture, he had yet to devise the terrifying King of Biceps and remained an unrecognized individual without employment or remuneration. Chairman, it reeks in here. Perhaps we should refrain from entering. Little Me protested, reluctant to step into the fetid garage permeated with sweat and an inexplicable odor. Fok Gao, a fervent researcher, and his brother Maoyulai, a fanatic solely dedicated to endless sit-ups, inhabited a garage that lacked ventilation, making it implausible for any fresh scent to linger. It's quite all right. You may remain outside while I venture in, Ouyang Shou reassured her, as she held her nose and waved her hand in an attempt to disperse the foul air. Upon seeing her retreat beyond the confines of the garage, he turned back, revealing a genuinely radiant smile. Mr. Fok Gao, I come bearing sincerity. I wish to enlist you as a researcher at my second research institute. Standing there with an affable smile, Ouyang exuded an intangible aura of affluence that compelled one to believe his words. After all, wealth indeed affords one the liberty to act freely. The second research institute? Are you proposing to hire me, esteemed sir? Fok Gao stammered, his tone laced with reverence. Indeed, I require someone of your caliber. You will assume the role of chief research expert at the second institute, and I shall arrange for 10 assistants to follow your lead. However, I have conditions as well. Ouyang adjusted his Rolex watch and straightened his crocodile leather Hermes belt, his eyes shimmering with confidence. I shall acquiesce to any conditions, as long as I can fulfill my research. No, obtaining your approval is tantamount to gaining the world's recognition. I shall strive even harder, esteemed sir. Fok Gao, trembling, set aside the glass vial, yearning to embrace Ouyang's leg. My conditions are simple. All products resulting from your research must be submitted to me first. Ouyang maintained an air of aloofness, concealing his inner delight. The King of Biceps had become a tangible dream. Just after acquiring a private hospital adjacent to the corporate headquarters and transforming it into Fok Gao's second research institute, Ouyang received a notification from the space. There remains but a single day, yet numerous tasks are left unaccomplished, compelling one to await the next opportunity. Ouyang Shou wiped the sweat from his brow. Having just emerged from a fierce battle, he required a moment of respite. Feisha, what has become of the corpses of the bizarre creatures from the recent heroic hunt? Reporting to you, esteemed chairman, as per your instructions, the remains of the wolf and tiger-grade monsters have been transferred to Dr. Kinos's Evolution House at the First Research Institute. Additionally, the corpses of the 3 ghost-grade monsters have been placed in your private research chamber, replied Feisha, now clad in a refreshing sailor outfit, bowing gracefully. Ghost-grade monsters? Is it truly possible for a hero to vanquish such formidable foes? This greatly exceeds my expectations. The newly recruited heroes should predominantly be of a more comedic nature. Indeed. Chairman, it is the merit of those 3 esteemed heroes. Should we not consider rewarding them suitably? Feisha exhaled softly, her gaze enchanting yet evidently unfulfilled. Loyal warriors deserve commendation. However, the first reward should be bestowed upon you. Here, a multitude of words are omitted. In a corresponding scene, at a construction site within the city, a rather portly figure squatted atop a red brick platform, cradling a steamed bun in both hands and fervently gnawing at it. Initially intent on witnessing the prowess of the basketball creature, he instead took a cost-effective and leisurely bus ride back to the city. In the absence of newly emerged wolf-grade monsters, Wang Tung opted to seek stable employment first. As a novice reincarnator, Wang Tung faced numerous challenges. Not only did he slay a wolf-grade monster, but he also successfully secured a job that allowed him to sustain himself through bricklifting. This role required innate talent, and indeed, Wang Tung possessed such abilities. Although he consumed much, his strength was remarkable. He could lift the load of 2 men, earning the foreman's recognition and approval within a mere week. Old Wang, the foreman, once remarked to him, "Wang Ting, you possess a natural gift for this work. If you are willing to exert effort, maintain composure, and cultivate patience, one day you shall stand at my height, surveying the entire city." Moreover, this was a noble vocation. Witnessing skyscrapers rise from the ground, each red brick infused with one's sweat and dedication. Reflecting on this, Wang Ting wiped the sweat from his brow with his calloused hands and smiled contentedly. The Dreamland encouraged reincarnators to explore and delve into the dimensional realms, an area seldom ventured by others. Consequently, Dreamland bestowed upon Wang Ting a prestigious Dream Medal as a token of encouragement. "Indeed, I am endowed with talent. Dreamland has chosen wisely." Wang Ting donned his white construction gloves and adjusted his yellow helmet, lost in reminiscence. At the age of 7 in his previous life, a sage-like fortune teller visited his home, gently stroking his plump head and uttering words he would never forget. This child possesses the potential for greatness. Thereafter, the fortune teller departed, satisfied with the 1,000 silver dollars given by Wang Ting's father. Though the fortune-telling elder has departed, his brief yet profound words left an indelible impact on the youthful Wang Ting, igniting within him a fervent desire to strive for excellence and engage in rigorous training. By the age of 10, he was already able to work as an apprentice at a construction site, much to the astonishment of his neighbors. Whenever he reflects upon this pinnacle moment in his life, a proud smile graces his face. "No one is more suited to the enchanting paradise than I. I am undoubtedly the protagonist." Wang Ting, quickly, another truckload of bricks has arrived. "Understood, foreman. I'm on my way." As he savored the sturgeon caviar fed to him by a maid with a spoon, the delicate pearls burst with delectable juices in his mouth, prompting Ouyang Shou to wave her hand in satisfaction. Soon after, another member of the maidservant team, attired in a maid outfit, gently wiped the fresh juices from the corner of Ouyang Shou's mouth with a silk napkin. "What is the status of the acquisition of the Tianyin Monitoring Company? Is their attitude aggressive?" Ouyang Shou closed her eyes, reveling in the continued pampering. "Your Excellency, the Tianyin Company was initially quite obstinate, possessing the city's entire network of intelligent surveillance systems, which granted them ample pride. However, they ultimately capitulated, as we contemplated withdrawing our heroic protection. They were successfully persuaded by our grand vision and agreed to sell 50 of their shares to you, esteemed chairman." At this moment, Fei Shotzi appeared, wielding a tablet and meticulously analyzing the company's asset data. "Excellent. After all, we are a company that values reason." End of this chapter. Second update. Chapter 12. A Serious Fist. Congratulations to I Only Read Good Books for the generous donation of 100,000. Becoming the first patron of this book. I also extend my gratitude to all the readers who have cast their votes of recommendation. Beneath the opulent and striking chandelier, Ouyang Shou spread her arms wide as the maid's secretary team adorned her in a white lab coat, with new materials from the formidable ghost-grade creatures at hand. Ouyang Shou could hardly contain her eagerness to conduct experiments. Although she was mentally prepared, upon entering the laboratory, she was taken aback by the sight before her. Despite the presence of only 3 ghost-grade creatures, they filled the expansive laboratory, which spanned 100 meters, to capacity. The first creature was the largest, resembling a humanoid wild boar, with a character for king etched upon its head, indicating it was a boar king. The second creature was equally imposing, taking the form of a humanoid bison, also marked with the character for king, suggesting it was a bison king. The third ghost-grade creature appeared quite normal in size, comparable to an ordinary human, yet its form resembled that of a captivating woman, albeit with darker skin. Strangely, her thighs were inscribed with characters, likely bearing special significance, perhaps ancient magical runes. Nevertheless, these details were not the primary focus of her inquiry, as Ouyang Shou removed her white lab coat, preparing to commence her devouring. Ding! The reincarnator, Ouyang Shou, devoured a demon-level creature, the Wild Boar King, thereby acquiring a substantial enhancement in all attributes, with a notable increase in defensive capabilities, and attained the 5th tier of restriction. Subsequently, Ouyang Shou consumed another demon-level creature, the Wild Buffalo King, resulting in a significant augmentation of strength and the acquisition of the 5th tier of restriction. Again, upon consuming a demon-level creature, the Succubus Vanguard, he received a considerable boost in all attributes, particularly in charisma, alongside the 5th tier of restriction, as he felt the ever-increasing power surging within him. Ouyang Shou was beset by a perplexing thought. I have grown stronger. Will I not become bald? However, he quickly corrected himself. No, I am a slime. I was bald to begin with, not even a brow to adorn my visage. The scene unfolded on a dilapidated street, where the walls of the surrounding buildings bore the markings of demolition, and a few withered leaves, tinged with yellow, drifted down from neglected, barren trees, narrating the desolation of the area. This dismal state was attributed to a real estate developer, Huang He, who absconded with his sister-in-law after embezzling funds, leaving behind a cluster of unfinished buildings. This forsaken territory fostered shadows and malevolence, attracting weak creatures who banded together to form a small monster club. The seaweed monster reigned as the strongest within this diminutive club. The seaweed atop his head could extend and retract at his will, transforming into a lethal weapon capable of cleaving stone. In the original tale, two elite heroes, Golden Ball and Spring Mustache, were vanquished by this creature. With countless wolf-level monsters serving as his subordinates, the seaweed monster found great comfort in his position. Although he temporarily resided in this neglected area, he firmly believed that one day he would lead his club in a counteroffensive against human cities. Seaweed King, trouble is afoot. A hummer has breached our perimeter. A snail monster crawled into the room, saliva spraying as it spoke, nearly splattering the seaweed monster's face. Observing the sluggish pace of the messenger, the seaweed monster was engulfed by a dreadful premonition. When did you learn of this news? He inquired, harboring a sliver of hope. Just, half an hour ago. The moment I received the news, I moved at my utmost speed, the snail monster replied, laboriously shuffling forward, showcasing its rapid movement. Approximately 10 kilometers per hour. It's over. The seaweed monster sighed, gazing skyward in exasperation. At that moment, a gaping hole was blasted into the roof above him, and a middle-aged man clad in a blue suit leaped down. A hero? Prepare to meet your demise. As the man soared through the air, the seaweed monster's seaweed shot forth, cleaving the man in half with a single, decisive strike. Such feeble strength, what emboldened you to challenge me? With confidence swelling in his chest after dispatching his foe, the seaweed monster turned back, exuding an aura of cool indifference. You may find it hard to believe, but it was a certain singer from another world who bestowed upon me this courage. The middle-aged man, severed in two, instantly transformed into two pools of azure liquid, which swiftly coalesced back into his original form. It was my turn now. Focused, I unleashed a powerful punch. The man clad in a blue suit raised his left hand in a defensive posture while his right hand struck out with remarkable force at the kelp creature, who had its back turned to him. Though the motion appeared slow, the speed was astonishing. Before the kelp creature could turn around, the punch had already landed squarely on the back of its head. Despite being shielded by numerous strands of kelp as tough as steel, the creature was sent hurtling through the wall, leaving behind a substantial human-shaped fissure. The astute and agile slug creature began a tactical retreat, silently inching backward. Where do you think you're going? The outside world is perilous, said Ouyang Xiao, raising his smoking fist with a smile he deemed amiable. Great warriors are like this. I have grown and wish to explore the outside world, which is said to be full of wonders, unlike ordinary monsters. The slug creature had been cursed into a feeble wolf-class monster due to childhood antics involving slugs. Oh, why venture out into that world? Come into mine instead. Although wolf and tiger-class monsters could no longer provide Ouyang Xiao with enhancement, the distinct types of monsters still offered minor unique attribute boosts. With a mindset of seizing every opportunity, a vast net of azure liquid was cast towards the slug creature. What kind of hero was that? I clearly severed him in half, yet he appears unscathed. And what was that about a serious punch? It even disrupted my kelp hair, which is harder than steel. Is this the end of my reign as Kelp King? No, I refuse to accept that. The kelp creature, regaining its confidence, clenched its fist to rally itself. Just as it turned to rejoin the fray, it was once again sent flying by an ever-enlarging fist. Oh, when did you get behind me? In such a tense and intense battle, how could one still have the energy to motivate oneself? Ouyang Xiao, who had just thrown a punch, found the creature before him puzzling. It possessed considerable strength yet seemed to lose focus inexplicably. What made you become a monster? Ouyang Xiao mounted the kelp creature, repeatedly striking its head with his fists. Stop hitting me. I became a monster because I ate too much kelp. Experts say that eating kelp promotes hair growth. But due to severe ocean pollution, I consumed toxic kelp and ended up like this. Upon hearing the kelp creature's explanation, Ouyang Xiao responded with an "oh," and then struck even harder. End of chapter. Chapter 13. Return. It is well known that I place little value on money. Ouyang Xiao spread his hands wide, embodying his famous declaration with matching gestures. I have convened this meeting today because I will be departing for a period of time. Upon my absence, the company will be entrusted entirely to Shizuko. Before I leave, I would like to present several plans for the company's forthcoming operations. At this point, Ouyang Xiao crossed her arms and propped her chin, intentionally pausing to allow the other attendees to retrieve their notebooks. The words of the chairperson must be meticulously recorded, for they embody the core principles of our company culture. The first strategic initiative is to boldly innovate and intensify investment in our two major research institutes. thereby safeguarding all research projects. Whether it pertains to Dr. Kino's Evolutionary House or Fakgeo's King of Biceps project, we shall extend our fullest support. The task of hunting aberrations remains perpetually viable, providing the finest material for Dr. Kino's studies. We shall allocate 20% of the company's annual output value to this domain. As Ouyang was poised to elaborate on the significance of research, she was interrupted by Shizuko. Chairperson, I have always held the utmost trust in your plans. But you must recognize that the annual output value of our conglomerate is astronomical. Is it prudent to allocate so much to this endeavor? Faced with the inquiry from her trusted secretary, Ouyang found it difficult to dismiss her. This investment is of paramount importance. It will determine the future of our company. In contrast to Shizuko's innocent questioning, the other shareholders and department heads, who were already accustomed to Ouyang incisive approach, diligently took notes, creating a harmonious sound of scribbling. The second strategic initiative involves standardizing the entry threshold for heroes, thereby attracting talent from all corners, enabling us to harness the strength of the world's finest. Observing the nods of agreement and the expressions of admiration in the eyes of those present, Ouyang continued with satisfaction. The third strategic initiative is Dreamland Notice. The reincarnator Ouyang is about to exit the task world. Please make appropriate preparations. Countdown, 5 minutes. Ouyang suddenly coughed several times and then, with a beaming smile, stated, that is all I have to say. The company is my family, and its development relies on all of you. I will embark on a journey for self-cultivation for a while. The rest will be entrusted to Shizuko and all of you present. As Ouyang exited the conference room and vanished around the corner of the staircase, the sound of notebooks being torn could be heard throughout the room. New task completed. Task assessment. Dimension exploration rating. You have enjoyed the treatment of a top-tier millionaire in this world, achieving the accomplishment. Do as you will. Increase settlement rewards. You have defeated 3 Tiger-class aberrations in this world, enhancing your settlement rewards. You have altered the fate of the original protagonist in this world, resulting in a profound upheaval in the storyline. You have forged a significant bond with this world, and your progress will be prioritized upon your next entry. Task assessment settlement completed. Final settlement rewards. 2 level 2 narrative rewards. 13, 140 paradise coins. Based on the difficulty of the task, a merit reward of 50 points has been granted. Welcome back, Reincarnator Ouyang. You have been assigned to the novice area of Dreamland Paradise, Zone 007. Upon turning the corner, Ouyang was abruptly transported by a flash of white light and regained his vision. He soon realized he had materialized within a modest, yet impeccably clean wooden cabin. Simultaneously, a series of spatial prompts emerged in his mind. This task cabin would serve as his residence in the novice zone of Dreamland Paradise. The initial task cabin is capable of withstanding the vast majority of attacks at this level, making it sufficiently secure for newcomers. To enhance the safety level of the cabin or to increase its internal space, one must elevate their authority level. This authority level is intrinsically linked to the 30 merit points he ultimately earned, presumably a supplementary reward for completing high-difficulty tasks. A notification indicated that Ouyang merit points had reached the threshold for advancement, thus elevating his authority. His current rank is that of a knight. As a knight, he can activate the building function, access the Paradise Store, and utilize the Merit Store for a cost of 20 merit points. Additionally, as a knight, he has the privilege to unlock a cross-border auction house feature and form a combat team of 5, requiring 50 merit points. The quasi-noble privilege allows him to receive information about the next task space 1 hour in advance. It is important to note that the advancement of authority is solely related to the maximum merit points. Redeeming from the Merit Store does not diminish this cap. The sudden influx of information made Ouyang aware that due to the high difficulty of the task world he had entered, the merit rewards were substantial. Particularly, he had directly altered the fate of the original protagonist, rendering the entire plot task unrecognizable. This considerable merit reward propelled Ouyang to the rank of knight, a quasi-noble status. Although he was uncertain how many tasks an ordinary reincarnator must complete to attain the knight rank, it seemed evident that his progression was remarkably swift. Given the cabin's formidable defensive capabilities and confidentiality, Ouyang did not feel an immediate urge to venture outside. According to the rules of the space, with his current knight status, he could remain in the reincarnation space for 30 days after each task completion before proceeding to the task teleportation platform for the next round of challenges. In Dreamland Paradise, time within the task world passes in an instant, regardless of how long it may seem to the outside world. This privilege of remaining for an extended period was a benefit of achieving the knight rank. Initially, the novice title only allowed 3 days within Dreamland Paradise before one was required to embark on challenge tasks. Following this pattern, early tasks are frequent, allowing for rigorous selection. However, once a certain level of authority is reached, the reincarnator can control the duration of their time spent in the task space. Ouyang Xiu proceeded to explore the Paradise Store function. The privileges bestowed upon a knight's retinue are remarkable. As his voice resonated, a vast menu materialized before Ouyang Xiu, akin to a three-dimensional projection, exuding an aura of science fiction. The Paradise Store, as a foundational establishment within the Dreamland, allows for the acquisition of basic equipment and skill scrolls using Paradise coins and medals. These include modest handguns along with the corresponding basic firearms mastery. Melee weapons such as knives, swords, and clubs, accompanied by their respective foundational combat skills. Notably, these items are characterized by their plentiful availability. One may procure as many as desired, though they lack any distinctive advantages, being standardized equipment. End of chapter. A second update. Chapter 14. Dreamland. Gratitude to Yushir for the generous donation. Accessing the Merit Store, Ouyang Xiu began to explore its functionalities. The items available were particularly intriguing. Tracking card allows one to accompany a reincarnator into their task world, priced at 20 merit points each. Required privilege, Knight's Retinue. Storage card offers 1 cubic meter of storage space for inanimate objects, priced at 20 merit points each. Required privilege, Knight's Retinue. Exchange card. If dissatisfied with the next task world, it allows for a random exchange, priced at 10 merit points each. Required privilege, Knight. Insight card provides insights into a target life form, yielding certain information, priced at 5 merit points each. Required privilege, Knight. Although the Knight's privileges offered only 4 items, each was notably practical and unique. While Ouyang Xiu had no immediate need for the storage card due to his ability to utilize a devouring space for an average reincarnator, possessing a card for item storage is exceedingly valuable. Next, he turned his attention to the cross-border auction house, a privilege accessible solely to knights, promising extraordinary benefits. Eagerly rubbing his pudgy little hands, Ouyang Xiu expressed great anticipation. Upon uttering the 5 words to open the cross-border auction house, a multitude of data manifested upon the wooden walls of the small cabin, subsequently coalescing into vibrant screens. Each screen displayed various categories, such as lineage, equipment, skills, and items, presenting an overwhelming array of options for Ouyang Xiu. According to the Paradise's guidance, the cross-border auction house enables novice reincarnators to engage in auctions and trades in both the outer and inner districts, granting them the opportunity to purchase high-level items in advance. The interface of the cross-border auction house bore a resemblance to certain in-game auction houses Ouyang Xiu had encountered, featuring 2 purchasing methods, bidding and fixed pricing. Bidding entails continuous price increments, concluding after 24 hours, with the highest bidder prevailing. Fixed pricing allows for immediate purchase at the seller's indicated price. As the prices are publicly available, there is little chance of exorbitant pricing, and the market will fluctuate directly based on demand. In Ouyang Xiu's view, this environment is particularly suitable for a newcomer like him, who has just entered the realm of dreams and is still unfamiliar with the surroundings. However, the cross-border auction house requires his current knight privileges to access, and although Ouyang Xiu is unaware of the difficulty in obtaining such merits, it would not be an exaggeration to describe his performance during the novice tasks as unparalleled. Before making any moves, it is prudent to assess what provisions can be carried. Although Ouyang Xiu had lived as a top-tier millionaire in his previous world, indulging in a life of freedom, one can never predict what challenges may arise in the next world. What if he finds himself stranded on a deserted island? In such a case, having food and water becomes paramount. It is worth noting that slimes also require sustenance, as metabolism is a fundamental aspect of biological activity, being the source of energy acquisition. At Ouyang Xiu's current level, he primarily relies on food intake. Nutritional paste type 1, rich in various vitamins and minerals, providing comprehensive and balanced nutrition for living organisms. Price, 1 paradise coin. Note, consuming it will invigorate you. Bottled water, the source of life. Price, 1 paradise coin. Ouyang Xiu, with a mindset distinct from the average reincarnator, first purchased an enormous quantity of food and water, 1,000 units of nutritional paste and 1,000 bottles of water. With such a stockpile, even if he were marooned on an island, he could live a leisurely life for several years. Fortunately, Ouyang Xiu possesses a seemingly infinite space for storage. Otherwise, he would need to acquire dozens of storage cards to hold such non-combat essentials. Well then, let's explore other options. With survival in the wilderness no longer a concern, it would be wise to procure some medical supplies in case of any injuries. Ouyang Xiu tapped his finger lightly, bypassing the purchase of combat-related items once more. Medical kit contains 3 emergency bandages, 1 hemostatic spray, 1 oral platelet capsule, and 1 set of auxiliary medical equipment. Price, 50 Paradise Coins. Universal Antitoxin Serum Type 1. Effective in neutralizing low-level toxins. Price: 20 Paradise Coins. He opted for 5 medical kits and 5 antitoxin serums. Before Ouyang-Shou's traversal, he had watched an anime titled Cautious Hero, which had deeply influenced him, leading to excessive purchases of basic items. It is also prudent to acquire some equipment, for leaving such a substantial amount of dream coins idle in his pocket would indeed be a waste. With this thought in mind, Ouyang-Shou finally began to contemplate combat-related matters, scrolling through an array of dazzling combat items. In contrast to the straightforward descriptions of other auxiliary items, the combat equipment was varied in type and diverse in effects. The screen in the wooden house predominantly displayed combat-related items, accounting for a staggering 80 of the total offerings. Like browsing through a treasure trove of auction items, Ouyang-Shou perused the contents with eyes alight with countless images and information. At last, he made his choice. The item he selected was none other than Equipment. Crown of the Sage rating. Rare Effect 1. Significantly increases base magical power. Effect 2. Greatly enhances the speed of magical recovery. Price: 1 dream medal in his prior encounter with the kelp monster. Ouyang-Shou had already sensed that his slime body possessed a remarkable immunity to physical attacks. Even when faced with grievous injuries such as being bisected or losing limbs, he found that by expending a certain amount of magical energy, he could swiftly recuperate. Since he had yet to experience other forms of assault, Ouyang-Shou opted to purchase this magic recovery equipment based on the information available to him. It was evident that combat-oriented gear would soon require dream medals and costly paradise coins. After symbolically acquiring a piece of combat equipment, Ouyang-Shou then discovered an item that suited him perfectly, found in the You Might Also Like section of the Dream Paradise. What a curious feature this Dream Paradise has, offering suggestions based on preference. Indeed, I find them all quite appealing. Name: Frozen Body of the Half-Elf. Description: this is a male body, a blend of elf and human, which has lost all consciousness within its shell, yet is preserved in vitality by ice magic. Price: 1,000 Paradise Coins. Seller's note: this is an exceptionally handsome body. Females may purchase it for fantasy, while males can use it as a model for cosmetic surgery. Just gazing at the image stirred Ouyang-Shou's admiration, with its long, blue, ice crystal-like hair, sharply defined features, and a body of perfect proportions. Ah, you shall be my new vessel. I still prefer to thrive on good looks. End of chapter. First update: the cause and effect are intertwined. Your recommendation votes belong to me. Chapter 15. Novice Zone. After absorbing the hybrid elf appearance, adorned with a silver crown encrusted with sapphires, Ouyang-Shou gazed at his reflection with increasing satisfaction. This physique, this visage, nearly rivals the elegance of my former life. Let us venture forth. Ouyang-Shou pushed open the door of the small wooden cabin, officially stepping into the novice zone. The first sight that greeted him was an endless array of compact wooden houses. Judging by the number of cabins visible to him, it was clear that the number of reincarnators in the number 007 novice zone was quite substantial. Considering his circumstances, Ouyang-Shou boldly speculated that not all reincarnators were necessarily human. Simultaneously, he noticed that at the center of every cluster of wooden houses, there were 2 uniquely designed structures. The first structure resembled a black cube, enveloped in vibrant, colorful ribbons, with a colorful orb atop it continuously emitting neon lights. The second edifice is a white cylindrical structure, adorned with a glaring sign inscribed with the words Trade Center. Clearly, this establishment is designated for the exchange of goods among reincarnators who lack noble privileges. As one of the 2 intriguing buildings in the novice area, Ouyang-Shou felt compelled to pay a visit. His first destination was the Trade Center, eager to ascertain the market prices of the items he had previously purchased. Don't miss out. A handgun with infinite bullets for merely 1,000 Paradise Coins, bronze swords, bronze axes, and red tassel spears, all priced at a mere 100 Paradise Coins. No deceit from Sister Tong, all for just 100. The raucous shouts of vendors reached Ouyang-Shou's ears even before he stepped inside the trade center, reminiscent of the bustling markets of his past life. Although the price of the bleeding bandages at 50 Paradise Coins was exorbitantly higher than at auction houses, it remained relatively reasonable within the novice zone. Even aimlessly wandering during novice quests, one could likely afford such basic exploration rewards. Indeed, upon entering the center, Ouyang-Shou observed that the vendor selling bandages was surrounded by a throng of reincarnators. However, he discerned that the plethora of goods displayed was merely a tactic to attract attention. In contrast, the vendor selling the infinite bullet handgun seemed to be exploiting the naivete of newcomers. Many first-time reincarnators exhibit an inexplicable adoration for handguns. Upon hearing about infinite bullets, their eyes glimmer with excitement. Yet, in the realm of fantasy, Those wielding guns often find themselves outmatched by those with blades. Even in reality, a standard small-caliber handgun would struggle to incapacitate a well-trained muscular adversary unless a precise shot to the head is achieved. Of course, despite Ouyangxiu's awareness of the deceptive nature of this product, he chose not to voice any objections, as newcomers must be prepared for such realities. He was merely there to survey the prices, akin to browsing a shopping mall and later purchasing preferred items online at a more economical rate. The thrill derived from this experience transcended mere monetary savings. It instilled a feeling of having gained an advantage. With this mindset, Ouyangxiu meandered about, picking up intriguing items to examine leisurely. Through inquiries about the Dream Paradise, he learned that setting up a stall in the trade center incurs no fees and that vendors are protected by the paradise. Items cannot be removed without auctioning, or else penalties will be imposed. Free stalls with protective measures. How considerate of Dream Paradise. Or perhaps they simply recognize that the penniless souls of the novice area yield no profit. Ouyangxiu stroked his chin thoughtfully, gathering information and insights during his stroll. The novice area is not a place to linger. It is filled with individuals whom the paradise deems unworthy of exploitation, devoid of prospects. He pondered how to access the outer districts of Dream Paradise. Ouyangxiu inquired of Paradise in his mind. Paradise replied, upon completing the novice tasks, you will enter the novice zone. After finishing 2 tasks in this area, you will automatically proceed to the promotion task. Upon its completion, you will gain access to the outer district. What if I fail the promotion task? Ouyangxiu asked. You will remain trapped in the novice zone until you complete 2 tasks again to re-attempt the promotion. Note, failure of the promotion task will incur a penalty task. The answer was clearly not promising. It seemed essential to prepare more thoroughly. Afterward, Ouyangxiu wandered aimlessly, departing from the bustling trading center and turning towards the black cubic structure, pushing open a slightly ajar black door. He was greeted by the intoxicating aroma of cocktails mingled with the vibrant air. The rhythmic beats of dance music invigorated the atmosphere. As men and women alike swayed fervently on the dance floor, their bodies twisting passionately. Dressed in alluring attire, women giggled as they mingled among the men, teasing them with playful banter. On plush pink sofas, women nestled seductively in the embrace of men, exchanging flirtatious whispers while the men sipped their drinks. This was indeed the most captivating aspect of life in the novice zone. In the center of the dance floor, an array of enchanting young women danced to the pulsating rhythm, their fair figures illuminated by the flickering neon lights, long hair swaying in harmony with their movements. In an instant, an atmosphere of flirtation enveloped the entire bar. Indeed, this was a quaint tavern, a place for novice reincarnators to unwind and indulge in leisure after the tension of exhilarating battles. Such establishments were as frequent as small wooden cabins, equally significant as the trading center, reflecting Dream Paradise's consideration for novice reincarnators, ensuring even their entertainment needs were met. In his past life, Ouyangxiu was an ordinary university student and seldom visited such places. However, he had not been entirely a stranger to them, having once played wingman for a close friend at a bar, assisting in social endeavors. He himself did not particularly enjoy this atmosphere. Being a gamer and an anime enthusiast in his previous life, he found little appeal in the gaudy allure of nightlife. Moreover, while the women in the bar were undeniably alluring and each possessed their unique charm, Ouyangxiu was not fond of the idea of superficial encounters. Recognizing that many men mistakenly believe that donning a flashy watch, polishing their shoes, or renting a sports car would guarantee romantic success. Unaware that the women they pursued were often either gold diggers or paid companions. Ultimately, the distinction between hunter and prey was quite ambiguous. A note of caution: children should refrain from visiting bars. End of chapter. Second update. Gratitude for the support. Congratulations to Night at 6 for becoming the second cherished patron. I would like to express my gratitude for the generous tips and votes of recommendation. I, Hong Tangjun, shall continue to strive diligently. Allow me to offer a glimpse into the 3rd volume of the Naruto series, where a charming little girl will make her appearance as the protagonist's sidekick. Can you guess her name? By the way, my regular update schedule is as follows: the first update at 1 a.m. and the second at 2 a.m. Chapter 16. Bartender Tony disregarding the men and women lounging on the pink sofa. Ouyangxiu made his way directly to the bar, casually waving to the bartender and ordering a depth charge. He requested the cocktail with minimal ice and a slice of lemon. A refined gentleman in a fitted suit and red bow tie acknowledged him and skillfully poured from several metallic cups, his movements elegant and practiced, particularly when he deftly transferred a cup from under his arm back into his hand, a display of remarkable finesse. The depth charge, also known as the J. Gerbomb, consists of a small glass filled with Red Bull submerged within a larger glass containing J. Germeister. It is not only affordable and delicious, but also invigorating. The combination of Jaeger and Red Bull is said to relieve all sorrows, reminiscent of love itself. Yet, as Ouyang accepted the expertly mixed Jaeger cocktail, a look of perplexity crossed his face. Having recently overcome a formidable foe, the pinnacle of the tiger level, he was no stranger to keen observation. And he quickly discerned that this bartender was, in fact, a reincarnator. This revelation astonished both Ouyang and his cheerful companions. Unable to contain his astonishment and curiosity, Ouyang inquired aloud, "Are you a reincarnator?" The bartender, evidently accustomed to such inquiries, turned back with a smile and replied, "Indeed, I am a reincarnator. My name is Tony. I anticipate your questions. This position was bestowed upon me by the dream space. Despite my current demeanor, I am a seasoned reincarnator, having undergone a promotion task once." Tony's sincere smile appeared genuine, devoid of deception. There was no need for pretense, as his unique circumstances had gradually dulled the ambitions he once harbored upon entering the paradise. "What? You have experienced a promotion task? Could you share your story with me?" Ouyang exclaimed, his astonishment unabated, causing him to spit out the drink he had just swallowed. "I can share my tale with you at no cost. But please note that sharing information within the dream paradise incurs an information tax. Are you willing to pay?" Upon receiving Ouyang's affirmative response, Tony lifted his gaze, his golden hair shimmering under the bar's lights, his eyes filled with nostalgia and wistfulness as he began recounting his past. "When I first entered the dream space, I believed myself to be the protagonist. Upon arrival, I awakened my talent, basic water element affinity. Any water-related equipment and skills I utilized were slightly enhanced. Water, as a fundamental element, undoubtedly possesses boundless potential. Thus, even when my memories of the task world were obscured, I successfully navigated the novice quest through my exceptional abilities, in a realm that was particularly advantageous for me. This was a region known as the Caribbean, where pirates reigned supreme upon the ocean, creating chaos and plundering passing vessels. However, where there is water, there lies my domain. I moved through the sea with the same freedom as the fish, using my sharp blades to pierce their decks. Indeed, my novice quest yielded immense rewards. Yet, a life devoid of challenges often breeds arrogance, and I began to swell with pride. With the acquisition of a water-based magic, my reckless behavior intensified, and upon entering the first official world, I sought to unearth hidden quests. Naturally, I failed. To this day, I recall that the plot of that world was not particularly complex. It revolved around an expedition team discovering a primordial jungle harboring a giant python. My proud water arrow spell barely grazed the creature's skin, and it was only due to the sacrifice of a formidable plot character that I managed to salvage my life. My first official task ended in failure, and I faced punishment. The subsequent official task morphed into a punitive endeavor, which was nothing short of a nightmare. My abilities were completely sealed, and I was cast into a world teeming with Pokemon. Electric bamboo rats, fire-breathing dragons, and vine-controlling frogs constituted the entire ecological chain, while I remained an ordinary human. This time, my failure was even more profound. I cowered in fear, performing menial tasks like delivering messages in a small town. What kind of evaluation could I possibly receive under such circumstances? With this accumulation of failures, I approached the promotion task, and merely surviving that ordeal felt like a stroke of luck. It was a vast battlefield, where numerous warlords wagered the world in pursuit of dominance over the 9 provinces. I joined a faction known as the Shu Army, becoming a lowly foot soldier. My water arrow finally demonstrated its might, piercing through an enemy soldier with a single shot. Yet, ironically, such soldiers numbered in the tens of thousands, while my total magical power allowed me to cast only 5 arrows. I could no longer bear to remain. I abandoned the promotion task and fled. Even though this was not my first confession, Tony's eyes brimmed with regret as he recalled the experience, lowering his head with a long sigh. Thus it was that the dreamlike paradise spared me, choosing not to obliterate me, but instead granting me the role of a bartender in a tavern. For me, there could be no more fitting destiny. My story has concluded. Sir, let this drink serve as my treat to you. With a nostalgic expression, Tony adjusted his little suit, revealing a professional smile that concealed his inner disappointment. Your story is truly captivating, Teacher Tony. Perhaps without your cautionary tale, I too would have fallen into the same trap. This drink carries great value. Ouyang swiftly exchanged 100 paradise coins with the bartender reincarnator, despite the original price of this drink being merely 2 coins. Thank you for your generosity. Please enjoy your time of joy, Tony said with a slight bow before turning to greet a new guest, leaving Ouyang to ponder in solitude. Although his memories were not erased, the serpent world that Tony mentioned was unknown to Ouyang from his previous life. Coupled with Tony's references to punitive and promotional tasks, the deduction of 100 paradise coins as an intelligence tax further validated Tony's assertions. Given the authenticity of this information, Ouyang Shou found himself lost in thought. The punitive tasks likely involved sealing one's abilities, forcing individuals to participate in a special task mode akin to an ordinary person. Failure to complete an official task could result in being thrust into a daunting world of challenges. The details regarding promotional tasks remained scant, but it was inferred that reincarnators would likely confront warlike task realms. However, this could not be definitively confirmed, as Tony had been evasive about the specifics of his previous promotional tasks, rendering them of little reference value. Ultimately, it became imperative to approach each task world with utmost seriousness. Ouyang Shou drained his glass, his gaze sharpening with determination. End of chapter. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all esteemed readers for their support. Here, I humbly seek your recommendations and investments. Chapter 17. A new journey. Having just concluded a training session, Ouyang Shou exhaled a deep breath, reaching for a towel to wipe the beads of sweat from his brow. Type 1 training card enables the establishment of a small training dimension within a safe house, where users can simulate battles against virtual monsters of varying levels. Engaging in combat will still result in physical injury. Users may call for a pause at any time. Price: 100 paradise coins. This training card was a newfound treasure for Ouyang Shou, allowing him to simulate an attack from a monster while ensuring his safety by pausing at will. Each card remains active for 5 hours. It is among the most popular products, readily available in ordinary paradise shops, though occasionally, slightly cheaper versions appear in cross-border auction houses, only to be swiftly snatched up. Whether novice or seasoned reincarnators, the continuous evolution of combat styles and techniques necessitates ongoing training to spark new insights and hone skills. Ouyang Shou purchased 10 of these training cards, adhering to a regimen of training for 1 day, followed by 2 days of rest. During his days of leisure, he would wander the trading center and listen to the boastful tales in the bar, enjoying a carefree and pleasant life until he received a notification. Ding. Reincarnator Ouyang Shou. Please note that your rest period has expired. You must proceed immediately to the teleportation platform located beside the bar. Dreamlike spirit prompt. Night, Ouyang Shou. Please depart at once. Huh? Upon hearing the second sentence, Ouyang Shou immediately recognized the essence of the narrative. A true embodiment of the existence that devours space at any moment, with a heartfelt gesture. Ding. Detecting that the reincarnator Ouyang Shou possesses knightly privileges. A synopsis of the next world's plot will be provided. This realm unfolds across a vast ocean, adorned with islands of various sizes scattered across this azure expanse. In this world, there once existed a man who possessed everything: wealth, fame, power, all within his grasp. He was the former pirate king. Yet, after attaining all that this world had to offer, he unexpectedly surrendered to the Navy, in a bid to execute this world-renowned pirate king before the eyes of all. The Navy orchestrated the most extensive public execution campaign. To the astonishment of all, just before his execution, the pirate king uttered these words: "Do you desire my treasure? If so, venture to the sea and seek it. I have placed everything in the world there." In an instant, the winds began to stir, heralding the dawn of the great pirate era. Having listened to the beginning, Ouyang Shou already discerned the nature of the next world, the widely acclaimed pirate king. In this world, there exist 2 primary systems of combat prowess, one rooted in haki, a conventional human power system, and the other centered on devil fruits, a system of extraordinary abilities. Devil fruits, known as the hidden treasures of the sea, are invaluable yet scarce. They embody the demons of the ocean, granting various abilities upon consumption. However, the price is that the consumer is forsaken by the sea, becoming a landlubber. Devil fruit abilities are categorized into 3 main types: paramecia, zoan, and logia, with no duplication of powers. When the original fruit's wielder perishes, such fruits reappear. One must consume the very first bite of a freshly cut devil fruit to gain its abilities. Subsequent consumers receive no benefit. All devil fruits are unique, with no identical abilities existing concurrently. They only re-emerge upon the death of their previous consumers. For most reincarnators, the fear of the sea pales in comparison to the extraordinary powers gained from consuming a devil fruit, as this apprehension can be mitigated or resolved through various means. Moreover, many task worlds may never even encounter the ocean. Thus, even in a transparent marketplace, such as the interdimensional auction house, the prices of devil fruits remain exorbitantly high, particularly for logia fruits, which have reached astronomical values. After all, a single devil fruit can serve as a core system, accompanying the reincarnator on their journey of growth, making the high prices quite justifiable. Naturally, there is a hidden flaw with devil fruits. An individual may consume only one, barring rare exceptions. However, these concerns are still distant for Ouyang Shou. His immediate priority is to procure essential items for his journey into this world. For instance, beginner swimming proficiency, skill scroll, upon use, grants the reincarnator enhanced swimming techniques. 500 paradise coins. Intermediate swimming proficiency, skill scroll, upon use, grants the reincarnator artistic swimming techniques. 2,000 paradise coins. In her previous life, Ouyang Xiao had acquired swimming skills during a sweltering summer, resulting in a sun-kissed complexion. Thus, she bypassed the need for a basic swimming mastery skill scroll. Although slimes can thrive in the ocean without the necessity of breathing oxygen, lacking appropriate swimming techniques would lead to persistent descent into the abyss, restricting freedom of movement in the sea. After purchasing these 2 scrolls, Ouyang Xiao found her paradise coins nearly depleted, reduced to a mere 1, 2, and 1 coin respectively, rendering her a pauper. Upon acquiring the scrolls, Ouyang Xiao held them tightly, reciting the incantation to activate them, resulting in their shattering and merging into her being as luminous streams. First, the foundational swimming techniques materialized in her mind, akin to the graceful movements depicted in martial arts manuals, evolving continuously like a slideshow as she began to meditate with closed eyes. Subsequently, a series of artistic swimming poses, guided by a peculiar force, ingrained muscle memory within her arms and legs, as if she could effortlessly dance through the water with a mere lift of her leg. After marveling at the convenience of the cross-border auction house, Ouyang Xiao proceeded to the mission world as teleportation platform. However, despite being in a novice zone, the teleportation platform was exceedingly rudimentary. Before her stood a convex circular disc, reminiscent of a water well, albeit devoid of any water. What was even more frustrating was that this teleportation platform required queuing, due to the presence of only 1 platform per area. The likelihood of encountering fellow reincarnators was considerably high when luck favored. Having just made her purchases, Ouyang Xiao found herself at the back of the line, watching as the reincarnators ahead vanished in bursts of white light. Nevertheless, knowing she had prior knowledge of the mission storyline and had made adequate preparations left Ouyang Xiao feeling quite satisfied. The ocean, here I come. End of this chapter. Second update chapter 18. Survival of the fittest, the victor reigns. Rogtown, a prosperous and affluent small town, is renowned as the town of beginnings and endings, situated in the East Sea, near the entrance to the Grand Line. The previous pirate king, Roger, was born and executed here. Despite being overseen by the cigar aficionado and utterly incompetent Navy Colonel Smoker, the town's prime location has not diminished its vibrancy. At this moment, a shadowy alley suddenly illuminated with dozens of beams of white light, which vanished as quickly as they appeared, leaving behind a scattering of eccentrically dressed individuals. This narrow alley, often a mere gap between desolate buildings, remained untouched by human presence. The bright light appeared swiftly and vanished just as quickly, unnoticed by anyone. One among those who had fallen to the ground awoke first, surveying the surroundings and grasping the situation with a mere glance. These must be the reincarnators who arrived in this world alongside me, all seemingly devoid of consciousness, indicating they too are novice reincarnators. The first to awaken, Ouyang Xiao, received a prompt from the paradise. Reincarnator Ouyang Xiao, you have officially entered the task world. This task world operates in peace mode. Defeating other reincarnators will yield no items. Main task: join one of the factions within this world to maximize the exploration potential. Task commences. As the others remained in their slumber, offering no value for collaboration, Ouyang Xiao decided to leave a slime clone to entertain them. With a light tap of his toes, he leaped away from the place of his arrival. Being transported here has left my head throbbing. Wait, I am the first to awaken. Indeed, I am the strongest. A man stirred slowly, rubbing his head in confusion, and upon realizing he was the first to awaken, his face lit up with joy. However, the varying strengths among the individuals were minimal. Soon, one by one, the reincarnators began to awaken, and the slime clone, which had been feigning death, pretended to just regain consciousness. Through the prompts from the paradise, they learned of the peace mode, which rendered hostility unwise. Though a sense of vigilance lingered in their hearts, they outwardly cultivated a facade of camaraderie. The first to awaken, eager to assert his status and prestige, stood at the alley's entrance, arms crossed and nose tilted skyward, offering critiques to the awakening reincarnators. You, quite impressive, being the second to awaken, you possess talent. You, not bad, third to awaken, worthy of cultivation. He evaluated each of the more than a dozen individuals, leaving the newly awakened reincarnators utterly perplexed, exchanging glances before nodding in agreement. Master, one of the fifth reincarnators, wearing a fresh expression, inquired, esteemed strong one, are you the novice instructor? Yet, the first to awaken scoffed, replying coldly, no, I am simply stronger than all present. Let me tell you, survival of the fittest, the victor reigns supreme. I am Wang Jinjia. The tone of this man's speech, coupled with his prowess, elevated his presence significantly. What? Are you not the young philosopher from a past life who discovered the true fragrance principle? Unbelievable, even in this dream paradise. Our fates remain unchanged, the strong forever prevail. Such a powerhouse is indeed worthy of our allegiance. Brother Wang, please lead us. I second that. Having just completed a novice quest, the reincarnators sought a guiding figure, intending to firmly grasp this opportunity. Very well, since you sincerely request my guidance, I shall graciously oblige. Stay close. Our path shall be remarkably smooth. The reincarnator Wang Jingze took the lead, presenting a cool and composed silhouette for the newcomers trailing behind. While his tone was notably frosty, it only served to entice the eager novices further. A true stronghold must possess such an aloof demeanor. A dozen uniquely dressed reincarnators closely followed Wang Jingze, fearful of lagging behind and being left behind. Nevertheless, Wang Jingze skillfully navigated the winding streets, leading the group to the heart of Rock Town. Not only that, he provided astute analysis. Everyone, you must have heard the hints from the paradise. From a few brief words, we can deduce that the world we have entered is one ruled by pirates. Since the former pirate king possessed everything in this world, it is evident that pirates are the dominant force here. The main quest beckons us to join. Therefore, we need not deliberate further. We shall become pirates. As Wang Jingze spoke, he gestured dramatically, enhancing the persuasiveness of his words. Although the group had already speculated, hearing it from a powerful figure carried a different weight. The novices exchanged glances, smiling and nodding in agreement. This felt promising. They had indeed followed the right person. It was akin to how many successful entrepreneurs in the past would share their insights or experiences, while anyone might occasionally have a moment of brilliance. The impact of a billionaire stating, "I do not care for money," is vastly different from that of a penniless individual making the same claim. Brother Wang, look. That appears to be a gallows, a keen-eyed novice exclaimed, spotting the execution platform at the center of Rog Town. Ha, you have a sharp eye. The gallows situated at the town center is certainly remarkable. Go and inquire about it, Wang Jingze directed, pointing to a novice to approach. An ordinary novice dared not defy the command of the leader. With a flattering smile, he casually approached an elderly passerby in town to ask about the gallows. Oh, that's the execution platform of the former pirate king, a figure who possessed all the wealth, power, and status in the world. Yet, even he met his end. The elder replied, unfazed by the ignorance of the newcomers, chuckling softly. The novice inquiring about directions felt as if his mind had exploded. What did he say? The execution platform of the Pirate King? Upon hearing the words Pirate King, none of the subsequent information registered in his mind. Muttering those words incessantly, he vacantly approached Wang Jingze, and with a sudden glimmer in his eyes, he exclaimed, Brother Wang, this is the execution platform of the Pirate King. End of this chapter, the first update. Every cause must have its consequence. Your recommendation belongs to me. Chapter 19, The Demon Blade, Ghost Slash. What? The execution platform of the Pirate King? Humph. As I suspected. Upon hearing this, Wang Jingze felt a surge of astonishment. But in order to maintain the high prestige he had cultivated over time, he feigned a look of knowing surprise. Since this is the execution platform of the Pirate King, it signifies that we are in the heart of the mission world. Let us commence our pirate journey from here. Wang Jingze raised his fist to the sky, issuing an exhilarating shout. Haha, Brother Wang, I understand. A novice instantly grasped what he should do and dashed to the execution platform of the Pirate King. Shouting loudly, our mighty pirate crew is about to be formed. Brave warriors, come and join us. He spread his arms wide, calling out from the high platform as if he sought to awaken the dreams of all the youth. However, before he could continue announcing the recruitment methods and necessary information to join the Pirate King's crew, a regiment of neatly dressed naval soldiers swiftly surrounded him. One of the naval corporals stepped forward, brandishing a wooden megaphone, and shouted towards the platform, You there, pirate. You are surrounded. Surrender immediately, crouch down, and cover your head. We, the Navy, will consider granting you a dignified capture. Witnessing this sudden turn of events, the novice trembled atop the platform, his trousers dampening with fear. What the heck? Isn't this the world of the Pirate King? I've barely been posturing for 2 minutes, and I'm already surrounded by the Navy? I surrender. The novice immediately clasped his hands atop his head, obediently crouching down, as 4 naval soldiers tightly bound him, one in front, one behind, one to the left, and one to the right, securing his limbs with chains forged from sea prism stone. Brother, what do we do? The novices below, witnessing this scene, were thrown into a state of panic, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. Being taken away by the Navy, even a dignified demise would be considered a favor. The thought of being subjected to severe torture sent chills down their spines. Calm down. This is merely a test from the pirate forces. The first faction is not so easily infiltrated. This fellow has underestimated the situation. Wang Jingzi swallowed hard, forcing himself to remain composed. Fortunately, it isn't me who is going, or I would have revealed my hand. Brothers, let us steady ourselves and find a place to deliberate our next steps. That's a good plan. I second that. Meanwhile, Ouyang Xiao, who had already devised a strategy, had made his way to a weapon shop in Rogue Town. The proprietor, named Bin Song, was a master craftsman renowned for his exceptional blade forging skills and was also a devout believer in the true spirit of the samurai. As a minor character with a name in the original work, his greatest contribution lies in providing the second male protagonist, Zaro, with the family heirloom sword, Snowwalk. Snowwalk is a beautifully crafted black lacquered katana, featuring a chaotic blade design and an exquisitely ornate sheath. It belongs to the esteemed category of the 50 Great Blades. The 50 Great Blades are no trifling matter. There are only 50 in total, each renowned worldwide, rendering them truly unique treasures. The challenge that Ouyang Xiao faces is how to acquire this exceptional sword from the shopkeeper without spending a single coin. In the original narrative, Zaro also managed to obtain this heirloom through a series of audacious maneuvers without payment. Initially, he intended to purchase the cursed sword, Sandai Katetsu, but the shopkeeper, Ipponmatsu, advised him against it, warning that the sword would bring misfortune to its owner. Such an honest shopkeeper. It is no wonder the store is on the brink of closure. However, Zoro, known for his reckless daring, boldly drew the cursed sword and tossed it into the air, extending his right hand to allow the sword to slash downwards, proclaiming that while others feared the cursed blade, he was unafraid. A miracle unfolded. Under the influence of Zaro's immense luck, the sword, reputed to slay its master, miraculously spun in mid-air, gracefully avoiding Zaro's arm before embedding itself into the ground. Observing the unscathed second protagonist, Ipponmatsu was left utterly astonished, not only gifting Zaro the Sandai Katetsu but also bestowing upon him the family heirloom, Snowwalk, one of the 50 Great Blades. Thus, the closure of this shop seemed inevitable, largely independent of whether Colonel Smoker managed Logtown or not. Regaining his composure, Ouyang Xiao contemplated a clever scheme to procure a sword. It was quite simple, as a slime, losing an arm was hardly an issue, as he could simply reattach it later. Therefore, shopkeeper, I wish to purchase the Sandai Katetsu. I trust everyone can anticipate what plot unfolds next. I shall not elaborate further. Haha. Exiting the weapon shop with 2 fine swords at his waist, Ouyang Xiao felt immensely satisfied. Casually reattaching his severed arm that had been cut off by the Sandai Katetsu, he was not the protagonist of this world. It was almost a foregone conclusion that he would lose his hand to the cursed sword. Reflecting on the scene where Ipponmatsu's jaw dropped onto the table as his arm was severed, Ouyang Xiao found it inexplicably amusing. In the midst of the shopkeeper's stunned contemplation, he had successfully taken away the family heirloom, Sandai Katetsu, a cursed sword, rated extraordinary. It possesses the sharpness of the great blades, but may induce a state of disorientation in the wielder, diminishing their luck. Snowwalk, one of the 50 Great Blades, rated supreme. This sword significantly enhances slashing speed. Casually picking up Snowwalk and swinging it with satisfaction, Ouyang Xiao felt a sense of fulfillment. Knowing that the next world he would enter was that of One Piece, he deliberately refrained from purchasing additional weapons. For he understood that regardless of which island he landed upon, the likelihood of acquiring powerful weapons was exceedingly favorable, given his understanding of the narrative. However, although he took out the 3 generations of the cursed blade, he had no intention of using it. Instead, he casually tossed one into the devouring space, intending to bring it back to the paradise for auction. The renowned black scabbard sword, adorned by the exquisite beauty of Ouyang Xiao, effortlessly captured the attention of passing maidens, filling his heart with satisfaction. Following his predetermined plan, Ouyang Xiao approached a common Navy soldier stationed in the town and expressed his desire to join the Navy. Do you wish to enlist in the Navy? Very well, I shall escort you to meet Colonel Smoker immediately, judging by appearances alone. The Navy soldier perceived Ouyang Xiao as a formidable ally. His smile and looks were impeccable. It is worth noting that the appearance of the pirates is also of great importance. Those familiar with the anime understand that the Navy typically dons neatly fitted sailor uniforms, wielding formidable flintlock guns with an air of authority. Navy officers, in particular, are draped in imposing white capes, emblazoned with the characters for justice, unmistakably representing an official force and a noble character. In stark contrast to the polished Navy, the pirate community exhibits a peculiar array of individuals, with bizarre facial features, froggy faces, octopus heads, and saw-like noses. Such eccentricities are commonplace. If one does not adorn their face with a riot of colorful markings, they might feel out of place among pirates. Their physiques are equally grotesque, varying in shapes and sizes, long, square, round, or flat. They encompass it all. The creator has been exceptionally cruel in bestowing upon them their visages and forms, often rendering them almost unwatchable. Thus, Ouyang inherently disliked this profession. After all, beauty is justice, regardless of location. Enlisting in the Navy is undoubtedly advantageous, far more dignified than the chaotic life of a pirate. What is the lifestyle of the pirate community? They endure the elements, living on the sea, and once they set foot on land, they become like rats, reviled by all. Reflecting on this, Ouyang straightened his attire, adjusted the renowned blade, Shiweizhou, at his left waist, and followed a Navy petty officer towards the Navy branch in Logetown. Colonel Smoker, I present to you a young warrior eager to join the Navy. Due to his significant charm, Ouyang was promptly ushered into the office of Colonel Smoker, the commanding officer of Logetown. Smoker, a Navy colonel, sported silver hair slicked back, a cold visage adorned with 2 hefty cigars. Clad in a Navy coat emblazoned with the word justice on the back and filled with cigars, he lounged with his feet propped up on the desk. Wearing goggles around his neck and bare-chested, wielding a weapon called Shirshio, which was essentially a fork tipped with sea stone. He is the first natural-type devil fruit user to appear in the anime One Piece, having consumed the smoke fruit, which allows his entire body to transform into smoke. This smoke can take on a solid form, ensnaring foes and manifesting various abilities, while also rendering him nearly immune to all conventional physical harm. However, in terms of offensive capabilities, the smoke fruit is arguably the least remarkable among all natural fruits, which is why he has been assigned to this small town as a naval colonel. It is worth noting that other natural-type fruit users within the Navy have been elevated to the rank of the strongest admirals. A formidable figure? Merely a handsome and charming youth. Smoker, with 2 large cigars clamped in his left hand, took a deep drag and exhaled a dense plume of smoke. At this moment, it became evident that his high charisma could only take him so far. Without the requisite strength or special abilities, he would still fail to impress the more powerful individuals in the world of missions. With a smile, Ouyang, who had already prepared his lines, bowed slightly and said, Colonel Smoker, I have come to participate in the Navy's training in the 6 powers, with the aim of maintaining law and order across the world's oceans. His response was quite appropriate and elucidated his purpose. Yet, this evidently did not satisfy Smoker. The 6 powers? Are you overly confident in your own talents? Then open your eyes and watch closely. Smoker was an exceedingly proud individual, yet even he had only mastered 2 of the 6 powers, which required both innate talent and rigorous training to acquire. The 6 powers, comprising Saru, Tekai, Jeppo, Shurgon, Rankyaku, and Rokushiki, are a form of physical technique in One Piece that transcends human physical limits. Each technique possesses distinct capabilities and requires stringent training to master. Only a select few can grasp the nuances after merely observing them once. The 6 powers are highly practical, yet challenging to learn and practice, even among naval officers. Only a few can manage to master several of these techniques. Currently, Smoker had only acquired 2, Saru and Tekai. Sara, one of the 6 powers movement techniques, allowing the user to rapidly stomp the ground dozens of times in an instant, generating explosive reactive force for swift movement, appearing as though teleportation to the enemy's eyes. Tekai, one of the 6 powers defensive techniques, continuously training the body to increase strength, granting it the hardness of iron, impenetrable even to bullets and blades. The principle involves accelerating blood flow to enhance muscle movement. A drawback of Tekai is that while in use, the user cannot move freely, serving solely as a defensive measure. As soon as he finished speaking, Smoker planted his feet firmly on the ground, his gaze shifting, and he vanished from sight in an instant, subsequently reappearing beside Ouyang, delivering a fierce punch. A resounding thud echoed as Ouyang was propelled out of the room, leaving a hole in the wall. Humph, an arrogant young man, Smoker remarked, patting his hands, clearly pleased with his earlier action. He then disregarded the dislocated jaw naval recruit who had guided him, continuing, take him to the military doctor to be treated, then transfer him to the naval recruit camp. Indeed, this strike was premeditated. Smoker is not as boisterous and crude as he appears on the surface, rather. He is a man of subtlety and meticulous thought. His intention was to give this relatively competent newcomer a taste of humility, allowing him to endure the hardships of the ranks and feel the tribulations of the foot soldiers. Afterward, he would re-emerge to offer promotion and recognition, ensuring that this new powerhouse would be filled with gratitude and unwavering loyalty. With confidence, Smoker turned back while carrying his fork and took a couple of deep puffs from his large cigar. Colonel Smoker, I wish to study the 6 forms at the East Blue Navy branch. Emerging from the hole in the wall was none other than Ouyang, who had previously been sent flying. Although the fight appeared exaggerated and fierce, the physical nature of the blows inflicted minimal damage to Ouyang's slime-like body, merely depleting a small amount of his magical energy. How is it possible? After receiving my strike, he can rise so quickly? Although merely a naval colonel, Smoker's unruly and self-willed demeanor is closely linked to his strength, which nearly rivals that of a rear admiral. This is precisely why the Navy headquarters stationed him at the entrance of the new shipping lane. Now, a mere nameless individual who had just arrived for an audition could withstand his charge blow, which truly startled him. As a user of the smoke fruit, most of Smoker's abilities revolve around movement, control, and disruption. True lethality lies in his fists and the sea stone fork in his hand. Are you a devil fruit user? Smoker suddenly recalled something and directly inquired. I am quite intrigued by this power, but I have yet to have the opportunity to consume it, Ouyangxiu said. Emerging from the cavern and standing in the room with his arms spread wide, indicating he had not partaken of it. Very well, to withstand my power. You are a newcomer worth cultivating. I shall write a letter of recommendation to send you to the East Blue Navy branch. I hope you will honor the Navy's investment in you. End of chapter. The first update. Every cause has its effect. Your recommendation vote belongs to me. Chapter 21. Truly delightful big brother, we can't run anymore. A group of novice recruits followed Wang Jingze through the winding streets and alleys, finally escaping the Navy's pursuit and finding a secluded pastry shop. The enticing aroma made their mouths water uncontrollably. However, it was quite perplexing that they all simultaneously realized they possessed no universal currency, the berries of the Pirate King. Big brother, I want to eat pastries. One novice pressed his face against the glass of the display case, drooling. Unlike Ouyangxiu, they had no habit of purchasing large quantities of food. Having just received a few paradise coins from their novice tasks, they had spent it all on combat gear. Even if there was some left, drinks cost nothing. Yet, Wang Jingze found himself short on funds as well. However, being the leader naturally meant he had some tricks up his sleeve. With a grand flourish of his hand, he called out, Boss, bring us 20 cups of hot water. On the second floor of a quaint bakery in Rogtown, a kind elderly woman carried 20 cups of hot water to a group of several reincarnators above. Her face radiated warmth and kindness, as if she found these vibrant young souls quite endearing. I understand you may not have any money, she said, but these 20 cups of sweetened water are my gift to you. Drink up and return home soon. Do not emulate those who wander the seas, embroiled in endless conflict. As the steam rose from the cups of sweetened water, a novice could no longer contain their tears and began to sob softly. What nonsense is this? We are in a world of missions. Witnessing the tears of the novice, Wang Jingze found it difficult to enjoy his drink. Memories of his grandmother flooded back, and he lamented, I want to go home. The weeping novice wiped their tears and took a small sip of the sweetened water. In a society so indifferent, it was this simple beverage that brought a flicker of warmth to their heart. I don't want to continue either, another novice lamented. When I received the evaluation for the beginner's task, Paradise suggested I work as a tavern maid. I thought that might be nice. It seemed yet another novice was contemplating giving up, surrendering to lethargy. Faced with this scene, even someone as worldly as Wang Jingze felt a pang of despair. Just as the journey began, how could morale have plummeted so? The spirit of the group was unraveling, making leadership a formidable challenge. Good things come to those who persevere. Let us not be disheartened. Every beginning is fraught with difficulty. In truth, during our tactical retreat, I had uncovered information regarding a pirate crew within the town, and we would soon discover a way to join them. Wang Jingze felt compelled to share this fabricated information to uplift the group, though he had not actually seen any pirate crew. However, this time he was mistaken. Indeed, there were no pirates in the town as they roamed the seas. Unless one were to speak of a clandestine dark force, it would be Bartolomeo, the leader of the local underworld and possessor of the barrier fruit, who later became a subordinate of the anime's protagonist. Friends, I have a suggestion, and I wonder how you might feel about it. The slime clone, Ouyangxiu No. 1, could no longer endure the atmosphere and decided to step forward to shift the momentum. Since we cannot align ourselves with the pirate faction, why not consider the Navy instead? After all, we are all in this together. If we can lend a hand, let us do so. Every encounter is a twist of fate. And who can blame me for being a good person? How could we possibly join the Navy? We have braved storms and tempests, enduring countless trials, all for the sake of joining the pirate faction. This cannot be allowed. Wang Jingze was immediately provoked, springing to his feet, gesticulating wildly. I, Wang Jingze, would rather starve to death outside. I would leap from here. To be captured by the Navy, subjected to torture and public execution, is a fate I would choose over forsaking the pirate life. As Wang Jingze stood atop the bench, his arms flailing and voice resounding, his figure was swiftly spotted by the patrolling Navy below. Quick, quick, quick. They are right above the pastry shop. The call for reinforcements was made via the telephone buck. What? You all wish to join the Navy? The bewildered sergeant, who had apprehended a dozen reincarnators, looked quizzically at the few before him. Hadn't they received intelligence indicating that these individuals had loudly proclaimed their intentions to become pirates at Roger's execution platform? Why then did they now seek to enlist in the Navy? My lord, We were momentarily bewitched. How could we possibly become pirates? Although that lad who wished to be a pirate was with us, we are utterly unacquainted with him. Please, noble Navy officer, see reason. Wang Jing's proved himself a competent leader, readily casting his companions aside without a second thought. Yet, the others found it unwise to speak up. After all, self-preservation took precedence. Are you asserting that the youth who declared his desire to join the pirates is not in league with you? A novice reincarnator could scarcely withstand the Navy's harsh interrogations. Before the branding iron had even begun to glow, he divulged everything with utmost clarity, from the color and pattern of his undergarments to the details of Dreamland, leaving no stone unturned. According to this reincarnator's testimony, it was evident they were indeed accomplices. Had the pirate factions become so treacherous? Never mind. With the pirates growing increasingly rampant and the Navy suffering heavy losses, fresh blood is indeed required. Contemplating this, the sergeant, without awaiting Wang Jing's response, continued. If you wish to join the Navy, you must understand that it signifies honor and sacrifice, a commitment to uphold peace in the seas. You must be prepared to lay down your lives for this cause. Certainly, noble Navy officer, we are all fine young men eager to join the honorable Navy. Wang Jingza, bound and gagged, nodded fervently, having forgotten his earlier vows, while Ouyang Xiao, behind him, appeared momentarily taken aback. At this moment, Ouyang Xiao had transformed into a slightly younger version of himself, resembling a somewhat portly youth, thus evading the Navy's recognition. Excellent. You shall go down and receive a set of Navy uniforms. Training begins tomorrow morning. The peace and stability of Rogtown will be upheld by our collective efforts. After imparting the Navy's unwavering values of justice, the sergeant, satisfied, ordered for their bindings to be removed. As the Navy soldiers brought forth pristine white uniforms, the eyes of each reincarnator glistened with anticipation. Indeed, the Navy was commendable. Rogtown, Navy Mess Hall. As the de facto leaders and guardians of Rogtown, the Navy's meals were provided by local affluent merchants. To ensure their own safety and comfort, these merchants spared no expense in serving lavish feasts. Upon entering the mess hall, they were greeted with an array of exquisite dishes laid out upon round tables. Wang Jingza could not help but raise his thumb in admiration. How delightful. End of this chapter. Second update, Chapter 22, Moonwalk. Gratitude to Miss Chang Xiaoqing and the charming Mango Yogurt Without Ice for their generous rewards. The Navy, under the aegis of the world government, maintains order across the world's oceans in the name of absolute justice. The Navy is divided into two branches, one for the four seas and the other for the Grand Line. At this moment, a strikingly handsome man with blue hair was leaping through the skies above the East Sea Navy branch, keenly surveying the entire area. This was Ouyang Xiao, who had mastered the Navy's sixth style, the moonwalk. The moonwalk is an aerial mobility technique, akin to the agile lightness of Wudong's cloud stepping. It allows one to kick while airborne and alter one's trajectory before descending. With this aerial maneuverability, one can launch attacks from every conceivable angle. Learning the sixth style, moonwalk, and Soru had completely drained Ouyang Xiao of his remaining 2 dream medals. Furthermore, these skills are growth-type abilities. The Dream Paradise can only forcibly impart relevant techniques and muscle memory. But it is up to the reincarnator to practice and integrate these mobility techniques into their own combat system. From his elevated vantage point, Ouyang Xiao could observe the entire East Sea Navy branch, which bore a striking resemblance to the Navy headquarters. It was a colossal structure with towering walls and 5 imposing spires, inscribed with the characters Navy. From a distance, it exuded an air of dominance, and up close, its magnificence was undeniable. Normal humans could only gaze up in awe before such towering edifices. Such an extraordinary structure clearly could not have been built solely by the current productivity levels of the Navy branch. This leads to an interesting point. In the world of One Piece, it is not only humans who inhabit it, but numerous other races, such as giants and fishmen. Although the anime and original work do not explain how such towering buildings were constructed, Ouyang Xiao speculated that it must have been the giants and other races who assisted in their creation. The Navy headquarters boasts giants among its ranks. These formidable beings, towering at 100 meters, have also mastered naval martial arts. Who could possibly withstand them? Ahem, I digress. As Ouyang Xiao gracefully descended from the sky, having observed the Navy's island terrain, he began to walk down slowly. The moonwalk skill was indeed practical, allowing one to engage in aerial combat, while securing a significant advantage. The sheer elegance of strolling through the skies is unparalleled by other skills. Any combat style reliant on brute force pales in comparison. The grace of aerial combat with the moonwalk far surpasses that of the other 6 styles. It was thus prioritized as one of the skills Ouyang Xiao deemed essential to learn. Lieutenant Ouyang Xiao, Colonel Monka from Branch 153 seeks your presence. A naval officer of the same rank, a private, marched confidently before Ouyang Xiao and saluted him. In the world of One Piece, where strength reigns supreme, the might of one's fist is the ultimate truth. Although this private held an identical rank as Ouyang Xiao, he dared not show any disrespect, despite their limited perspective and ignorance of the true disparities among the powerful. Colonel Monka of the East Blue Navy's 153rd Division was a man who had yet to master any of the 6 styles. In stark contrast, Ouyang Xiao, a newly appointed private, had swiftly learned 2 techniques merely by observing a few rear admirals from the headquarters demonstrate their skills, showcasing a level of talent and strength that was incomparable. Very well, lead the way, Ouyang Xiao instructed as he descended gracefully from the sky, his adept moonwalk making it appear as though he were stepping down a staircase from the seemingly empty heavens. Ouyang Xiao was not the paragon of destiny that they envisioned. Rather, he simply observed the rear admiral's performance at the naval base. As the admirals showcased their abilities, the system promptly prompted Ouyang Xiao, inquiring whether he wished to learn. Each fundamental technique of the 6 styles required the expenditure of a dream medal. Upon selecting to learn shave and moonwalk, the system promptly deducted 2 medals, allowing him to master these techniques on the spot. The notion that one can grow stronger through investment is indeed a universal truth. Colonel Monka, you summoned me? Having already acquired 2 6 styles techniques most suited to him, Ouyang Xiao stood a bit taller, as ordinarily. A mere rear admiral would only manage to grasp a single technique. In the presence of this nominal leader of the East Blue Division, Ouyang Xiao wore a professional, faint smile. Likewise, Colonel Monka, well aware of the situation, refrained from adopting an authoritative demeanor. Indeed, based on your capabilities, I have submitted a promotion report to the higher-ups. Allow me to read the document, he said. Naval Headquarters Appointment Letter. We hereby promote the former naval private Ouyang Xiao to the rank of 2nd lieutenant, granting him command of 1 naval warship and the authority to summon 200 naval soldiers at his discretion. Colonel Monka beamed as he handed over the appointment letter, appearing more delighted than if he had received the promotion himself. It is worth noting that Colonel Monka was not a benevolent individual. Once a passionate young naval officer, his character had drastically changed after suffering a broken jaw at the hands of an insignificant pirate captain, leading him to become arrogant and prideful, believing that those in power were the greatest in the world. He acted with impunity throughout the naval base island. Moreover, due to the injury to his jaw, he now wore a metallic prosthetic adorned with the Navy's insignia, and his right arm housed a sharp axe. In essence, he was a man with an iron jaw and an axe for a hand, embodying the very image of a pirate triumphing over the Navy, indulging in reckless behavior within the town. It was clear that he was no virtuous character. Yet, his current demeanor, characterized by a sycophantic smile, suggested ulterior motives. Indeed, the naval headquarters had also issued a confidential order to you. As Colonel Monka gestured with his hand, signaling the other naval officers to exit the room, he slowly spoke once the space was left with only himself and Ouyang Xiao. He conveyed the mission of assisting Vice Admiral Stolo Berry in escorting the Devil Fruits back to the Holy Land of Mariehua, headquarters of the world government. The sudden elevation of 3 ranks raised Ouyang Xiao's curiosity even more, particularly regarding the new prompt from the Dreamland. Knight Ouyang Xiao, you have earned the full endorsement of one of the 3 major powers of this world, the Navy, and have attained the rank of 2nd lieutenant. Your comprehensive reputation in any world is rated at 1. Through inquiries made within the Dreamland, Ouyang Xiao learned that this so-called comprehensive reputation allows reincarnators to acquire a certain initial social status in any task world, thereby facilitating their commencement. The second prompt from the Dreamland was much simpler. You have triggered a hidden mission. Escort the Devil Fruits. Difficulty, heroic. Assist Vice Admiral Stolo Berry in escorting 3 Devil Fruits, of which the sweet fruit must be delivered. Otherwise, the mission will fail. End of chapter. After departing from the East Sea Navy's 153rd branch, Ouyang Xiao recruited 200 elite naval soldiers and set sail. He was aware that Colonel Monka was not a virtuous man, yet this was not the opportune moment to confront him. According to the usual narrative, he would be dealt with by the protagonist, rendering Ouyang Xiao's intervention unnecessary. His foremost priority now was to reach the designated location and rendezvous with Vice Admiral Stolo Berry to fulfill the mission of escorting the Devil Fruits. Reflecting on his memories, Ouyang Xiao had a vague recollection of the Vice Admiral. Stolo Berry was a stern-looking man with a beard, adorned with a white top hat, a dual-wielding swordsman. He possessed both armament haki and observation haki. On the surface, he appeared quite unremarkable, lacking in expressive features. Yet, the mere mention of haki was sufficient to justify his rank as a vice admiral. As previously mentioned, in this world, there exists a power capable of countering the devil fruits, known as haki. Haki is a latent power inherent to all humans in this world, embodying innate abilities such as aura, killing intent, and fighting spirit. When one manipulates these invisible sensations, their willpower transforms into a weapon, a formidable force referred to as haki. Haki is categorized into three types: observation, armament, and conqueror's haki. Generally, individuals can cultivate the first two forms through rigorous training, continually enhancing their prowess. However, conqueror's haki is an innate trait, unattainable through mere practice. Armament haki, the first type discussed, manifests as a layer of black armor enveloping the body when activated, augmenting personal defense while also evolving into offensive capabilities that can rival the powers of devil fruit users and even allow contact with the physical forms of Logia-type users. Beyond the body, armament haki can also be infused into weapons, amplifying their striking power. In the latter stages of the world of One Piece, the mastery of armament haki has become an indispensable trait of the formidable. Should an individual lack this skill, they cannot genuinely consider themselves a strong contender. When confronted by a Logia-type devil fruit user, all manner of physical attacks, be it punches, kicks, or the swing of a blade, would be rendered utterly ineffective. The second form of haki is Kenbunchika haki, a power that allows one to acutely sense the presence of others. Once this ability is honed, one can discern the location, number, and imminent actions of adversaries beyond their field of vision. In simpler terms, through the perception of their aura, one can anticipate the direction and position of an enemy's assault, thereby evading attacks from afar or from behind. This ability is nothing short of remarkable. It far surpasses the notion of having eyes in the back of one's head. The strong in this world can even use such sensory prowess to dodge bullets fired from great distances. Lastly, we must discuss the third type of haki, conqueror's haki. This formidable power allows its wielder to intimidate or even incapacitate foes through sheer presence. When mastered to a superior level, it can exert a pressure so profound that it overwhelms. This haki is a rare gift, possessed by only one in hundreds of thousands, signifying royal potential. Unlike the previous two forms, conqueror's haki cannot be enhanced through mere training but can only grow through the personal development of the user. Although it may sound extraordinary, its practical application in battle is somewhat limited. Within the anime, it serves primarily as a means to clear lesser foes, proving less effective in confrontations among the powerful. Nevertheless, the significance of this haki in the narrative world is profound. Possessing conqueror's haki inherently signifies one as a chosen individual, a figure of royal lineage, and thus serves as an impressive display of power. It is akin to a high-performance sports car boasting exhilarating acceleration, impressive top speeds, and an ostentatious allure, yet lacking true practicality on rugged terrain. In this context, the esteemed Vice Admiral Stoloberry, endowed with the two most utilitarian forms of haki, stands as an unequivocal force to be reckoned with. The task of assisting him in escorting a mission leaves Ouyang in a state of perplexity. Just how formidable must his adversaries be? Amidst the cerulean expanse of the ocean, a solitary naval vessel drifts, its surroundings stained crimson with blood, littered with the wreckage of countless ships and the lifeless forms of humanoid entities. The ship's mast lies shattered, and the deck is riddled with gaping holes, from which torrents of water erupt like a dazzling fountain. Your Excellency, the ship is taking on water from all directions. These cunning fishmen refuse to engage us directly. Instead, they relentlessly bore holes into our vessel's hull. A naval officer, adorned with the insignia of a lieutenant colonel, executed a precise salute before standing at attention before the individual before him. "I understand," was the expressionless reply of Admiral Stoloberry, his gaze filled with resignation. As a formidable warrior of undeniable prowess, Stoloberry was invincible on land, yet the boundless possibilities of the ocean posed a grave threat even to one as strong as he. He found himself confronted by a powerful race of the sea, the fishmen. These creatures, possessing both human and Piscean characteristics, walk upright and breathe through lungs on land while utilizing gills underwater. The fishmen inherently possess more than tenfold the strength of an average human. Nevertheless, even a legion of fishmen, endowed with such remarkable strength, would fall before Stoloberry on solid ground. However, he was besieged by a pirate crew entirely composed of fishmen, the Fishman Pirates, the very predecessors of the Sun Pirates. These fishmen, astutely avoiding direct confrontation with the Admiral, leveraged their advantage of free movement and respiration in the water to incessantly perforate the Navy's warships. Once the vessels were compromised, the Navy personnel who fell into the sea stood no chance against the fishmen, swiftly becoming mere corpses adrift in the waves. Even those endowed with the powers of a devil fruit would succumb to the curse of drowning, rendering them helpless should they plunge into the ocean. Thus, despite Stoloberry's relentless efforts to dive into the fray and slay fishmen, it proved futile against a vast pirate crew of 1,000 strong. Moreover, within the sea, both movement and attack are severely hampered, making it exceedingly difficult for even an admiral of his caliber to swiftly eliminate a fishman intent on evading conflict. This dire situation compelled Admiral Staloberry to seek assistance from the naval headquarters. End of chapter. The original text describes the concept of Haki as formless and intangible. Yet this narrative refers to the black Haki depicted in the anime. Please be gentle in your criticism. I cherish you all with heartfelt affection. Here comes the second installment. Chapter 24, Reinforcements Boom. As the hull trembled violently, a robust jet of water erupted from the naval ship's deck, akin to a fountain display, forming a vibrant rainbow under the sun's gleam. Yet, the sailors on deck were far from jubilant. "Admiral, the ship is sinking. What shall we do?" The sight of the towering waterspout cast a shadow of dread over the hearts of all aboard. Their comrades who had fallen into the water had already paid the ultimate price, a lesson learned through blood. Fisher Tiger indeed wielded inhuman strength, just emerging from the depths. Wiping the blood from his blade, Admiral Staloberry too felt the weight of despair. The ocean serves as the domain of the fishman, particularly the fearsome fishman pirate crew, whose audacity knows no bounds. This was initially a covert operation to escort a devil fruit. But an unforeseen internal debacle within the Navy has led to a breach of confidentiality. In the face of a sudden ambush by the fishman pirates, the Navy vessels have sustained grievous losses. The numerical advantage of their gunfire, when unleashed into the depths, proves futile against the resilience of the fishmen. The colossal water column that erupted moments ago was the handiwork of Fisher Tiger, the captain of the Sun Pirates. With a strength magnified 100-fold compared to that of a human, he can shatter mountains with a mere punch, rendering the destruction of a deck a trivial task. "Admiral, when will our reinforcements arrive? The ship is on the brink of sinking, and the crew can only sit in despair, clinging to hope for reinforcements whose arrival remains uncertain. Do not harbor excessive hopes. We are in the East Blue, far from the headquarters, and I cannot recall any formidable warriors stationed at the East Blue base. The nearest colonel, Monka, is likely no match for Tiger," came the grim response. "The vessel teeters on the edge of submersion, and artillery proves insufficient to inflict substantial harm upon the fishmen lurking beneath the waves. In this dire moment, any platitudes aimed at bolstering morale would be of little consequence." The Navy admiral gazes silently at the sky, his stoic visage restored to its usual expressionless state. Hearing the admiral's words, some Navy soldiers have already begun to kneel in prayer. "Lord of the Sea, please save your servants and send a powerful ally to our aid. If a strong warrior were to arrive now to rescue me, I would gladly face any peril on their behalf." The admiral makes no attempt to halt the soldiers' peculiar prayers, instead preparing to retreat to the cabin, ready to destroy the 3 precious devil fruits should the ship sink. Just as he steeled himself for the inevitable, he heard the jubilant cheers of the Navy. Even without turning, he could sense their elation through the use of his observation Haki as they tossed their hats skywards. It appears that reinforcements have arrived. A ship, slicing through the waves with resolute determination, bears the distinctive insignia of the Navy upon its sails. At the bow stands a strikingly handsome man with flowing blue hair, arms crossed behind him, standing defiantly against the wind. His eyes, resembling those of a hawk, survey the battlefield from a distance of 10 miles. Fishmen? With a mere glance, Ouyang-shio swiftly comprehended the unfolding dynamics of the battlefield. The small naval fleet that fell victim to the fishman pirates was unlikely to escape unscathed. Their continued resistance could likely be attributed to the presence of a Navy rear admiral, who tempered the pirates' aggression out of fear of collateral damage. Recognizing this, Ouyang-shio devised a strategy. He abruptly raised his hand in a fist, signaling for an immediate halt to the ship. He then turned to address all the Navy personnel aboard. "Stay here, do not move. I shall return shortly." With that, he stepped into the void and gracefully departed. A naval soldier beheld the scene before him, lifting his head to gaze at the agile figure soaring through the sky as if treading upon solid ground, stirring memories of his childhood. How profoundly nostalgic this moment was, reminiscent of a mischievous youth caught in wrongdoing, confronted by a father, wielding a stick with a sinister grin. Slowly approaching, the strength of that figure seemed utterly despairing. "Ha ha, it's reinforcements. Our naval vessels have arrived. Ha ha, we are saved. Mother, I am returning home to see you." On Admiral Staloberry's ship, sailors embraced one another, tears of exhilaration streaming down their faces. A few devout sailors, in a fervent display of faith, took pork from the hold and cast it into the sea, continuing their earnest prayers to the sea deity. The glimmer of liquid in their eyes and the tremors of their excitement foretold a deepened loyalty to their faith in the sea god, should they survive this ordeal. However, at that moment, a soldier scanning the horizon with a spyglass noticed that the naval vessel had inexplicably halted several nautical miles away, showing no signs of advancing. The anchor firmly dropped. What could possibly be amiss? The soldiers, once entwined in joyous embraces, turned pale, contemplating the worst possibilities. Could it be that the reinforcements had discovered their inability to fend off the fishmen and dared not approach? as if to confirm their fears. The ship that had come to their aid furled its sails and obscured its naval insignia. "It's over." A sailor's voice broke the silence, prompting the others to mutter those two words in unison, their faces slack, eyes glazed as if utterly defeated. The transition from hope to despair struck them like a roller coaster plummeting from the sky, shattering their already fragile spirits. The atmosphere aboard the ship, once vibrant with festivity akin to a masquerade, abruptly transformed into a tomb-like silence. They exuded a lifeless aura, drawing the attention of carrion vultures from nearby islands. Observing this drastic shift, Admiral Stolleberry's expression darkened further, a sigh escaping his lips. He found himself unable to cast blame. For even a commander as formidable as he had no better strategy against the aquatic fiends, only the grim option to eliminate a few more foes. Reinforcements arriving nearby would only add to the casualties. With this thought, a glimmer of determination sparked in Stolleberry's eyes as he tightened his grip on the box containing the devil fruit. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from the deck, capturing everyone's attention. So they could no longer restrain themselves. Stolleberry unsheathed his sword and stepped out from the cabin, only to be met with the sight of a strikingly handsome man, devoid of any fishman traits. "Who are you? Were you sent by headquarters? How long until the reinforcements arrive?" Faced with Stolleberry's persistent inquiries, the handsome man offered a slight smile, revealing his radiant white teeth. "There were no other reinforcements. I alone am the entire force." Chapter 25. A dazzling entrance. The striking figure descending vertically from the heavens added a splash of color to the otherwise monochrome scene of the despondent Navy sailors, resembling lifeless fish. "Just because of you," Stolleberry was about to retort that one individual could not boast of an entire army. Yet his keen observation skills instinctively detected the formidable presence of the newcomer. "No, this is a powerhouse." Thus, his words transformed into, "With such a youthful talent. Being merely a lieutenant is an underestimation. I shall promptly draft a letter recommending your promotion to brigadier general. Quick, bring me a pen." The Navy soldiers, previously sprawled on the ground as mere props in this black and white tableau, felt invigorated upon hearing his words. They sprang into action, eager to procure paper and pens, creating a vibrant scene under the shimmering reflections of countless fountains on the deck, reminiscent of a great general recognizing exceptional talent. As Stolleberry dispatched the completed letter via naval carrier pigeon, Ouyang Xiao turned to the admiral with a more genuine smile. "Admiral, I possess skills to combat the fishmen. Yet I cannot venture into the sea, as you understand. This ability, which I refer to as slime bubble, can provide ample oxygen for your underwater engagements." As he spoke, a blue bubble materialized from his arm, gently floating above Admiral Stolleberry's head. The bubble resembled a semicircular astronaut helmet, containing a sufficient amount of air to ensure the admiral's unimpeded breathing. Moreover, crafted from slime, it was remarkably durable. This slime bubble should sustain you for approximately 10 minutes of intense activity. "It is advisable to return to the ship every 5 minutes for re-enchantment," he advised. Feeling the abundant air within the bubble, Stolleberry immediately grasped the implications. It seemed he was indeed dealing with a devil fruit user, a truly practical ability. With the provision of oxygen for underwater maneuvering, the fishmen would merely be lambs to the slaughter. The headquarters' decision to send you was undoubtedly astute. "I will return to the ship every 5 minutes. Though the bubble can last for 10 minutes, underwater combat inherently entails risks. Should one delay their ascent and become entangled with the fishmen, the absence of oxygen would be no trivial matter." As a seasoned vice admiral, he understood this principle well. Subsequently, Vice Admiral Stolleberry exchanged a brief nod with Ouyang Xiao before leaping from the deck with resolute determination, gazing upon the ever-churning surface of the sea. Where the waves sliced through the water like knives, the sight of fishmen corpses floating upon the waves evoked a sense of delight in the Admiral of the Navy. All of this fell within Ouyang Xiao's calculations. After leaving behind a doppelganger identical to his original form, Ouyang Xiao transformed into a cascade of azure water, flowing towards the ship's cabin beneath the cover of the fountain on the deck. With the Admiral absent, the Navy soldiers lacked the ability to perceive Ouyang Xiao's mimicry. This remarkable skill stemmed from a shape-shifting ability acquired from a formidable water-based creature, whose combat prowess was nearly non-existent. However, its talents in concealment, stealth, and thievery were unparalleled. Even if the Admiral held the devil fruit in high regard, it was improbable that he would bring such an object into battle at sea. Thus it must be hidden within the ship's cabin. After a moment of contemplation, Ouyang Xiao summoned 5 non-combatant slime doppelgangers to conduct a thorough investigation of the cabin. Such a valuable item could not be carried on one's person, so it must be stored in a concealed location, perhaps even within a safe, the most suspicious area. Therefore, was the Admiral's quarters, although other possibilities could not be dismissed. In any case, time was of the essence. 5 minutes remained. The fishmen. Facing the fishman pirate crew that had sunk a Navy warship, Admiral Strawberry harbored a deep-seated animosity. With a katana in each hand, he enveloped them in his haki and began to spin, moving with the ferocity of a whirlpool, systematically slaughtering the fishmen beside the ship. With the ability to breathe underwater, Strawberry began to unveil his true prowess as a peak admiral. Every fishman that stood before him was swiftly dispatched, as if sliced like sashimi. Any contact with his blade's whirlwind resulted in instant death, leaving no room for survival. The formidable physical strength of the fishmen, far exceeding that of humans, proved utterly futile against his terrifying swordsmanship. With a mere display of his skill, the fishman pirate crew suffered grievous losses. The captain of the fishman pirates, Fisher Tiger, immediately emitted a unique call, signaling all fishmen to temporarily retreat. In this world, although fishmen possessed a physique stronger than that of humans, they were not a species known for prolific reproduction due to their peculiar characteristics. Male fishmen were often burly and grotesque, with faces resembling various fish species, shark-like or octopus-like, grinning in a manner that would frighten even the bravest of children. In contrast, the females, known as mermaids, presented a starkly different image. With human upper bodies and fish tails, they resembled the enchanting mermaids of fairy tales. Because of their human-like appearance, these mermaid beauties commanded exorbitant prices in the black market. This has led to the rampant hunting of female merfolk, exacerbating the plight of an already dwindling population of the fishman race. In the original narrative, the formidable fishman clan dares only to reside in the depths of Fishman Island, venturing forth only when possessing great strength. Correspondingly, their scarce numbers have fostered an even greater unity among them. Witnessing Stolo Bellari mercilessly slay dozens of his fishman brethren caused Tager's heart to bleed. Had it not been for the critical importance of the devil fruit, he would have immediately commanded a retreat. The only reason Tager was still inclined to persist was that, with his keen eyesight, he had discerned a potential breakthrough. Stolo Bellari's sudden rampage in the water relied fundamentally on the oxygen bubble encasing his head. If that bubble could be shattered, even one as powerful as Stolo Bellari would merely be a human needing air to breathe, incapable of contending with the sons of the ocean, the fishmen. With a series of sounds, Tager emitted bubbles from his mouth, conveying the command to attack the bubble atop Stolo Bellari's head. The unity of the fishman clan was immediately evident, fully aware of the high probability of death in combat. They nonetheless chose to unconditionally obey Captain Tager's orders and charge towards Stolo Bellari. With their webbed hands and smooth skin, the fishmen moved swiftly through the ocean. Just as Stolo Bellari ceased his whirlwind of blades, a group of fishmen seized the opportunity to approach rapidly, raining punches upon his head. However, all they met was the cold laughter of the vice admiral. A green-skinned fishman attempted a sneak attack from behind, fist raised, but before he could land a blow, Stolo Bellari deftly sidestepped and effortlessly countered with a slash. Fisher Tager, if your prowess is limited to this, the Sun Pirates shall be eradicated today. As the chapter concludes, the waters surrounding the naval warship began to take on a faint crimson hue. Faced with multiple surprise attacks from fishmen, Stolo Bellari, endowed with observation haki, remained unfazed, deftly dodging and decapitating one fish head after another. Although wielding dual blades, his movements were fluid and natural, devoid of any sense of hesitation, clearly demonstrating the mastery of executing circular motions with his left hand while drawing squares with his right. Observing the futility of their ambush, the fishmen continued to advance, offering their heads with a speed surpassing that of a food delivery service. Fully aware that this was not the opportune moment for engagement, Tager could no longer contain himself. He abandoned the thought of further observation of weaknesses and resolved to join the fray himself. As the captain of the Sun Pirates, with a bounty of 230 million berries, he was more than capable of confronting a naval vice-admiral, especially within the advantageous confines of the ocean. With a powerful thrust of his legs into the water, he propelled himself towards Stolo Bellari like a cannonball, generating a flurry of bubbles in his wake. As he approached within 2 meters of Stolo Bellari, he abruptly halted, transitioning from rapid movement to a standstill as if his feet were equipped with brakes, showcasing an extraordinary skill in navigating the sea. Subsequently, Tager gripped the water with both hands, as if drawing something towards him, unleashing a powerful surge of water directed at Stolo Bellari. The fishman karate unleashed a hidden tide. A true master could discern the presence of an opponent with a mere gesture. With a sweeping motion of his hands, Tager stirred the very waters before him, rendering evasion impossible. Despite Stolo Bellari's forewarning through observation haki, he was still engulfed by the terrifying tidal force, plunging deep into the ocean. It felt as though he had been struck by an enormous, shadowy hand. After being hit, Stolo Bellari descended uncontrollably into the depths, but midway through his descent, he was met with a devastating right hook from Tager that landed squarely on his left cheek. Tager, a creature endowed with strength many times that of a human, delivered a punch that was far from trivial. Even with Stoloberry's timely use of armament hockey to shield his face, he still lost 2 teeth from the blow. Seizing the moment, Tiger pressed his advantage with an uppercut that struck Stoloberry's chin, sending him soaring upward once more. Just as Tiger positioned himself for a decisive strike, a figure with flowing blue hair suddenly interposed, absorbing the blow and reducing it to a puddle of goo. Simultaneously, another identical figure with blue hair transformed into a large jelly-like form, enveloping the entire Stoloberry within it. This was unfathomable. The incredulity on Fisher Tiger's fish-like visage was palpable. He was not astonished by the engulfment of the Admiral or the interception of his powerful strike, but rather by a revelation that shattered his understanding, the common notion that devil fruit users could not swim. Whether it was Ouyang Xiu's duplication ability or the capability to consume the unconscious Admiral, neither was particularly formidable among devil fruit users. Yet, to see a devil fruit user maneuvering freely in the ocean was beyond Tiger's experience. He had neither witnessed it nor heard of it in legends, as even bards would not dare to boast of such feats. This was the curse of the devil fruit. Even the mightiest of its bearers, cast into the sea, would be rendered helpless, akin to a shrimp. Though he could not voice his thoughts beneath the waves, observing Tiger's bewildered expression, Ouyang Xiu, having consumed the Admiral, reverted to human form and silently mouthed, "Lord Fisher Tiger, the times have changed." Upon reboarding the ship, Ouyang Xiu deliberately collapsed onto the deck, feigning exhaustion as if from a fierce battle. "Quick! Someone, come assist the Lord." "Ouyang, what has transpired? Where is the Admiral?" "Lord Xiu, allow me to wipe your brow." As they witnessed Ouyang Xiu sprawled on the deck, the naval officers hurriedly rushed to his aid. There was no alternative after Vice Admiral Stoloberry descended into the depths. His fate remained uncertain. This esteemed figure had become their sole beacon of hope for survival. Meanwhile, Ouyang Xiu, having been assisted back to his feet, accepted the services with equanimity. Having previously indulged in the lavishness afforded by wealth in the world of boxing, he relished this experience once more. Simply put, it was splendid. The captain of the Sun Pirates had personally engaged in battle. It was that formidable creature, Fisher Tiger. Even with the Vice Admiral's aid, I found myself at a disadvantage. Subsequently, the Vice Admiral, through his selfless sacrifice, secured ample opportunities for me to strike. I unleashed a newly developed skill that gravely wounded their captain, forcing the Fishman pirates to retreat. Ouyang Xiu clasped his chest, his voice hoarse, as if he had just overexerted himself with a life-draining technique. The reality beneath the waves had been quite different. Ouyang Xiu had divided himself into several clones that encircled Tiger, threatening the lives of his Fishman subordinates to compel him to withdraw. Upon witnessing Ouyang Xiu's graceful swimming style and his ability to remain submerged without the need for breath, combined with the enigmatic powers of his devil fruit, Tiger dared not act recklessly and signaled the Sun Pirates to retreat. The initial plan had been to exploit Vice Admiral Stoloberry's lack of underwater combat proficiency, sending the pirate crew to ambush and seize the devil fruit. However, with so many Fishman compatriots lost, Tiger's resolve wavered. He cast a lingering glance at Ouyang Xiu before turning to swim into the depths of the ocean. Had the Fishman pirates truly been repelled? Splendid. Indeed, Vice Admiral Ouyang's might was unparalleled. Can you not speak properly? It's Vice Admiral Ouyang. The underlings were not particularly concerned with the intricacies of the underwater battle. They were hardly surprised that Ouyang Xiu, a user of a devil fruit, could venture into the sea. After all, the realm of the strong felt distant from their reality. For them, it sufficed to report Ouyang Xiu's unique circumstances to the headquarters. Regardless of whether Ouyang Xiu possessed a strength rated at 1, 10, or 100, it was merely a matter of a single punch to them. In their eyes, the distinction was negligible. Their primary concern was simply who could ensure their survival. They even shamelessly began to refer to Ouyang Xiu with the title of a general in advance. "Vice Admiral Ouyang, where shall we go next?" In response to this inquiry, Ouyang Xiu abruptly rose, stretched his limbs, and pointed toward the naval warship anchored in the distance, a warm smile gracing his face. "That is my warship. Our next destination is the Grand Line. Congratulations, brave naval soldiers. You have all survived." End of chapter. Every cause has its effect. Your votes of recommendation belong to me. Chapter 27. Unforeseen circumstances. A naval warship was soaring across the tranquil surface of the East Sea. You have devoured Vice Admiral Stoloberry. Proficiency in the 6 forms has increased. Ding. Upon detecting the presence of observation hockey within him, the system prompted, "Would you like to fuse?" The fusion requires the consumption of 1 level dream metal. Similarly, for the armament hockey, it inquired, "Would you like to fuse?" This also requires the consumption of 1 level dream metal. Considering his previous contributions in battle, a discount was offered, reducing the requirement to 2 level dream metals. Do you confirm the fusion? Confirm fusion. as the hallmark ability of the Pirate King. Ouyangxiu had no reason to decline. Moreover, he possessed 2 unused level medals, which would otherwise remain dormant. With wealth comes the freedom to indulge, indeed. Spinning to grow stronger is an undeniable truth. As the 2 ancient-looking medals vanished within the devouring space, the 2 forms of haki, originating from Vice Admiral Stolo Berry, successfully transferred into Ouyangxiu's body. With the influx of this power, Ouyangxiu contentedly closed his eyes. Yet, even so, with the newly acquired observation haki, he could distinctly sense all changes in his surroundings. This profound awareness, truly a second system capable of rivaling the devil fruit powers, fortified his resolve. Extending his arm forward, he pointed towards his destination, the entrance to the Grand Line, Lobe Town. The white naval cloak billowed in the sea breeze. My name is Wang Jingzi. In my past life, I was a renowned philosopher and thinker. In pursuit of the true meaning of life, I accepted the invitation of Dreamland, delving into this endless challenge. Upon entering, many of my memories were obscured, yet my grand thoughts remained intact. I navigated through the novice tasks with remarkable success. Arriving in this world, I initially intended to rally a group of novices to join a great pirate force and carve out a significant legacy. To my astonishment, I found myself aligned with the world's antagonistic force, the Navy. Even more surprising was my swift promotion to corporal due to my exceptional performance. Indeed, life is akin to a box of chocolates. One never knows what flavor awaits. Wang Jingzi. Attention. At the sound of the command, Wang Jingzi stood at attention. Executing the posture flawlessly and fluidly, his white naval cap perched perfectly as if taken from a textbook. Wang Jingzi, step forward. You are hereby appointed as a Navy corporal, leading 10 naval soldiers in the task of cleansing the town of ruffians. Are you capable of this? A naval officer bellowed, his insignia indicating he was a sergeant. Reporting. Sergeant, I assure you, the mission will be accomplished. Ding. You, Wang Jingzi, have received the cooperative task of eliminating the town's ruffians. Difficulty, brave. The reward pool includes 2 paradise coins and 1 level dream medal. Participation in battle will increase rewards based on contribution. Failure, no penalties. Originally intending to accept the mission, Wang Jingzi's excitement surged upon hearing the hidden task released by Paradise. Is this the hidden quest that the tavern keeper spoke of? The kind that allows one to soar after completion? 2 dream coins, could that possibly be enough to procure the coveted infinite ammunition pistol I yearn for? However, his elation was swiftly dashed when he beheld the 10 naval soldiers, brought forth by the sergeant, standing there in a state of bewilderment. These soldiers would serve as his subordinates for this mission. May fortune smile upon you all. What is the meaning of this? Gazing at the familiar faces before him, wielding flintlock pistols with less than adequate posture and wearing their naval caps askew, Wang Jingzi let out a long sigh, as if tears were welling in his eyes. Were these not the very novices from the beginning? Good heavens! And what about those 2 fellows crying for their mothers in the pastry shop? How could they possibly be part of a hidden quest? Indeed, Wang Jingzi was a man of practical understanding. Upon seeing the daunting difficulty of this valiant level task, he recognized it was beyond his capability to handle alone. Yet, thankfully, there were no punitive measures for failing the task, and merely participating would yield rewards, prompting him to believe it was worth a try. Initially, he planned to use the 10 soldiers assigned to him as cannon fodder or a human shield, allowing for a strategic retreat should the situation grow dire. Instead, he found himself saddled with a bunch of reincarnators, who were inherently self-serving. They would seize opportunities and favorable winds and forsake comrades in adversity, hardly the ideal allies Wang Jingzi had envisioned for undertaking a hidden quest. Sir, I believe their training is insufficient, he reported. While guiding novices through exploration may suffice, collaborating on a mission is another matter. If they possessed strength, it would be a different story. However, these fledgling adventurers, having only just completed their introductory tasks, lack substantial combat prowess. They are even outmatched by the average trained sailors, who at least follow orders and can shield their superiors from harm. Corporal Wang Jingzi, this is a test from your superiors. It is an order directly from Colonel Smoker. Yet the sergeant did not heed his counsel, instead informing him that this was the arrangement of the highest naval officer in Roachtown. The mention of Colonel Smoker's name sent a shiver down Wang Jingzi's spine, for after spending a month in the barracks, he understood its weight. It signified that military orders are as immutable as mountains. Colonel Smoker, the local sovereign of Roachtown, was unmatched in combat prowess, even overshadowing Monka, and all naval branches would show due respect. Although his standing paled in comparison to the 4 emperors like red-haired Shanks within Roachtown, his word was law. Very well. Sir, I shall ensure the mission is accomplished. With this understanding, Wang Jingzi refrained from further inquiries and beckoned to the novice group, leading the way forward. According to intelligence gathered by the Navy, the streets of Roachtown had seen a surge in ruffians recently, prompting many townsfolk to approach the Navy, demanding action against these scoundrels. Initially, the Navy dismissed these concerns, perceiving them as mere mischief from wayward youths, until they inadvertently discovered that the leader of this gang of thugs, Bartolomeo, was, in fact, a user of a devil fruit ability. Immediately, this matter drew the utmost attention of the Rogtown Navy, and it was promptly reported to Smoker's office. Strangely, upon receiving this news, Smoker appeared rather indifferent, instead becoming engrossed in a confidential letter from the Navy headquarters. He casually arranged for Wang Jingze and a group of inexperienced recruits to form a small team tasked with exploring the situation. His exact words were, "They are a group of suspicious individuals. Let them assess the strength of that force." Subsequently, Colonel Smoker, for the first time, zipped up his jacket, concealing his solid chest and abs, and with 2 thick cigars clamped between his teeth, he made his way to the Rogtown dock, seemingly awaiting something. After receiving a message relayed by a seagull from the sea, Smoker set up a lounge chair at the dock of Rogtown, anticipating the arrival of an esteemed guest. As a naval vessel approached from the distance, revealing a blue-haired man standing at the bow, Smoker removed his sunglasses. With a resounding boom, Smoker's lower body erupted into a cloud of smoke, propelling him towards the oncoming ship like a rocket. Even before his arrival, his voice had already reached its destination. "Ouyang Xiao, this is a newly acquired skill of mine. Savor it well." It turned out that after failing to defeat Ouyang Xiao in their previous encounter, Smoker had devoted himself to self-cultivation, honing a new technique of his own invention. With modest success, he had just received word that Ouyang Xiao intended to traverse Rogtown to access the New World, igniting a fervent desire to challenge this newcomer once more. As Smoker soared above Ouyang Xiao, he bellowed, his arm transforming into a serpentine plume of smoke that lunged towards the latter. "Ha ha ha, behold my signature move, the White Serpent. Even if it does not strike true at first, it will relentlessly pursue you until capture is achieved." In response to Smoker's confident assault, Ouyang Xiao did not resort to observation haki or Sara to evade. Instead, he simply gazed up at the naval colonel with a serene smile. "Colonel Smoker, it has been a while. I appreciate your introduction. The gift you brought me today, I also find quite delightful." Subsequently, enveloping his right hand in armament haki, he seized the serpentine smoke with a slight exertion, drawing the airborne Smoker down onto the deck. Before Smoker could fully comprehend the situation, Ouyang Xiao enveloped him in a warm embrace. To the unknowing onlookers, it appeared as a simple reunion marked by a handshake and hug. However, had it not been for the subsequent devouring in slime form, the encounter would have remained merely that. "You have devoured the Navy Colonel Smoker. Your Navy 6 style skill Sara has received a significant enhancement, and your armament haki has been greatly improved. You have achieved your first kill, Devour, of a Logia-type Devil Fruit user, unlocking the challenging achievement, Logia Slayer, 13. Achievement reward. Using a Devil Fruit no longer requires the consumption of a Dream Metal." Ding. Within Smoker's body, the natural type Smoke Fruit was discovered. Should one choose to fuse with it, the fusion would require the expenditure of 1 Dream Metal. However, the fruit, which lacks any offensive capabilities, is rightly deemed a disgrace to the natural types, rendering any fusion unnecessary for Ouyang Xiao. "My Lord Ouyang, it seems you have just devoured the esteemed Colonel Smoker," remarked one of the crew. As the gatekeeper of the New World, Smoker's reputation was substantial, particularly his distinctive smoke form, which was even whispered about among the lower-ranking Navy personnel. "I apologize, everyone. I was meant to guide you to the New World. But since you have witnessed what you should not have, Before Ouyang Xiao could finish, he conjured dozens of clones and began to consume all the Navy soldiers aboard the ship. "No, my Lord Ouyang, we saw nothing at all. It was that fool who asked questions. We barely survived. Please, no." The Navy soldiers, unable to resist against the nature of the slime clones, were swiftly enveloped. A few attempted to leap into the sea for escape, but were promptly pulled back by Ouyang Xiao. "I sincerely apologize, everyone. I only trust myself." With a deep bow to all the Navy personnel, Ouyang Xiao's eyes gleamed with coldness. "Where is Colonel Smoker?" As the vessel sailed into port along its predetermined course, only Ouyang Xiao disembarked, leaving everyone perplexed. "This matter is classified military intelligence. You need not concern yourselves with it. Immediately dispatch a fleet to escort me to the Grand Line. I must reach the holy land of Mariehua on the Red Line." Unfazed by the soldiers' doubts, Ouyang Xiao refrained from elaborating. Though he had meticulously prepared the most suitable rhetoric, it was meant solely for the inquiries of the upper echelons of the world government. "Understood, Colonel Ouyang." Though suspicion loomed in their minds, several Navy soldiers dared not delay and hurried away to prepare the new naval fleet. Meanwhile, one soldier, upon reaching a corner, discreetly retrieved a carrier pigeon from his pocket, intending to relay the news back to the Navy headquarters. However, before he could attach the message to the pigeon's leg, a radiant smile appeared before him, and Ouyang Xiao gently took the letter from his hands. Ouyang Xiao has slain Vice Admiral Smoker. Please take heed, Navy Headquarters. Upon reading the note, Ouyang Xiao swiftly tore it to shreds and affixed another note to the pigeon before sending it soaring into the sky. The new message read, Smoker, coveting the devil fruit, attempted to assassinate Ouyang Xiao but was instead countered and cast into the sea. It appeared that these ruffians were not as formidable as they seemed. Raising his flintlock, he shot another thug in the head, exhaling the smoke from the gun's muzzle with a sense of ease. Only earlier, a certain novice had seemingly faltered, claiming to excuse himself for a restroom break and had yet to return. This individual was, in fact, a slime clone whose magical energy was waning, striving to relay information back to its origin. Although one member was missing, Wang Jingzi still possessed a significant advantage. The knife-wielding ruffians discovered in the alleyways, despite their fearsome appearance, fell swiftly to the crack of gunfire from a flintlock, presenting little challenge, as he cleaned the barrel with a long rod. Preparing to venture further into the alley for points, Wang Jingzi's luck had seemingly run its course. Ha ha ha, it's the Navy, what a display of authority. He scoffed. The figure approaching him sported a grass-green mohawk, with intricate eye tattoos beneath his right eye, adorned with a nose ring. His visage resembling that of a malevolent spirit. His chest bore a black, wing-like half-circle tattoo, and he wore a purple coat emblazoned with a skull on the back, paired with checkered trousers, a dagger hanging from his waist. His swaggering gait exuded arrogance. As per the usual protocol, everyone readied their weapons to fire. Witnessing the audacious demeanor of the newcomer, Wang Jingzi, having matured significantly after a month of military training, steadied his flintlock, his grip unwavering even in the face of this unknown adversary. Aiming for the head, he unleashed a precisely aimed bullet. Indeed, the month of military training had granted Wang Jingzi and his companions the new skills of basic firearm proficiency and basic shooting mastery, resulting in a commendably high accuracy against large stationary targets. With a series of gunshots echoing through the air, 10 lead bullets hurtled toward the green mohawk figure. The chapter concluded with the notion that every cause has its effect, and your recommendation votes belong to me. Chapter 29, Barrier Fruit Defensive Barrier. The figure of the green mohawk, a member of the Shamart crowd, formed a gesture with his middle and index fingers interlaced, pointing forward. Instantly, a glass-like barrier materialized before him. The barrage of lead bullets struck the barrier, failing to create even a ripple. Upon witnessing this spectacle, even the less perceptive newcomers recognized they were up against a formidable opponent. Their eyes darted about, contemplating an escape strategy. Brother, you are the strongest here. You can hold your ground against him. We should retreat and summon reinforcements, one of the newcomers suggested, slinging his flintlock behind his back, preparing for a run. Clearly, with a mere nod from Wang Jingzi, he was poised to demonstrate his sprinting prowess. Brother, he won't outrun me. I'll go first. Another newcomer boldly declared, abandoning his weapon entirely, dropping to one knee, and positioning himself in a standard starting stance. Brother, I'm off. Yet these two were too timid. One of them disregarded the situation entirely, tossing aside his gun and bolting away before he could finish his sentence. Indeed, those who managed to navigate through the novice tasks with such poor skills were all adept at the art of escape. However, accompanied by the laughter of the green mohawk, the newcomer who had fled without warning collided with an invisible glass barrier a few dozen meters away. With a loud thud, the force of his impact left his face and hands pressed against the barrier, contorted in a grimace as he slowly slid down. Upon witnessing this scene, the newcomer, who lay on the ground like a sprinter poised for the starting gun, brushed off the dust from his hands and rose, his face devoid of any embarrassment, as though nothing had transpired before. I am Bartolomeo, the barrier man who wields the powers of the barrier fruit. None shall escape without my permission. The green-haired youth, striking an odd cross-armed pose, offered a brief self-introduction. Yet, this individual was far from ordinary in the world of One Piece. He held the formidable title of the second commander of the Straw Hat Grand Fleet, with a bounty soaring to 200 million berries. Upon his emergence in the New World, he was deemed the most undesirable pirate on the real-time ranking list. In contrast, Wang Jingzi and his companions were merely enhanced versions of the most rudimentary naval soldiers. Their improvements quite limited. Gulping audibly, Wang Jingzi's complexion turned a shade paler. Having previously slain one of their subordinates, reconciliation or surrender now seemed far-fetched. What should I do? Brashness would not suffice. Is this truly my end? No. I, Wang Jingzi, a petty marine, cannot perish here. Pirate Lord, I have finally found you. As soon as Wang Jingzi uttered these words, he knelt with a thud, prostrating himself on the ground, tears and snot flowing freely as he crawled toward Bartolomeo's thigh, clinging tightly. Oh, Pirate Master, my search for you has been arduous. We were eager to pledge allegiance to the promising pirates long ago, but were deprived of the opportunity. As he spoke, he incessantly rubbed his face against Bartolomeo's rough thigh, smearing it with tears. Bartolomeo? The newcomers? Sigua incredible. Is this even a tactic? Truly worthy of being the elder brother, effortlessly diffusing such an awkward situation. Although the new recruits did not voice their thoughts deep within, they all silently raised a thumbs up in admiration. Subsequently, indeed, the Navy claims to uphold absolute justice, yet they merely maintain their dominion, indulging in lavish feasts while fattening us up. Precisely. Furthermore, they harbor their own enemies. Powerful pirates are enlisted to become warlords of the sea. I have long held disdain for these Marines. We have yearned to overthrow the decaying, outdated rule of the Roadtown Navy, but have been lacking a worthy leader. Lord Bartolomeo, your arrival is most opportune. Count me in. And me as well. Faced with the sudden shift in narrative, even Bartolomeo, seasoned as he was, found himself utterly bewildered. The individual who had killed his subordinate was now clinging to his leg, wishing to become his junior. His subordinate sought to join his ranks. All while plotting to overthrow the Navy? Wait a moment. This is all rather chaotic. Allow me to clarify. Ahem, to put it simply. Do you wish to join under my banner, Bartolomeo? Observing the individual clinging to his leg, moving alongside him, Bartolomeo began to grasp the general idea. This journey has been fraught with twists and turns. Initially, I intended to address the unruly Navy in the town, especially given the tales of their audacity under Smoker's command. Could it be that the rumors of Smoker's demise are true? Before Bartolomeo could ponder this further, a blue figure streaked through the sky. It was the Navy's 6-4 moonwalk. Bartolomeo kicked away Wang Jingza, who had entangled his leg, and squinted at the figure leaping gracefully in the air. This was no character to weep over a wounded leg. Impact barrier. Bartolomeo thrust his right fist forward, using this motion to propel a protective barrier he had just created towards the airborne target at high speed. Too weak. The newcomer's right fist transformed into a dark hue, striking the barrier and dissipating its energy entirely. Simultaneously, this fierce punch stirred up a whirlwind, causing the onlookers on the ground to hover slightly off the ground. The figure who halted the impact barrier descended leisurely from the sky, his sunlit, handsome face adorned with a warm smile, as if visiting a neighbor. Yet, this did not diminish Bartolomeo's vigilance. As the leader of the street thugs in Roadtown, he could sense the ill intent of this newcomer. The ease with which the stranger halted his barrier left him astounded. That seemingly unremarkable punch had not shattered the barrier. Yet Bartolomeo had once faced a vice admiral who had been unable to evade his own barrier's impact and was sent flying. Compared to this formidable presence, the vice admiral was utterly outmatched. A glimmer of resolve sparked in Bartolomeo's eyes. It seems I must resort to that technique. It was meant as my trump card against Smoker. Nevertheless, with Smoker's fate uncertain, I must address the immediate threat. Barrier sphere. Bartolomeo formed an unusual gesture with both hands, generating a spherical barrier that enveloped him completely as he charged at Ouyang Xiao. Faced with such a reckless attack, Ouyang Xiao could not suppress a cruel smile. Truly remarkable skills, Lord Bartolomeo. End of chapter. A second update for all my friends. A new week has begun. Please support me with donations to help me rise in the rankings. The amount is inconsequential, as every bit counts. Autumn Pear Syrup. Chapter 30. Never Back Down. Thanks to Moved Love for the donation. I am Navy Private Wang Jingza, a newly reborn individual who has just completed my initiation tasks. Upon entering this world, my initial intention was to join a promising pirate crew, to traverse the seas and make a name for myself. However, with no formidable pirates in sight, we were left with no choice but to align ourselves with the Navy. Little did we anticipate. I ultimately succeeded in joining the ranks of pirates. However, what on earth is this large blue jelly that has instantaneously devoured the formidable pirate? Where is my esteemed pirate leader? I had envisioned something entirely different. Moreover, the individual who arrived was draped in a naval officer's cloak. Oh dear, this is disastrous. Moments prior, Bartolomeo unleashed his ultimate barrier technique, transforming into an unstoppable large sphere that crushed the blue-haired man beneath it, reducing him to a puddle of blue goo. Before Bartolomeo could revel in his triumph, the blue puddle seemingly possessed sentience, dividing into countless tendrils that ensnared him, subsequently morphing into a large blue pancake that enveloped the entire barrier sphere, under the watchful eyes of Wang Jingza and others. The colossal jelly-like entity remained firmly stuck to the ground, indifferent to the struggles of the spherical object within. Bartolomeo's barrier fruit ability proved to be immensely powerful, allowing a mere fruit user, who had yet to fully develop their powers or master hockey and other techniques, to attain a bounty of 200 million berries, solely due to the fruit's inherent might. Much like the previous impact barrier, even with the enhanced use of armament hockey, one could only halt its force without inflicting any damage upon the barrier itself. Faced with this impenetrable shell, Ouyang Xiaoming realized that the only course of action was to first encapsulate it, waiting for Bartolomeo to succumb to oxygen deprivation and relinquish his resistance, at which point the barrier would dissipate, allowing for consumption. However, these adorable creatures before him could not be neglected. With this thought, a portion of the large blue jelly detached and fell to the ground, transforming into a slime doppelganger that slowly approached Wang Jingze and the others. Despite the doppelganger's face radiating with a pure, sunny smile, it appeared devilish in the eyes of Wang Jingze and his companions. Please, do not come any closer. Are you truly considering aligning with the Navy? What does this make of me, Wang Jingze? Even if I were to be struck down and beaten into submission, I would never yield. Death is preferable. The approaching blue-haired man, with a smile that belied his lethal intent, uttered words filled with malice. Two powerful hockey auras unconsciously emanated from him, subtly spreading and instilling a sense of dread among those present, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. Commander, it's one of our own. Wang Jingze quickly raised his hand in surrender. Familiarity breeds comfort. This time, there was no need for emotional build-up. Wang Jingze lunged forward, embracing the doppelganger's leg, tears streaming down his face like a broken faucet. His trembling hands and bitten lip betrayed his overwhelming emotion as he emitted muffled sounds of distress. Unbeknownst to them, they appeared as wayward children returning home, embracing their father's legs, moved to tears. Beside them, the inexperienced team exhibited remarkable compliance. Requiring neither subtle glances nor gestures from Wang Jingze, like a cascade of dominoes, they fell to their knees in unison. Commander, we pledge our loyalty. Thus, you are all newly inducted naval soldiers? Despite having retrieved the memories of his doppelganger, Ouyang Xiao feigned ignorance. This group of reincarnators held a certain value for utilization. Just in time, he needed individuals of dubious origins to shoulder a particular burden. Indeed, Commander, we are all noble naval soldiers, well versed in the 100 articles of absolute justice. Wang Jingze declared first. Yes, we are thoroughly familiar with them, nearly able to recite them from memory. Indeed, I can recite them backward. I could write them with my eyes closed. Faced with naval officers capable of vanquishing those with devil fruit abilities, the novices eagerly pledged their allegiance. Not only reciting the 18 essential tenets of naval spirit, but also vehemently denouncing the lawlessness of pirate factions. Their fervor was palpable, with clenched jaws and wide-eyed fury. As if they bore an irreconcilable grudge against pirates, ready to roll up their sleeves and take up arms against them. They sat upright, an air of solemnity enveloping them. Although he was tempted to laugh, Ouyang Xiao, a former top-tier tycoon, masked his emotions, ultimately suppressing a smile. With a countenance of righteous determination, he spoke slowly. I have sensed your unwavering commitment. You are indeed a band of just naval warriors. I am about to embark on a journey to the holy land of Mariewa, the headquarters of the world government. I am officially recruiting you to accompany me on this venture. As a naval second lieutenant, Ouyang Xiao indeed held the authority to issue this mission. We consent, seizing such a splendid opportunity to express their loyalty. Wang Jingze immediately responded before the inexperienced team could fully comprehend the implications. Big Brother is truly remarkable. His reactions are swift. The novices silently applauded, lamenting their own slower responses. The mention of the world government headquarters, the holy land of Mariewa, such grandiose titles evoked awe, especially under the guidance of such formidable leaders. It felt as though they were poised to engage with the climactic narrative ahead. This was a substantial gain. I am willing to serve as your loyal hound. I am prepared to toil for you, my lord. I will brave fire and water at your command, without hesitation, through mountains of blades and seas of flames. As long as it is your order, I shall not flinch. I swear by the East Sea, from this day forth, I shall follow your lead unerringly. Should I defy this oath, may I sink to the depths of the East Sea. Subsequently, those with slower reactions, yet having weathered many storms, offered their vows of allegiance without duplicating one another. Witnessing such cohesion, Ouyang Xiao felt immense satisfaction, sparing himself the exertion of physical persuasion. Although you're endearing, I find it difficult to bear. However, for the sake of my grand endeavor, your sacrifices hold value. My vessel shall set sail at dawn tomorrow, embarking on the new trade route. You have this afternoon to prepare. We will convene at the Rogtown dock at first light, and tardiness will not be tolerated. Observing that the local territory has entirely devoured Bartolomeo, who has lost the protection of the barrier fruit, the slime clone reintegrates into the surroundings and gracefully departs into the sky. Witnessing the figure leap away into the heavens, the novice team on the ground gazes in awe, their eyes wide with admiration. Came. A voice of astonishment. Is this truly the realm of the strong? End of chapter. The first update. Every cause has its effect. Your votes of recommendation belong to me. Chapter 31. Mariewa. You have absorbed the abilities of Bartolomeo, the user of the barrier fruit. Your magical power has significantly increased. The devouring space is analyzing his unique physique. Beat. You have acquired a new ability, slime transparency. Both your main body and clones can now utilize this ability to blend seamlessly with the environment, rendering you nearly invisible. You have achieved your first kill, absorption, of a Paramecia fruit user, unlocking the challenging achievement, Paramecia Slayer, 13. Achievement reward, a Paramecia devil fruit that can be integrated into your equipment. Beat. The barrier fruit has been discovered within Bartolomeo's body. Do you wish to merge? Merging requires the consumption of 1 dream metal. I shall not merge. Are you jesting? The barrier fruit is indeed a formidable asset for novices, for none have yet succeeded in breaching the barriers created by its user. However, for the already powerful Ouyang Xiao, its capabilities appear somewhat lacking, with limited potential for development. After responding to the inquiries of the paradise, Ouyang Xiao returned to the cabin, intending to experiment with the newly acquired transparency skill. As a unique ability of the slime, he regarded it with utmost importance, confident that it must possess depths beyond its apparent simplicity. With a mere thought, his entire form became transparent. He could no longer see his hands or feet. Coupled with the fact that slimes lack breath and heartbeat, most individuals would be utterly oblivious, even if he stood right before them. What a remarkable means of stealth, with diverse applications. It seems there may be an opportunity to accomplish that particular task. After dispatching a clone, the main body became invisible and vanished. Upon reaching the Grand Line, the naval vessel journeyed safely to the Red Earth continent, situated between the first and second halves of the Grand Line. Even from several nautical miles away, one could feel the oppressive aura emanating from the summit of the Red Earth continent. This is the epicenter of our world, the sacred headquarters of the world government, Mariewa. On the deck of the warship, emerging from the cabin, the slime doppelganger, adhering to the intentions left by its original self, solemnly presented a long, ornate box to Wang Jingza, addressing the assembly of novices. Wait, I shall proceed to Mary Geos to fulfill my duties. You must safeguard this box with utmost diligence and refrain from opening it. Failure to comply will result in execution according to military discipline. The seriousness etched on the slime doppelganger's face intensified with the latter part of its warning, exuding an air of menace. This demeanor starkly contrasted with the typically warm smile of Ouyang Xiao, prompting the onlookers to recognize the gravity of the box's contents and abandon their frivolity, promptly acknowledging their duty. Subsequently, the slime doppelganger led the novice team, accompanied by a small contingent of Navy soldiers. As they set foot on the soil of the Red Earth continent, before them loomed the grand and imposing castle-like structure of Mary Geos. From an exterior perspective, Mary Geos resembled a western palace, adorned with artificial forests and a moving walkway leading to the palace itself. Following the instructions outlined in the mission letter, the slime doppelganger prepared to present itself to the so-called most noble rulers of this world, the Celestial Dragons. The Celestial Dragons, residing in the holy land of Mary Geos, are the descendants of the 20 kings who established the world government 8 centuries ago. They consider themselves the progeny of creators, looking down upon common folk with disdain, wearing bubble-like headgear to avoid sharing the same air as others, treating other races as mere slaves, and enjoying all privileges. Should they be offended, the admirals of the Navy headquarters must deploy all military force to uphold their honor. However, the generations of inbreeding have led to a decline in their offspring's quality, resulting in not only unattractive appearances but also abysmally low intelligence. All celestial dragons depicted in the anime world are grotesque, sadistic individuals, epitomizing the foulest elements of this world. This time, the escorting of 3 exceedingly precious devil fruits was intended for a celestial dragon named Charlos, for his amusement. In stark contrast to the ostentatious entrance of the slime doppelganger, Ouyang Xiao's original self, having activated the slime's transparency, stealthily infiltrated the architectural complex of Mary Geos. Indeed, you have not misjudged. Ouyang Xiao sought to uncover a treasure within Mary Geos, none other than the future Empress, Boa Hancock. Although not mentioned in the original narrative, Ouyang Xiao speculated that Hancock was imprisoned at the bottom of Mary Geos, the most suitable locale for these twisted celestial dragons to exploit their slaves. While simultaneously summoning several transparent doppelgangers to search, he indeed discovered the place where slaves were held at the base of Mary Geos. There, he also found the individual he yearned to rescue, the pirate empress, Boa Hancock, in her youthful state, appearing around 13 or 14 years of age. Hancock had already begun to display her enchanting beauty. Should she fully mature, she would undoubtedly attract the vile attention of the celestial dragons. Observing Hancock's innate allure, Ouyang Xiao resolved with unwavering determination to save her. This is an inescapable and honorable mission for every traveler who arrives in this world. Upon witnessing Hancock imprisoned within an iron cage, Ouyang Xiao transformed into a soft, gelatinous form, and slipped inside. Maintaining a translucent shape, he emitted no sound. Secretly observing the esteemed celestial dragon, St. Charlos. As per your command, we have retrieved the devil fruit, declared the slime avatar, bowing respectfully to express unwavering loyalty. What is your name? St. Charlos inquired. Not bad. The demise of those two worthless fools, Stoloberry and Smoker, is hardly regrettable. I shall not spare those who slander you. The wisdom of St. Charlos greatly surpassed the expectations of the slime avatar, rendering his prepared rhetoric entirely futile. Indeed, even a strong figure such as a vice admiral is merely a pawn in the eyes of the celestial dragons. The deceased have no voice, such is the truth. Vice Admiral Stoloberry was quite valiant. Without his selfless sacrifice, I would not have been able to repel the fishman pirates. The slime avatar silently mourned for Stoloberry, feeling that even in death, bearing the blame was hardly unjust. Yet, Smoker, incited by petty motives, sought to seize the devil fruit. And in order to protect your esteemed possession, I was left with no choice but to eliminate him. Please, punish me as you see fit. The slime avatar's expression was sincere, embodying loyalty and righteousness. This earnest display moved the lofty St. Charlos profoundly, causing a tear to escape his eye as he nodded repeatedly. You truly are a loyal Navy officer. End of this chapter. A second update follows. Chapter 32. We are wronged. You are indeed a loyal Navy officer. I shall reward you handsomely. The celestial dragon, St. Charlos, approached, donning a transparent mask, and patted the slime avatar's shoulder, clearly pleased. I now officially appoint you as a rear admiral. Quickly, lead me to the devil fruit. Yes, my lord, please follow me. The slime avatar bowed and guided the celestial dragon to the awaiting novice squad outside the palace doors. My lord, the devil fruit is contained within that box. Excellent. St. Charlos took the elongated box from Wang Jingza, slightly opening it. What is this? Was it not said there were 3 devil fruits? Looking into the box, there indeed lay only a singular pink, sweet fruit. The slime avatar's face mirrored shock, and then he furrowed his brow, feigning contemplation. Slowly, he pointed a finger toward the group of novices. Speak, who are you truly, and where are the other 2 devil fruits? You were the ones who instigated Smoker. Were you not? There is no need for denial. This box was handed to you in plain sight on the Navy deck. The slime avatar's demeanor was grave. His expression stoic, his eyes narrowed, and his trembling finger pointed insistently at the assembly. How could I have placed such trust in you, only to discover your true nature? Charles saintly pondered for a moment before wisely turning to a nearby naval soldier, seeking verification. As a celestial dragon, a mere glance from him caused the soldiers to kneel, their eyes averted in deference. Indeed, as Lieutenant Ouyang Xiu has stated, these individuals possessed dubious origins. Prior to the incident involving Colonel Smoker, suspicions had already been raised about them. Yes, without a doubt, this box was also entrusted to them by Lieutenant Ouyang on the deck, a fact I witnessed firsthand. Clearly, these despicable wretches have betrayed the lieutenant's trust and consumed the devil fruit. I also heard from the residents of Rogue Town that they had intended to ally with the pirate Bartolomeo, only to be thwarted when Lieutenant Ouyang eliminated that formidable pirate. Yes, I am one of the Navy from Rogue Town, and I witnessed the entire affair. Count me in. Wang Jingza? The newcomers? With both testimonial and material evidence at hand, and the culprits apprehended on the spot, even Wang Jingza, known for his eloquence, was rendered speechless. There was no need for a trial. The sentence seemed to be a swift execution. Faced with such irrefutable evidence, the celestial dragon Charles nodded in satisfaction. Lieutenant Ouyang Xiu, your keen perception has unveiled their deceit. You are a paragon of both courage and strategy. I shall speak highly of you to my father. Then I am much obliged. Lord Charles, I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to serving you henceforth. To leap 6 ranks is indeed a rarity in the annals of naval history. The slime clone is a man of both action and restraint, and he promptly bowed in gratitude. Although the case of the missing devil fruit was resolved on the spot, the narrative was far from over. Director Xiu had prepared a second act for them. The slime clone quickly straightened up, extending his arms to shield Charles, and exclaimed, Beware. Some among them have consumed the powers of the devil fruit. Quickly, come forth to protect the Lord. Why must you feign indifference by lingering here? Engage them head on. Cough. If it weren't for the grievous injuries I sustained battling the fishman pirates, I would not have been so careless as to allow you to succeed. The slime clone shielded Charles while clutching his chest with his right hand, as though gravely wounded. Seeing the newcomers still standing there in a daze, he felt compelled to remind them, Are you all poised to challenge the entire world government simultaneously? This remark finally resonated, and the newcomers awakened to the reality of their situation. I'm not. I didn't stop spreading such nonsense. However, before this newcomer could wave his hands in denial, his teammate beside him had already begun to shout and flee, scattering like birds. Run. They're killing people. I'm innocent. Who among you has devoured the devil fruit? Step forward. Brother, if you did consume it, please come out and take the blame. We won't hold it against you. I stopped all pursuing naval soldiers with a swift motion. The slime clone coughed as it spoke. Do not chase them. They possess the power of devil fruits. And I am injured. You are no match for them. Let the guards of Mariehua handle this matter. What is most crucial now is this. The slime clone held the sweet fruit aloft before St. Charlos, the celestial dragon. My lord, this is the most precious devil fruit contained within the sweet fruit, which enhances the allure of any female who consumes it. It is a truly unique treasure. To avoid unnecessary complications, please dispose of this fruit swiftly. Should your siblings seize it for their amusement? Indeed, the only beings capable of instilling fear in the celestial dragons are the celestial dragons themselves, St. Charlos' siblings, who share the same privileges, leaving him without any significant advantage among them. This statement struck a chord with St. Charlos, who nodded at the slime clone. A silent understanding passing between them. Such a loyal subordinate deserved a swift promotion to better serve me. He solemnly accepted the sweet fruit and turned away resolutely. Others awaited outside. Major General Ouyang Xiao, come with me. Unlike Ouyang Xiao, who transformed into liquid through the slime's properties and seeped away, St. Charlos led the slime clone through a labyrinth of twisting corridors, employing several ancient keys to unlock numerous doors of varying shapes until they arrived at a spiral staircase. Descending together. Upon entering this place, the slime clone unmistakably sensed countless potent auras locking onto him. Any suspicious movement could result in immediate termination. These formidable beings were evidently not there merely for the protection of the celestial dragons. They were guarding something of great significance at the core of Mariehua. Major General Ouyang Xiao, you are about to enter our slave club, where we keep all the finest specimens we have collected. If you find one you truly desire, you may take her with you. Upon reaching the lowest level, St. Charlos spread his arms wide, proudly displaying the treasures of the celestial dragons. His gaze, tinged with a glint of mischief, fell upon a particular corner. Aside from that girl, I have had my eye on her for quite some time. This fruit is intended for her use, hee. End of this chapter. Approaching death infinitely allows one to grasp the true essence of severance. The first reward guarantees an explosive update. Chapter 33. Boa Hancock. Beneath her lustrous, black hair, resembling a black pearl, lay a delicate visage. Her long, curving eyelashes accentuated the brilliance of her bright eyes, while a red cheepow could not conceal her exquisite figure, revealing a pair of slender, fair legs. She crouched in the darkness of her cell, hugging her knees, exuding an indescribable air of vulnerability. Such potential is evident in this young girl of merely a decade, hinting at her extraordinary future. Indeed, it is no surprise that in later generations, mere beauty can evoke boundless forgiveness. One of the 7 warlords of the sea, the Empress. Boa Hancock. Ha. General Ouyang Xiao, this is my most prized possession, a stunning beauty I acquired a few years ago. St. Charlos pointed at the quivering child before him, licking his lips with a sinister chuckle. If the sweet fruit is as extraordinary as you claim, then let her partake. What might happen to her? Already endowed with an alluring charm, upon consuming it? At this thought, saliva uncontrollably dripped from St. Charlos's mouth. Good. Execute immediately. The slime clone, after delivering its command, took the prison key and entered, disregarding the trembling figures of the 3 girls before him. Crouching down with the devil fruit held aloft, he addressed the black-haired girl among them. This is the command of Lord St. Charlos. Come here. Consume it. This is your predetermined fate. The voice of the slime clone was ethereal and magnetic, and under its compelling charm, the black-haired girl ceased her fear, slowly approaching to accept the devil fruit. I will eat it, but you must not harm my 2 sisters. No problem. You must trust me. I am a good person. Behind the black-haired girl, Hancock, stood her 2 sisters, one with orange hair and the other with green. In the original narrative, Hancock's sisters each would obtain a snake fruit, one transforming into a python and the other into a king cobra. However, these 2 fruits have already been claimed by Ouyang Xiao. Thus the chances of these young girls appearing in the future are minimal. Their names are long and difficult to remember, so I shall refrain from elaborating. Fortunately, refraining from consuming these fruits preserves their beauty and figure, for upon ingestion, they would transform into grotesque monstrosities towering like buildings. With a decisive motion, Hancock cracked open the shell of the devil fruit and took a hearty bite, juice splattering as she swiftly devoured the fruit, which was the size of her head. However, according to those who had consumed the devil fruit in the narrative, it was not a delicacy. Its taste was rather sour and astringent. Just as Hancock bit into the sweet fruit, a notification chimed. Ding. You have successfully escorted the devil fruit. As you have only submitted 1 sweet fruit to the significant character Boa Hancock, you will receive the lowest evaluation of the basic reward. Reward, level Dream Medal 1. Paradise Coin 1. Hearing the delightful sound of the reward, The slime clone stepped forward to steady the swaying Hancock after she had consumed the devil fruit, while subtly making contact with the true form of Ouyang Xiao, completing the transmission of information. The next step of the plan was activated. Ouyang Xiao's true form immediately conjured a powerful clone, infused with half of his magical energy, which transformed into an invisible liquid and flowed out from the underground slave holding facility. In an attempt to buy time, the slime avatar began to entangle the celestial dragon Charlos, inundating him with nonsensical chatter. Lord Charlos, it appears she has fainted after consuming a devil fruit. Should we? After all, she is but a child. I had intended to nurture her further. Do you possess such peculiar tastes, Major General? No, what I mean is, perhaps we should visit other slaves instead? Ah, indeed. Major General Ouyang Xiao speaks wisely. There is no need for haste. Suddenly, the distinctive alarm of Mariehua resonated, indicating an urgent threat. This was a rare occurrence, as no one dared intrude upon this sanctified ground, despite being a part of the world's aristocracy. The celestial dragons lacked valor. His immediate thought was to have the slime avatar safeguard him. Lord Charlos, given the alarm, it is unwise to linger here. Let us proceed above. Faced with this unforeseen situation, Charlos was already in a state of panic and could only nod frantically in agreement. The slime avatar feigned protective gestures, casting vigilant glances around to deter any potential assailants, while subtly signaling to the true form of Ouyang Xiao, who had encircled the Hancock sisters. Charlos, trembling, fumbled for his keychain to unlock a series of concealed doors, oblivious to the fact that Ouyang Xiao had been shadowing him all along. Due to the proximity and shared aura between the slime avatar and Ouyang Xiao, even the formidable beings within Mariehua failed to detect any anomaly. Upon reaching the outer hall of Mariehua, Ouyang Xiao had already slipped away unnoticed. Fear not, for I am here. I shall protect you with my life, declared the slime avatar, once again boosting its loyalty, leaving Charlos deeply moved, causing him to produce a conspicuous droplet of mucus from his nostrils. Major General Ouyang Xiao, your loyalty is unparalleled. I must inform my father to promote you to the rank of Vice Admiral. Given the pride of the celestial dragon Charlos, he was a man of his word. In a certain part of the outer hall of Mariehua, the slime avatar, possessing the strength akin to its true form, transformed into the guise of a previously devoured ordinary Navy officer. With his fists enveloped in armament hockey, he struck the walls of the outer hall with ferocity, resembling a brutish figure releasing pent-up rage. As he pounded the wall, he bellowed towards the docks, Lord Wang Jingsheng, flee quickly. I shall hold them off. However, Mariehua was no ordinary place. It was the headquarters of the world government, sanctified in its title. The commotion caused by Slime Avatar No. 2 would undoubtedly attract powerful beings to intervene. This situation is entirely different from the previous escape of Wang Jingze and his associates. At that time, they were merely thieves attempting to pilfer the devil fruit, and their activities were discovered through investigative means, resulting in no significant disturbance. The true rulers of Mariehua were completely oblivious to the matter. However, the act of striking the outer palace wall now serves as a direct provocation to Mariehua. In less than a minute, a beam of yellow light shot forth, revealing the figure of Slime Clone Number 2, the user of the glitter fruit. The future Admiral of the Navy, Kizaru. Kizaru, having consumed the natural type glitter fruit, has transformed into an incorporeal being of light. He possesses the ability to convert any part of his body into light, rendering him immune to all physical and energy attacks while wielding the power to manipulate light. His abilities rank among the upper echelons of the natural type powers. With the speed of light, he can execute attacks and movements at light speed. Furthermore, his body can emit a blinding flash, temporarily incapacitating his enemies. He can accelerate his limbs to light speed to deliver devastating blows or concentrate a multitude of photons on his legs to unleash a laser at light speed, resulting in massive explosions. He can also manipulate light particles to fire lasers that cause widespread destruction. Within the narrative, he is defined as the pinnacle of naval combat strength. An adversary of such caliber is far beyond the capabilities of Slime Clone Number 2, who possesses merely a modicum of magical power. Moreover, to conceal his identity, Clone No. 2 cannot even utilize the abilities of the Slime series. Nevertheless, with his adept mastery of both armament hockey and observation hockey, Clone No. 2 is still able to engage Kizaru and fulfill his mission. Humph, Vice Admiral Kizaru? I didn't expect to encounter such a formidable opponent in Mariehua, but it's futile. Our Wang Jingze pirate crew has already laid all the groundwork. Killing me won't matter. Perhaps our thieves have already infiltrated Mariehua to carry out assassinations. The overly confident and sinister smile of Slime Clone Number 2 genuinely unsettled Kizaru. Despite being one of the strongest within the Navy, he remains a Vice Admiral subordinate to the world government. Upon hearing that Mariehua may be under imminent attack, his previously languid expression shifted to one of seriousness. Simultaneously, The attack he intended to unleash to eliminate clone number 2 was halted, and he instead retrieved a transponder snail to communicate. Bleep bleep, this is Kizaru. We are facing an emergency. An unknown number of thieves from the Wang Jingza pirate crew are launching an assault on Mariewa. As he spoke, Kizaru noted the gradual emergence of armament hockey around clone number 2, his tone growing grave. It was highly likely that this crew possessed mastery over armament hockey, with the threat level assessed as critical, prompting an immediate call to activate the Holy Land alarm. Upon receiving the call, the individual on the other end was taken aback. Without a moment's hesitation, they immediately triggered the alarm. As the blaring sirens echoed through the halls of Mariewa, clone number 2 of Slime wore a faint smile. For his objective had been accomplished. Admiral Kizaru, you may take my life today. Yet, I firmly believe that one day, our King Jingza pirates will ascend to the pinnacle of the Red Line and breach Mariewa. I am convinced the day is not far off. With a resolute expression befitting a noble sacrifice, clone number 2 made a throat-cutting gesture towards Mariewa. You not only possess the prowess of hockey, but have also infiltrated the Navy to pilfer devil fruits. It seems you harbor formidable ambitions indeed. Hearing this, Kizaru's heart sank as he discerned that a new anti-world nobles organization had emerged. Without further ado, he unleashed a lethal attack, incinerating Clone No. 2 into ashes with a devastating laser beam. At the Red Line dock, Private Wang Jingza, why are you all in such a hurry to return? The Navy soldiers stationed aboard the ship looked on in bewilderment as Wang Jingza and his companions rushed onto the vessel, ordering an immediate departure. Enough chatter. Under Lieutenant Ouyang Shou's orders, the ship must set sail for Logtown at once. Do not question the reasons. It is a matter of military confidentiality. Clearly, after being outmaneuvered by Ouyang Xiu, Wang Jingza and his companions had learned to be more astute, acquiring some clever tactics. Very well, my good sir. The ship shall depart immediately. Will Lord Ouyang Xiu not accompany us back? The Navy soldiers held a deep-seated respect for Ouyang Xiu, recognizing him as the most reliable assurance for safe passage. Lord Ouyang Xiu is preparing to be received in Mariewa and will not return with us, as we have a secret mission that requires us to return to Logtown post-haste. Ouyang Xiu had always regarded Wang Jingza and his companions favorably, a fact well noted by the Navy soldiers. Upon hearing Wang Jingza's response, the questioning petty officer, convinced of its validity, began directing the crew to unfurl the naval sails in preparation for their return to Logtown. Within the confines of the Navy ship's hold, "Brother, splendid," exclaimed a rookie, giving a thumbs up in genuine admiration. Initially believing they were doomed, they were unexpectedly rescued under the leadership of Brother Wang Jingza. Such dramatic turns of events had become familiar to them. Everything is under control. Once we return to Logtown, the skies will be ours to soar and the seas ours to traverse. They envisioned that upon aligning with another pirate faction, rewards and promotions would follow, along with the acquisition of a devil fruit and the chance to marry the daughter of the pirate captain, culminating in the zenith of their lives. Just thinking about it stirred a thrill within them. Indeed, it was solely through Brother Wang Jingza's impromptu strategy that we escaped peril. Otherwise, this is the headquarters of the world government. If we fail to depart by ship and become stranded on the Red Soul continent, we shall inevitably be apprehended by the guards. Another novice, seeing his companion steal the spotlight with flattery, swiftly nudged him aside and offered a sagacious analysis. However, he too was soon jostled to the side by another, more robust figure. It may not have occurred to everyone that, having traversed numerous locations far beyond our capabilities, our exploration level has undoubtedly surged to an impressive height. At this juncture, the novice, endowed with a well-developed posterior, deliberately paused before erupting into hearty laughter. Thus, our reward at the conclusion will surely be formidable, propelling us to become among the foremost powers in this dreamlike paradise. Let us express our gratitude to our esteemed leader, Wang Jingza, and cheer together. As this novice rallied the others to lift Wang Jingza into the air, the entire cabin was enveloped in a joyous atmosphere, with beaming faces all around. How wonderful it is to follow our elder brother. Meanwhile, in the wine cellar, Ouyang Xiu, concealed from view, revealed a knowing smile upon hearing the cheerful laughter from above. He reached out to touch his body, rejuvenated by the sweet fruit, his beauty surpassing even his former self. Now standing 2 meters tall as a slender, black-haired girl, feeling waves of softness envelop him. Your narrative has yet to conclude. End of this chapter. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the esteemed Lord Luokong for his unwavering support. Chapter 35. The Demon Extermination Order in the Inner Sanctum of Mariewa. The Grand Hall is not as resplendent as the outside world might envision. The entire chamber is crafted from white jade, devoid of any ornamentation, exuding an aura of tranquil sanctity. Oval-shaped windows scattered across the east and west allow ample natural light to flood the room. 5 elders, each past the age of 50, sit poised upon 5 gold-trimmed green sofas. Time has merely grayed their hair and brows, yet it has solidified their spirited essence. They represent the epitome of absolute power, the 5 elder stars. If the ordinary celestial dragons embody nobility, these figures stand at the zenith of global authority. They are the supreme leaders of the world government, the very pillars supporting its structure, their standing surpassing that of the military commander-in-chief. Their domains encompass the Direct Secret Espionage Agency, 09, the Navy, and the 7 warlords of the sea. At this moment, they are deliberating 2 significant topics. One elder, distinguished by his sword, is the first to speak. The first topic concerns the proposal by St. Charlos, advocating for the promotion of Ouyang to the rank of Rear Admiral. Personally, I believe that his ability to repel Fisher Tiger speaks volumes of his strength. However, promoting him directly from lieutenant to Rear Admiral seems unwarranted, as this young man's potential has yet to be fully realized. As the 5 elder stars, wielding equal authority, they typically engage in a round-robin discussion, culminating in a collective decision-making process. The second elder, with a long face and a white beard, took up the conversation. The reliability of this naval newcomer is quite high. Promoting him to the rank of Rear Admiral poses no issues and is indeed trustworthy. Ouyang's ability to protect Charles Saint at a critical moment, regardless of whether it stems from a desire for advancement, is, at the very least, commendable in their eyes. The third elder, with a round face, did not respond immediately but instead produced a confidential letter penned by a naval soldier. The letter, partially soaked by seawater, was still somewhat legible. Upon receiving the letter, it was noted that this Lieutenant Ouyang is rather extraordinary. He appears to be a user of a devil fruit power, yet can swim. According to the soldier's observations, he possesses the ability to soften his entire body and create duplicates, suggesting he may very well be a rare natural type fruit user. I believe we should intensify our training efforts for him. After the round-faced elder concluded, the fourth elder, with a bushy beard, paused momentarily with his cane. Given the consensus among the group, let us appoint him as a Rear Admiral. His rank cannot be further elevated, but if we increase his training, considering he also masters the Navy's 6 styles, perhaps he would be well suited to serve as a deputy commander in that particular area. The final speaker, a square-faced elder, casually placed his hands in his pockets to summarize. What you mentioned is indeed the 9th District. It is an appropriate fit for him. I trust that if he goes there, he will be able to maintain order among those warriors who only know how to train. Let us move on to the next topic. With the first lighthearted and harmonious discussion concluded, the sword-bearing elder exhaled, clutching his long sword as he stood. The second agenda is straightforward, to issue a Demon Slayer order to eradicate the Wangjing's pirate group. The previously calm eyes of the other 4 elders sparked with interest. What? A Demon Slayer order? I find this feasible. The Wangjing's pirate group has stolen the devil fruits of our celestial dragons, infiltrated the Navy with unclear intentions, and even launched a surprise attack on the Holy Land Mariawa. Each act is an unforgivable crime. He is right, their strength is unknown. Yet their organization is exceedingly tight-knit and ruthless, capable of nurturing formidable warriors wielding haki, and should not be underestimated. Challenging the authority of the Holy Land warrants a thunderous response. Otherwise, what face would remain for our world government? Perhaps our Demon Slayer order has remained dormant for too long, and the world has nearly forgotten the fear that rightfully belongs to the world government. Since there is a consensus, let us launch the Demon Slayer order. After the sword-bearing elder finished speaking, he pulled a golden transponder snail from his robe, pressing a button with a stern expression. To ensure absolute success, let Kizaru, Akiji, and Akainu lead the charge, accompanied by several vice admirals. It should pose no concern and will surely uproot their entire organization. Indeed, while they successfully escaped from the Red Line, their facial likenesses were recorded during their time in the Navy. The sword-bearing elder then drew out a dozen posters from behind him, carelessly marking them with numerous zeros. Moreover, let us add a bounty, shall we? The captain of the Wangjing's pirate crew has a bounty of 300 million berries, while every other member is valued at 100 million berries. Such a trifling sum does not warrant inquiry from us. However, I have just received a communication from Vice Admiral Garp, who expressed his desire to venture out while still in his prime. Let us embark together. The so-called Demon Extermination Order refers to the initiation of a large-scale military operation, characterized by indiscriminate and devastating assaults on designated regions. Its purpose is to entirely eradicate any entities and individuals that pose a threat to the rule of the world government within those territories. The Demon Extermination Order is a ruthless campaign that seeks to scorch all in its path. The standard deployment includes 10 battleships, 5 vice admirals, and the elite forces of the Navy. The battleships are crafted by the esteemed shipyards of Water 7, renowned for their durability and offensive capabilities, ensuring they can effectively confront sea kings. Each vessel is manned by thousands of elite Navy personnel serving as the foundational strength. While the Corps consists of over 10 rear admirals from the Navy headquarters, each commanding one of the 10 battleships. The Corps forces also include 5 vice admirals from the Navy headquarters. The vice admirals designated for this operation include Akiji Kazan, Akane Sakazuki, Kazara Borsellino, and the legendary hero Garp, alongside the unspecified vice admiral, the Weasel. Thus, the configuration for the Demon Extermination Order against the Wang Jingza pirate crew comprises 5 vice admirals, 10 rear admirals, nearly 10,000 elite Navy personnel, and 10 top-tier battleships. This formidable fleet is currently en route to the East Blue, propelled by the intelligence received. Simultaneously, a Navy ship is set to dock at Rogue Town, unbeknownst to Wang Jingza and his crew, who are still reveling in their cleverness. They cheerfully pop champagne and clink glasses within their ship's cabin. Yet, a certain Navy corporal on the deck has already received directives from the communication snail. Upon hearing the content transmitted through the snail, he is struck with terror, collapsing onto the ground, trembling uncontrollably, his voice faltering. "Sir, are you saying that the enemy is aboard our warship? The Demon Extermination Order has been initiated. Into this chapter, every cause yields an effect. The recommendation votes belong to me." Chapter 36. Everything is under control, there is no significant issue. Upon the Navy vessel's arrival at the Rogue Town dock, Wang Jingza patted his chest, declaring that after completing this novice task, he would purchase a team scroll or something similar to embark on adventures together. They are all novices, classified as commoners, unaware of the grandeur of knights. However, team scrolls, which serve as temporary contracts for squads, are available for sale in the trading center at reasonable prices. These scrolls merely ensure that the signatories can enter the same task world, imposing no constraints on the team members. Nonetheless, this suffices for them. They believe that with their current level of coordination, there is no need for additional restraints. It is all on me. As everyone returns this time, they shall undoubtedly undergo a profound transformation, emerging as formidable forces in their own right. Let us join together and create a tumultuous upheaval in the world that lies ahead. Wang Jingza's voice resonated like thunder, reverberating throughout the universe, his indomitable spirit soaring to the heavens. Such a terrifying declaration aimed at overturning the future world revealed their extraordinary nature. The sheer volume of his voice could not be contained by the ordinary steel confines of the ship's cabin, instilling fear in the hearts of the sailors on deck. Particularly in an atmosphere thick with uncertainty, heightened by the attention from the world government, the deck transformed into a scene of tension, with soldiers poised with their flintlock guns, ready to confront the formidable foes that might emerge from the cabin. The Navy soldiers of Rogue Town displayed remarkable valor. There was no hint of surrender or plea for mercy among them. With their families residing in Rogue Town, they could never become the kind of pirates adrift on the seas, bereft of kin. The highest nominal commander aboard the vessel was a Navy corporal, who discreetly retrieved a telephone bug emblazoned with the Navy insignia from his pocket, initiating contact with an enigmatic figure. "Zero? This is Corporal from Rogue Town. The pirate crew you instructed me to monitor has made new moves. They seem intent on causing a complete upheaval in the world." Upon hearing this, the members of the world government's intelligence organization on the other end were taken aback. Their focus sharpening as a series of commands were relayed. Loyalty to the Navy is honorable, and sacrificing oneself for the Navy is a noble duty. Though not the direct superior of the corporal, Zero wielded significant power and authority as a member of the world government's intelligence apparatus. The conditions they mentioned, ensuring the welfare of families and future generations, were well within their capacity to fulfill. "Understood, Commander. I shall prove my loyalty with my life." The corporal, as if resolved to a solemn pledge, clenched his fist and turned to address all the soldiers on deck. "The commander of Zero has promised to safeguard our families. Those unbetrothed may withdraw. The rest of us shall unite to fulfill true justice." The corporal raised his flintlock gun high, akin to a Spartan warrior, his voice booming across the deck. The golden hues of the setting sun illuminated his bronze figure, accentuating his grandeur and valor. In his willing gaze toward death, the indomitable spirit of the Navy's grassroots officers reflected an eternal military essence, fearless and unwavering. They are the very foundation that has allowed the Navy to maintain its supremacy as one of the 3 great powers for so long, the backbone of the world government. A collective roar erupted from all Navy soldiers in that moment, igniting their military spirit. Vowing to shed their last drop of blood for the great Navy of the world government. Passion surged, morale soared. Not a single soul contemplated retreat, nor did anyone feel fear. They transformed into the most valiant Navy soldiers, flintlock guns raised, whether crouching, standing, or lying, all aimed toward the direction of the cabin. Even in the face of monstrous foes that would surely overwhelm them, their hands, steady and resolute, gripped their firearms without a hint of tremor. Each barrel was unwaveringly aimed, a testament to their unwavering resolve. "Come forth, creatures of the abyss. Our valiant naval warriors stand ready," they proclaimed. "Rest assured, all is well within our grasp." Wang Jingze adjusted his collar, exuding an air of confidence. Upon reaching Rogtown, they would seek a smuggler's vessel to ferry them across the sea. With a stroke of luck, they might encounter a band of pirates and join a more formidable crew. Even if fortune did not favor them, they could explore other locales, enhancing their understanding of the world, a risk-free venture. Wang Jingze's unwavering confidence subtly inspired the surrounding newcomers, their smiles growing ever brighter. Indeed, this venture seemed assured. Just as he was engaging in light-hearted banter with the novices, he swung open the cabin door, assuring them that the forthcoming hidden mission assignments would be as fair and transparent as possible. Yet, upon turning, he was met with the grim sight of nearly 100 matchlocks aimed squarely at his head. "Brave naval soldiers, take aim at the enemy and fire." The roar of gunfire erupted. In that instant, Wang Jingze spun around with unprecedented speed, slamming the iron door of the cabin shut, narrowly evading the first volley. Countless lead balls pounded against the door, leaving dents that continued to accumulate. Through the iron barrier, he could hear the command for a second volley being issued. Given the door's thinness, it was evident that it would not withstand many more assaults. Beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead. How could this be? Was there a clandestine means of communication among the Navy that eluded their understanding? This world, seemingly primitive with its wooden ships and flintlock firearms, could hardly possess satellites or mobile phones. No, something was amiss. Could there be a traitor among them? Before Wang Jingze could meticulously analyze which newcomer might be the most suspicious, a familiar voice drew him deeper into dread. "In no more than 5 rounds, this door shall be breached, and all of you will meet your doom. Will you trust me?" Slowly, he lifted his gaze to the figure with blue hair. Feeling as though every cell in his body had frozen, his blood running cold. If he was not mistaken, this blue-haired individual was none other than their nemesis, the naval lieutenant Ouyang Xiao, the very architect of their perilous flight. He should have charged at him, yet inexplicably, his knees felt drawn to the ground, as if the very earth were beckoning him. How he longed to embrace the lieutenant's legs. He was losing control of himself. With a thud, he fell to the floor. "Lord Ouyang Xiao, in the past, I had no choice, but now I aspire to become a naval soldier." End of this chapter. Here is the first update. Chapter 37, Enhanced Training. "My lord, grant me another chance." Wang Jingze knelt on both knees, tightly grasping the blue-haired figure's thigh. "I have given you opportunities, yet you resorted to stealing the devil fruit. You have greatly disappointed me." The figure before them was none other than Ouyang Xiao's new avatar, Slime Number 2. Number 1 remains in Mariewa accompanying St. Charlos, while the previous No. 2 had been obliterated by Kizaru. "My lord, we do not know who did it. We did not take it. Truly we did not. We were too afraid to even open the box." Listening to the violent shaking caused by the incessant gunfire against the cabin door, Wang Jingze's eyes brimmed with tears as he implored a rookie to swear an oath. "Stop. I can believe you once more." Slime No. 2 raised a hand to interrupt their fervent vows and sycophantic flattery, fully aware that these individuals were not lying. The other 2 fruits were safely stowed within the devouring space. "I shall no longer withhold the truth from you. I belong to a secret organization within the Navy. I hold great faith in your potential and am willing to assist you once more without charge. Should you prove your innocence one day, I shall reintegrate you. This is the maid-style armor our secret organization has developed. Once donned, it grants immunity against the sporadic bullets of flintlock pistols. Hurry, wear it and leave Rog Town by ship." Slime Number 2 conjured over a dozen diminutive avatars, transforming into maid outfits for Wang Jingze and the others to wear. "Big brother, isn't this women's clothing?" One rookie gulped nervously, eyeing the somewhat revealing maid outfits. "Enough chatter, maid attire is powerful." While speaking, Wang Jingze had already donned the entire maid ensemble, even replacing his naval cap with a lace headband, and was now beginning to adorn his long legs with white stockings. Truly worthy of being the elder brother, even changing into women's clothing so swiftly. A commendable act, indeed. Upon witnessing the first to take the plunge, the others quickly followed suit, shedding their hesitation. After all, they were all in the same boat, and there was no shame in it. Moreover, after putting it on, they felt an inexplicable thrill. Perhaps they should have tried this sooner. "All right, since you are all properly attired, it is time to depart Rog Town. A vast new world awaits you." With a grand gesture, Slime Number 2 signaled them to rush out before transforming into a pool of blue liquid and vanishing from sight. At this moment, Ouyang Xiao's true form was engaged in intense training with Hancock. Great hero, dear brother, I can't go on. Let us take a moment to rest." The soft, sweet voice flowed gently from the cherry lips of the future Snake Queen. As if she could no longer endure the intensity of the training, her body yielding as she collapsed onto Ouyang Xiao. due to the rigorous training. Hancock's skin flushed with an unusual hue, her body intermittently trembling as she lay atop Ouyang-Xiu. Gazing at the girl's exquisite features, Ouyang-Xiu tenderly caressed her back. Speaking softly, "Is this little training too much for you? You must engage in more exercise in the future." But great heroes are indeed great villains. The dark-haired little girl raised her tiny fist and playfully struck Ouyang-Xiu's chest, then rested her flushed face against the spot she had hit. A charming blush adorning her cheeks. In a bid to ensure their successful escape from the naval pursuit, Slime No. 2 had left behind a dozen flintlock guns and a pouch of lead bullets for each of Wang Jingze and his companions. To Ouyang-Xiu, who had emptied the entire ship's hold, these were but trifles. Moreover, the blame for emptying the ship's hold would automatically fall upon Wang Jingze and the others, making it a foolproof plan. Besides, as they had been issued a demon-slaying order, they had little to fear. More debts only meant more freedom, and carrying such minor burdens posed no pressure for them. However, as a sincere young man of his word, Ouyang-Xiu did not deceive them about one thing. These made outfits could indeed withstand sporadic musket fire. Even the slime's mimetic doppelganger, composed of a small amount of magical power, could not be penetrated by flintlock pistols powered by black powder. Brothers, with firearms in hand, the world is ours. Donned in women's attire, we reign supreme. Follow me to slaughter. Wang Jingze took the lead, seizing the moment of reloading amidst a volley of gunfire. He flung open the hatch and, with a swift motion, took down a naval soldier with a single shot. The sound of gunfire echoed, inspiring several novice comrades to form small teams of 3, who, despite their inexperience, could still eliminate a naval soldier with a coordinated burst of fire. With spirits soaring, 3 bullets flew towards Wang Jingze. He deftly evaded 2 with agile movements, while the last was deflected by the maid outfit. With one hand expertly wielding the gun, he dispatched another soldier with precision. Amidst the fray, Wang Jingze, undeterred by the heat, swiftly reloaded his firearm. His long legs, clad in white stockings, added a graceful flair to his movements, leaving the naval forces dazzled and bewildered. Seizing the moment when a naval soldier was momentarily dazed, he raised his weapon and eliminated yet another foe, demonstrating his prowess. With a decisive stomp of his black-made shoes upon the deck, Wang Jingze launched himself into the air, firing once more while evading incoming fire, striking true to the heart of yet another adversary. His reputation would echo across the seas. With a single-handed support on the ground, the left hand reloaded while the right foot kicked forcefully, sending a dazed naval officer, who had glimpsed beneath a skirt, flying 2 meters away. Swiftly, the gun barrel was turned, and with the iron butt of the firearm, a brutal strike was delivered to the officer's head, resulting in his immediate demise. A fearsome presence was established. Utilizing the rotational force of the gunstock, the flintlock was rapidly reloaded, and with one knee on the ground, another shot was fired. From a distance, a Navy officer, terrified of hitting his comrades, was instantly shot in the head, triggering a notification of the headshot achievement. Every 10 steps, a life fell. With a graceful stride, the protagonist evaded a failed prediction from a naval shot, finding ample time to reload. With a single hand raised, another shot rang out, eliminating the last naval soldier on the ship's deck. Invincible in battle, he leapt from the vessel, brushing his hair back and adjusting his slightly disheveled maid outfit, pulling the lace-trimmed white stockings back to his knees. Wang Jingze confidently shouldered his flintlock and strode towards Rock Town. Behind him trailed a new recruit, untouched and unharmed. Ah, this is our battlefield. End of chapter. Do you feel an inexplicable surge of excitement? Chapter 38. Dasky. Let us shift our focus back to Slime Clone Number 1, situated in Mary Geos. The loyal performance of Slime Number 1 garnered the approval of St. Charlos. However, he seemed less than satisfied with Ouyang-Xiu's mere appointment as a rear admiral and vice commander. Yet, Slime Number 1 was quite content, incessantly expressing heartfelt loyalty to the celestial dragon. My lord, your kindness is as profound as a mountain, and I shall never forget your support. Should you have any orders, I am at your service. Despite the disdain felt by Slime Clone Number 2, who inherited Ouyang-Xiu's memories towards the noble celestial dragons, the current situation dictated submission. As the saying goes, one must bow under the eaves. In this world, attaining a higher position evidently comes with lucrative rewards. This was confirmed as all clones, including No. 1, received a notification from Paradise simultaneously. Knight Ouyang-Xiu, you have attained the rank of Rear Admiral and the position of Vice Commander in this world. Your overall reputation is 5. Your current overall reputation stands at 6 points. You will receive an initial identity bonus in any forthcoming task worlds. Your reward score will significantly increase. Faced with such substantial rewards, Slime Number 1 felt it prudent to adopt a more obsequious demeanor. One cannot oppose financial gains. Can one? Even though discontent with the celestial dragon's perverse actions lingered, there was no need for haste. It was wiser to bide time until one's wings were fully developed before uprooting the corrupt. Regardless of the tumultuous thoughts swirling within, Slime Clone No. 1 continued to flatter St. Charlos with a smile, praising not only the noble's character but also the exquisite slaves in his collection. Charos Saint is indeed a man of great loyalty. Observing that Slime Number 1 was about to depart, he promptly dispatched a flagship accompanied by 100 elite sailors to accompany him to the East Sea. One should not underestimate these 100 elite soldiers. They are a specially appointed force from the Holy Land, meticulously selected from the naval headquarters, each possessing the prowess of a naval sergeant, led by a naval lieutenant. The combat capabilities of the naval headquarters stand in stark contrast to those of the naval branches, with the strength of a junior officer at headquarters equating to that of a major at the branches. While Slime No. 1 awaited the arrival of the warship to seek out Ouyang Xiu in the local area, Ouyang Xiu had just set foot on the soil of Rogue Town. Upon his arrival, he received a message from the Paradise. With the assistance of the storyline character Dasky, you have successfully cleared the streets of Rogue Town. Due to the assistance of the storyline character, your rewards have been diminished. Final rewards: Level 2 Dream Medal, 5,000 Paradise Coins. Dasky must now be a little girl, yet how could she assist in clearing the remaining ruffians from the streets? Although the ringleader Bartholomew had already been devoured by him, the remaining thugs appeared rather feeble, explaining their lack of renown in later years. Nevertheless, his return to Rogue Town was indeed for you, Dasky. Please, do not adopt such a training posture. It is far too embarrassing. Hancock blushed, wiping the fragrant sweat from her forehead with her crimson sleeve. Training should be cultivated from a young age, and indeed, it must commence early, without a moment's neglect throughout the seasons, regardless of the black-haired little girl's resistance. Ouyang Xiu, now rich in training experience, had become a competent coach. He had mastered various training postures, even innovating to ensure Hancock achieved a comprehensive, multidimensional training effect. Although Hancock had significantly enhanced her height and physical attributes after consuming the scent fruit, it still paled in comparison to the extraordinary capabilities of the magic-infused slime body. After each training session, her fair legs bore the marks of rigorous training, necessitating her to sleep until noon the following day to recuperate. Thus, early the next morning, Ouyang Xiu wrapped her 2 younger sisters in black cloaks and ventured to the naval district of Rogue Town to find Dasky. At this moment, Dasky was a girl imbued with a strong sense of justice, adorned with red-framed glasses and adept in swordsmanship, though her abilities were fairly standard. Her devilishly slender figure and charming visage afforded her numerous appearances in the original narrative. Dasky's sense of justice embodies a compassion and tolerance for the virtuous, fundamentally differing from the absolute justice promoted by the Navy. Furthermore, Ouyang Xiu discerned a hidden trait of hers within the storyline: kindness. Dasky's sister, I have a favor to ask of you. With a gentle smile and strikingly handsome features, Ouyang Xiu found himself irresistibly drawn to this little sister. Dear brother, I recognize you. You are the newly appointed Rear Admiral Ouyang Xiu. Wang Jingza and the others arrived in Rogue Town by boat and, through the communication device, were naturally informed of the Navy's latest appointments much earlier. A newly minted Rear Admiral at the tender age of 20. Haha, the little sister is quite astute, indeed. After escorting Dasky from a naval camp to a secluded corner, Ouyang Xiu, with a smile, brought out 2 younger girls, one with orange hair and the other with green, who happened to be Hancock's younger sisters. Dasky, my dear, this is a personal request, not an order from the military. You may refuse if you wish. These 2 girls were originally captured as slaves by the celestial dragons and were being led astray by a band of nefarious individuals. I discovered their plight and followed them until I successfully rescued them. Now, I hope you will take them in and teach them swordsmanship, so they may defend themselves. I, Ouyang Xiu, express my gratitude here. At this point, Ouyang Xiu bowed deeply to the girl before him, who was not yet 18. Very well, dear brother. I can promise to care for these 2 little sisters. This shall be our shared secret. May I make a request of you as well? Dasky accepted this somewhat risky proposition without hesitation, her gaze filled with hope, her eyes sparkling with a hint of that unique shyness characteristic of a young girl. Ouyang Xiu, no longer a novice, understood the meaning behind her look but still mustered the courage to inquire, what is your request? I hope Rear Admiral Ouyang Xiu will marry me. Dasky, still at an age where appearances mattered greatly, felt utterly captivated by Ouyang Xiu's striking looks, reminiscent of a charming young elf. However, she never anticipated that Ouyang Xiu would merely extend his right hand to pat her head gently, smiling as he shook his head. You are still young. Let us speak of this when you have matured. End of this chapter. Here is the first update. Chapter 39. Endeavors having seen off Hancock's 2 younger sisters. Ouyang Xiu was now free to pursue the next matter at hand, which was related to his recent appointment. The 9th Commander. Although it sounded as if it were a casual promotion from the elders to the rear admiral, akin to a buy-one-get-one-free offer, the organization itself is quite formidable. The Ninth is independent of the Navy, directly under the leadership of the world government. Its full name is the Ninth, signifying secrecy, and it serves as the enforcement arm, the covert espionage agency of the world government. Thus, its members are a cadre of operatives on special missions. To simplify, they are akin to agents from a James Bond film. This organization is indeed quite extraordinary, known to very few in the world. Ordinary citizens. Even the rulers of various nations have only heard of the first 8 intelligence agencies and remain utterly oblivious to the existence of the Ninth. From this, it is evident that the 5 elders have placed significant trust in Ouyang Xiu by bestowing upon him the role of deputy leader within the organization. His elaborate performance has not been in vain. At this moment, several formidable members of the organization are diligently executing their superiors' orders in Water City. Tasked with acquiring the ancient weapon design blueprint of Hades, Ouyang Xiu is now preparing to journey to Water City. After the slime clone one brought the flagship vessel to Rogue Town, it merged seamlessly with its original form. Subsequently, under Ouyang Xiu's command, they set sail towards Water City. Following a month-long voyage, the warship anchored beside a concealed island. Amidst the rhythmic clanking of the maritime train, Ouyang Xiu casually picked up a newspaper and began to read it intently. The maritime train is a remarkable mode of transportation that traverses the sea, operating along the marine railway connecting Water City with the surrounding islands. It is an epic masterpiece, constructed over a decade by the legendary shipwright Tom and his 2 apprentices. The maritime train sustains the economy and prosperity of Water City and its neighboring islands. As the saying goes, to become wealthy, one must first build roads. Yet this extraordinary maritime transport is not commonplace. Only Water City boasts such a wondrous vessel along the vast Grand Line. How intriguing. Upon noticing an article in the Water City newspaper about Bruno's bar unveiling a new drink, a smile graced Ouyang Xiu's face. Quite the showman, aren't you, Bruno? Are you ready to welcome your superior? Tinkling bells announced his entrance as he pushed open the half-ajar door of the tavern. Apologies, but the tavern is closed during the day, replied a burly man with horned black hair, clad in an apron and polishing a goblet. He is the proprietor of the tavern in Water City, though his appearance resembles that of a dishwasher more than a bar owner. Bruno, I hope you haven't neglected your training in the 6 styles due to washing dishes, Ouyang Xiu remarked, slowly closing the door behind him, revealing a cruel smile. Bruno, the tavern owner of Water 7, is, in truth, a member of the special organization known as 9, operating undercover. He serves as Ouyang Xiu's nominal subordinate. However, Ouyang Xiu's visit is not to assert his superior status. Rather, he seeks to absorb Bruno, who possesses the power of the devours fruit, as a reincarnator traversing various worlds. The foremost priority is to enhance one's true strength rather than to indulge in the transient power of the task world. Such fleeting indulgence only leads to eternal suffering in the future. Ouyang Xiu is acutely aware of this truth, although this is merely a second world. It must be noted that Dreamland is a place of great personal development, where he has experienced rapid growth. It is not only his strength that has increased, but also his perspective on the task world and his clarity in pursuing his goals. Knowing when to act and when to refrain from action is crucial. To think you could unmask my identity. There is no escape for you now. No matter where you flee, you shall become my prey. Bruno removed his apron and gently set down his wine glass. A piercing intensity began to emanate from his previously indifferent gaze. Indeed, as a user of the devours fruit, he possessed the authority to utter such words. The devours fruit, a type of paramecia devil fruit, bestows upon its user the remarkable ability akin to that of a door, yet far superior. The portals can be created in various locations, including within the air, upon flames, or even on the human body. Regardless of how solid or formless the material may be, such as fire or air, a door can be conjured. The essence of this fruit's power lies in its capacity for unfettered movement through space. Once a door is closed, the area where it was opened returns to its original state, leaving no trace behind. Furthermore, this ability belongs to a high echelon of spatial powers. Should he resolve to escape through a door, Ouyang Xiu lacks the means to detain him. Thus, to ignite a deadly resolve within him, his identity was deliberately revealed. The directive to infiltrate the 7 waters was a mandate from the world government, a pivotal element of their scheme. If their disguise were to be unraveled by outsiders, all the time and resources expended in this infiltration would be rendered futile. Bruno would not allow anyone with knowledge of the truth to escape. This understanding was clear to both Bruno and Ouyang Xiu alike. Such thoughts had been meticulously considered long before Ouyang Xiu's arrival, and reality unfolded precisely as he anticipated. Without a moment's hesitation, Bruno executed the 6 styles shave, vanishing from sight, a finger magnifying before Ouyang Too slow. As the finger approached, Ouyang cast a sidelong glance and, with a swift motion, seized it firmly, rendering it futile in its struggle for liberation. Six Styles finger gun? Your prowess is far too lacking. Had you possessed Lucci's skill, perhaps such a strike could have shattered my skull. While he spoke thus, Ouyang was not sluggish in response. His palm, enveloped in armament haki, applied a slight but decisive force, twisting Bruno's entire finger into a grotesque shape, eliciting inhuman cries of agony from him. Seizing this moment, Ouyang, with haki-laden left fist, delivered a blow to Bruno's head, sending him hurtling several meters away, the finger fracturing under the impact. Discarding the severed digit, Ouyang executed the six-style shave once more, instantly appearing beside the still-flying Bruno, grasping his waist, and targeting his raised knee for a powerful strike. A resounding thud echoed as Bruno's spine shattered, his eyes rolling back as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Despite the formidable nature of the paramecia fruit, its enhancement of physical capabilities proved insufficient. Subsequently, Ouyang transformed into a blue slime, enveloping him entirely. End of this chapter. Every cause has its effect. The second part is presented. Chapter 40, Commander. The clash between Ouyang and Bruno transpired in but a fleeting moment. In truth, the battle had already concluded the instant Bruno hesitated to make his escape. Lacking dual attributes of haki and possessing only mastery of the six styles, he stood no chance against Ouyang. Nonetheless, it must be said that as a relatively low-ranking agent with a combat prowess score of 9, Bruno's fighting technique was remarkably resolute, representing the pinnacle of his capabilities. Combat prowess score is a metric designed to gauge one's physical aptitude, serving merely as a reference and not an absolute determinant of true strength. For example, if an ordinary naval soldier has a combat prowess score of 10, those scoring above 500 are deemed formidable, with only 9 having undergone evaluation. During their recent confrontation, Bruno initiated with a swift shave technique, closing the distance to Ouyang in an instant, seamlessly following up with his most potent attack, the six styles finger puncture. His execution was impressively adept, showcasing both positional awareness and output. First and foremost, his awareness was acute, seizing the moment while Ouyang was still speaking. He utilized the rapid strike characteristic of the shave technique to close in, leaving his opponent with no room to evade. Secondly, his strikes were decisive. Although it appeared that Bruno attacked with merely a single finger, he was, in fact, employing the most formidable offensive skill of the six styles, the finger puncture. This technique concentrates the body's strength into the index finger, allowing for a lightning-fast thrust with hardened digits that can pierce through flesh with the force of a bullet. Ultimately, he faced an unavoidable defeat. Bruno had exerted considerable effort. He was nurtured by the organization from a young age, enduring grueling and harsh training since childhood, incomparable to the experiences of mere trainees. However, against Ouyang, who possessed the foresight of observation haki and the formidable defense of armament haki, he suffered a disheartening loss. This match could be aptly described as Bruno's utmost effort. He maximized every skill, speed, techniques, awareness, combos, pressure, counter-pressure, prediction, reaction, mentality, and positioning. He truly exemplified the elite of the organization. Regrettably, he found himself pitted against Ouyang, akin to a level 1 battling a level 6. Akin to a mere sandal facing an insurmountable opponent, no matter how elaborate his maneuvers, they were futile. Like a hero weeping in sorrow. It was akin to the experience in a game of Honor of Kings, where one might dominate the bottom lane, forcing the enemy to cower, forsaking their minions. Yet upon glancing up, one finds a ruthless reality. Both the top and mid lanes have fallen to overwhelming foes, and the advantage swiftly dissipates. When the fully equipped jungler arrives to ambush, no skill can save you. Regardless of your lightning-fast fingers, you are swiftly dispatched. All that remains is to vent your frustrations through furious typing, yet no better recourse exists. This was the predicament Bruno faced. Had he been aware from beyond, he would undoubtedly have felt an acute sense of injustice. You have absorbed the powers of Bruno, the user of the memento fruit, resulting in a significant enhancement of your magical abilities and the acquisition of a faint sense of spatial perception. You have achieved your first kill by consuming the second user of a paramecia-type fruit, thereby earning the title of Paramecia Slayer, 23. A notification indicates that within Bruno's body, the paramecia-type memento fruit has been discovered. Do you wish to merge? Merging this fruit requires the expenditure of 1 level dream metal. Opting against the fusion, you acknowledge that the door-opening ability, imbued with spatial properties, can be an extraordinarily potent skill when utilized effectively. The necessity of expending a metal for fusion suggests that this fruit possesses considerable potential for enhancement. However, the abilities of the fruit must also be cultivated. Unlike the nature-type fruits that grant immediate advantages upon consumption, paramecia-type fruits necessitate substantial development. Nonetheless, these considerations are irrelevant to Ouyang Xiu, who is focused on acquiring the devil fruit he desires. The time for such pursuits is not yet ripe, and with the mission deadline approaching, the Water City is poised to be his final destination. Therefore, achieving the final milestone of Paramecia Slayer is imperative. In matters of intelligence, 9 is a veritable expert. It is time to seek out his true subordinates. At the heart of the Water City stands a colossal fountain, with streams of water cascading gracefully, glimmering in the sunlight, evoking a sense of ethereal beauty. If the Water City were to be personified as a pure maiden, then the Carrera Company would be her exquisite Qipao, enhancing her allure while simultaneously inciting envy among many. The Carrera Company is a colossal shipbuilding enterprise established in the 7 islands of water, renowned globally for ship manufacturing, maintenance, and upgrades, formed by the amalgamation of 7 shipyards in the Water City and managed by the revered genius shipbuilder, known as the Ice Mountain. However, the true allure that draws the ill-intentioned is not merely the company's reputation. Rather, it is the legendary warship known as the Hades. Crafted by Master Tom, the architect behind the maritime train, which is said to possess the capability to obliterate an island with a single shot. This super battleship is one of the 3 ancient weapons, and rumors suggest that the schematics are in the possession of the Ice Mountain. Countless ambitious individuals, including the world government, pursue the Hades. Currently, 9's mission is to assemble all elite members within the Carrera Company. Given the prowess of the 9 members, infiltration is a relatively straightforward endeavor. The Carrera Company employs a total of 5 foremen, 2 of whom are members of 9. And the Ice Mountain's secretary, who is not closely associated, is also a member of 9. Ouyang Xiu's foremost objective is to locate this alluring secretary. The Carrera Company is not merely engaged in shipbuilding. This massive entity plays a direct role in the municipal governance of the Water City. As the secretary to the company's owner, the Ice Mountain, and a member of 9, she undoubtedly possesses the most valuable intelligence. Seek her not solely for her golden tresses and fair complexion, nor for the allure of her uniform. She is none other than Khalifa, the next station of Ouyang Xiu. A formidable woman with a combat prowess of 630, proficient in all 6 forms of martial arts. A shipwright rapped gently upon the secretary's office door, then called within. Miss Khalifa, there is a gentleman outside who wishes to speak with you. Very well, please let him in. As a member of the Elite 9, well-versed in the 6 techniques, she was not one to fear any man harboring ill intentions towards her. Such folly would only lead them to an embarrassing fate. However, the figure that entered was astonishing. Despite having seen photographs of her new superior, the technology of the pirate world pales in comparison to that of the modern era, making it hard to fully trust the images. Yet, witnessing him in the flesh, he was even more captivating than the pictures, particularly enhanced by the allure of authority, which posed a significant impact on a strong woman like Khalifa. What girl does not yearn for romance? Even a woman of strength seeks the support of a man. Khalifa found herself instinctively tightening her legs together. Why, you are Officer Ouyang? End of chapter. Tap, tap, tap. The board has been struck. The source of the preface is right here. Did you not expect it? Quickly, rally the votes. Chapter 41. A nap and a pillow. Following an extensive 2-hour sparring session with Khalifa, she had come to respect him wholeheartedly. She wiped the corner of her mouth, stained with saliva from the intense battle, and collapsed into Ouyang Xiu's embrace, utterly impressed. Indeed, she was a strong woman, in terms of her current capabilities. She had already surpassed the future Empress Boa Hancock of the 7 warlords. Gently lifting the exhausted Khalifa, he placed her on a nearby sofa. And seeing her sweet sleeping form, Ouyang Xiu felt quite satisfied with their exchange. Khalifa was fundamentally different from Hancock, having sparred with both. Ouyang Xiu could distinctly perceive the contrast. Hancock possessed immense potential, yet her techniques were overly gentle, resulting in a soft and tender approach to combat, reminiscent of innocent schoolyard affection. Conversely, Khalifa's strikes were sharp and fierce in her pursuit of greater output. She often disregarded the aesthetics of her moves and the fatigue of her body, an aspect in which Hancock could certainly learn from her. Reflecting upon the experiences gained from their combat, Ouyang Xiu entered a state of contemplative clarity, choosing not to don his attire before departing. As a gentle gentleman, he resolved to patiently await Khalifa's awakening, not forgetting the 2 pressing matters at hand. First, he wished to inquire whether there had recently been sightings of superhuman devil fruit users in Water City, facilitating the capture of the monstrous entities. Second, he sought to master the remaining 2 Navy 6 forms, the Tekai and the Jeppu. The former had already been mentioned, so it shall not be reiterated. The Jeppu, too, was no trivial skill. It is a ranged attack technique among the 6 forms, not merely delivering damage through kicks, but rather unleashing vacuum-powered assaults. Like a sharp strike that vanquishes the opponent, the principle lies in the rapid contraction and extension of the leg muscles, generating kinetic energy before executing a swift kick. Upon surpassing the speed of sound, air compression occurs in front of the leg, creating a vacuum that produces a piercing shockwave. Moreover, the gale foot technique is the most promising of the 6 forms, giving rise to various innovative extensions in the hands of the 9 members. Seizing the opportunity with 2 level dream medals in hand, Ouyang Xiao was poised to expend them. "You're awake," a gentle male voice, reminiscent of her dreams, greeted Karifa as she stirred from slumber. Before she could utter a word, the blue-haired man she admired tenderly offered her a bowl of sweetened water. "Since this is your first time engaging in such an intense spar, it's best not to push yourself too hard. Just relax, I have a few questions for you." Ouyang Xiao, instead of rushing to dress, patiently awaited her full awakening, filling Karifa's heart with warmth and causing her eyes to glisten. "This is quite different from what the sisters said," she pondered. "Ouyang, you truly are a good person. I did not misplace my affections." Blushing, Karifa gently sipped the sweetened water as her body gradually began to revive. Seemingly recalling something, she shivered slightly. "Do not worry. These are not difficult questions." Ouyang Xiao reassured her. "I ask you, have you noticed any ability users in Water 7 or its surrounding islands recently?" While feeding her, he tenderly caressed her smooth, fair back, his voice imbued with gentle concern. "Ouyang, your insight is indeed remarkable. Have you discovered something?" she inquired. "Indeed, there remains an ability user lurking in Water 7. A minion of an ambitious individual coveting the ancient weapon, Pluto." Upon hearing this question from Ouyang Xiao, Karifa, who had been blushing and lost in thought, returned to seriousness. "You must have heard of them. They are senior agents of the Baroque Works. The leader of Baroque Works is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and he has long coveted the ancient weapon, Pluto. If you require assistance," Karifa began to rise but was gently pressed back down by Ouyang Xiao. However, this minor movement aggravated an injury sustained during their earlier spar. "You must trust in my abilities. Once you recover, I shall need your guidance," he added, noticing her blush. "What I mean is, I will seek your advice on the thrusting techniques in the Galefoot's power application." As night fell, Ouyang Xiao's activities were just beginning. Under the cover of darkness, with the winds howling, he was determined not to squander this precious time. Even though the adversary was not particularly formidable, they were a notable agent of Baroque Works, a true user of the exploding fruit. This ability evidently harbored considerable potential, as any part of the user could explode. Even the most trivial of things, making even the act of expelling nasal mucus a potential explosive. Although the original narrative reveals that the development of this ability in the 5th individual is rather limited, merely akin to the act of flicking nose boogers, once this fruit falls into the hands of the giants, it could give rise to exceedingly formidable war machines. To say nothing of other aspects, even the giant's nasal excrement is larger than a human head, and the explosive power that ensues rivals that of naval cannon fire. At this moment, Ouyang Xiao, clad in dark attire illuminated by the moonlight, is leaping from rooftop to rooftop. His creed is clear. If assassination is an option, he shall never confront his foes head-on. Guided by the general direction outlined in his mind by Khalifa, Ouyang Xiao creates several clones, patiently searching for the elusive figure of the 5th. Under normal circumstances, he would still be lost in the depths of slumber. To perish in a beautiful dream would indeed be a perfect liberation. Ouyang Xiao feels a wave of sympathy for these operatives, for despite their extraordinary strength, they fail to relish the pleasures of life, living each day in a precarious existence of mutual annihilation. He ponders what drives them to such a fate. "Allow me to end this for you." In a moment of distraction, Ouyang Xiao inadvertently triggers a sound trap, enveloping the entire residence in a crimson glow. As he surmised, a blood-soaked operative such as himself cannot afford the luxury of peaceful slumber. Even with unwavering confidence in his concealment abilities, he instinctively sets multiple layers of safeguards. However, the activation of this trap is not entirely detrimental for Ouyang Xiao. Although his clumsy stealth has been detected, he is now aware of the 5th south hiding place. If this were a contest of operatives, Ouyang Xiao would have already lost. Yet the disparity in combat prowess transforms the encounter into something far less equitable. The 5th remains unaware of his opponent's capabilities, but the revelation of the intruder by the first trap fills him with contempt. He lightly bounces and lands on the rooftop opposite Ouyang Xiao, a bloodthirsty smirk curling at his lips. "Since when did your lackluster skills extend to the realm of stealth?" End of this chapter. Second update, Chapter 42. The pinnacle duel on a moonlit night in the city of 7 waters, atop a humble abode. A man with flowing blue hair stands with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of dominance as his black knight attire rhythmically billows under an unseen force. To his right stands another man, donned in a brown trench coat, his leather boots firmly planted, unruly black hair styled back. and sunglasses still perched upon his face despite the darkness surrounding him. Do you have the audacity to seek trouble with me? Do you even know who I am? The man on the right inquires first, sensing the dual aura of authority emanating from Ouyang Xiao and retracting his previous scorn. I do not, the blue-haired man replies, adjusting the black mask covering his face and shaking his head. Humph. The dead cannot keep secrets. I shall make you an enlightened corpse. I am the fifth-ranked operative of the Baroque works, the user of the explosive fruit ability. You shall meet your demise within my nasal excrement, leaving not a trace behind. The man clad in a brown trench coat stood confidently, his hands tucked into the pockets of his garment. However, the manner of his attack required little use of his hands. Such a brutal means of demise is simply unacceptable to me. The blue-haired man sighed and shook his head once more. Humph. With those clear eyes and delicate skin, you must be a misguided youth. It is truly a pity that you are destined to perish beneath my nasal discharge. Should you have no final words, you may proceed to your demise. I, 5. Believe I have spoken enough for today. It seems that my prolonged life in hiding has rendered me somewhat lonely. My partner awaits me in the little garden. Wait for me, my beloved companion. Once this mission concludes, I shall return to marry you. With newfound resolve, 5 inhaled deeply through his nostrils and forcefully exhaled. A loud bang erupted as a piece of nasal discharge, no larger than a mouse droppings, shot forth from his nostrils like a cannonball, hurtling toward the blue-haired man, where it detonated mid-air in a spectacular explosion. Ah, the explosion, a dazzling spectacle of artistry. Boy, to perish beneath my nasal discharge is no small fate. What is this? My body feels ensnared. Before 5 could comprehend the unfolding circumstances, a figure swiftly approached, delivering a singular punch that obliterated his skull. Subsequently, a blue gelatinous substance enveloped him entirely. After utilizing his clone to consume 5, Ouyang Xiao received a notification from the paradise. You have absorbed the abilities of the explosive fruit user, 5. Your magical power has been slightly enhanced, and you have gained significant resistance to fire and explosive materials. You have achieved your first kill, absorption, of a third superhuman fruit user, completing the challenging achievement, Superhuman Slayer, 33. You have received a random achievement reward, Door Fruit, can be integrated into equipment, X1. Ding. The explosive fruit has been discovered within 5. Do you wish to fuse with it? Do not fuse. This is merely a trifling accomplishment, an utterly worthless item, not to be fused. This fruit undoubtedly lacks potential for development. It is likely to culminate in self-destruction, akin to a long-lived elder hanging themselves in despair. Nonetheless, the preceding battle was indeed perilous. Arguably the most treacherous encounter since Ouyang Xiao's debut, had it not been for his prior scheming, strategic planning, and clever use of clones, allowing a slime clone to initiate invisibly while deliberately engaging 5 in conversation to buy time. Leading to the immobilization of 5 by the hidden clone, consequences would have been dire. One can only imagine if a direct confrontation had ensued. Allowing 5 to unleash his barrage of explosive nasal projectiles, the extensive range of such explosions would be utterly unavoidable, even if it inflicted no tangible harm. The ensuing chaos would be nothing short of horrendous. It would be akin to having excrement poured over one's head, a most ominous omen indeed. Thus, prior to embarking on his journey, Ouyang Xiao meticulously devised an assassination plan. Despite the subsequent twists and turns, he ultimately evaded such repugnant tactics. Regaining his composure, Ouyang Xiao retreated to a secluded corner, initiating the fusion of the fruit into his exquisite sword, Snow Walk. Ah, Snow Walk, in the original narrative, you were marred by the rusty fruit, failing to exhibit your true blade's radiance. In this lifetime, I shall facilitate your infinite evolution. Together we shall attain glory and splendor. The exquisite sword seemed to respond to its master's summons, a flash of white light coursing along its blade, quivering slightly. Gate fruit, merge with Snow Walk. Accompanied by Ouyang Xiao's words, a radiant arc of 7 colors materialized in his hand, enveloping the peculiar gate fruit and Snow Walk in a harmonious embrace. Gate fruit can merge with equipment, is fusing with the exquisite sword Snow Walk. Ding. Fusion successful. Weapon, Void Breaker rating. Legendary base effect. Legendary blade. The solidity and sharpness of this blade have been significantly enhanced. Skill 1. Space Gateway. Consumes a small amount of magical energy, allowing Void Breaker to carve a spatial passage for distant traversal. Skill 2. Dimensional Slash. Consumes a considerable amount of magical energy, as Void Breaker becomes imbued with immense temporal and spatial power, enabling it to strike foes from afar, akin to a slash from another dimension. Description: a strike that transcends time and space. Regardless of the enemy's location in the world, once locked onto by you, they cannot evade your blow. Fusion successful. Please cherish your new weapon. The Dreamland is with you. The newly forged Void Breaker was utterly transformed from its prior form, The hilt was crafted from obsidian, appearing unadorned, while the blade resembled pure crystal, translucent and shimmering, mirroring the twinkling stars in the sky. A fine sword indeed. Henceforth, you shall accompany me. I shall not cast you into the frigid abyss of devouring space. With that, Ouyang sheathed the dreamlike, radiant blade within a black, ancient scabbard at his lower back. Just like the design on the cover of this book. It is time to return. Perhaps Khalifa can hardly await my arrival. To conceal his prowess, Ouyang refrained from using his sword to open the door and instead vanished into the night, gliding with the grace of the moonlight. Ah, Commander, you are splendid today. The following morning, Khalifa had almost fully recuperated. After imparting the 6 styles of finger gun and tempest kick to Ouyang, she observed his astonishing aptitude for learning, a testament to his dedication, her complexion blossoming with vitality. She eagerly requested a sparring session with Ouyang, proposing a novel approach to their practice. Naturally, Ouyang readily agreed. What could be more exhilarating than engaging in a fierce battle followed by a spirited duel? Nothing. If there were, then let us spar once more. During the amicable, profound, and joyful exchange between Ouyang and Khalifa. On the other side of the vast ocean, the enchanted maid outfits worn by Wang Jingze and his companions lost their magic and began to fall away. End of this chapter. Every cause has its effect. Your recommendation votes belong to me. In the expansive East Sea, a merchant ship laden with goods was en route to Shell's town, intending to conduct a successful trade there. In the world of One Piece, even merchant vessels are equipped with ample armaments. Stalwart men stood at various corners of the deck, arms crossed, flexing their biceps as a warning to anyone who dared approach the cargo. Within the ship's wine cellar, a group of charmingly attired young men, dressed in elegant skirts, were conspiring about something. Brother, that bulletproof maid outfit given by that lieutenant has turned into a puddle, fortunately. Brother was wise enough to buy us all a set of these lovely skirts in advance. A novice raised his thumb in sincere praise. Previously, Wang Jingze led everyone, donned in women's attire, and achieved great success in battle. It was no wonder that the rumors of the cross-dressing overlord circulated. Indeed, it enhanced their combat prowess. Thus, even after the slime-transformed maid outfits vanished, each person donned a Lolita dress. Remarkably, each outfit fit perfectly. These novices shared similar physiques, lacking the rough and burly types, embodying instead wit, intelligence, and agility. Of course, it was you who led us. Wang Jingze pointed to his own nose, accepting the compliments with ease. With my intellect rivaling Zhuge Liang and strength surpassing Guan Yu, even in the face of overwhelming odds, I can prevail effortlessly. Suddenly, the entire ship shook violently, as if struck by a giant's fist. Those in the wine cellar felt it most acutely, tumbling about as the ship swayed, knocking over and shattering countless wine jars. In an instant, the cellar was filled with the fragrant aroma of wine. Yet, the ship's captain could no longer pay heed to the group of cross-dressing stowaways. He faced a greater threat. The merchant ship was encircled by several Navy warships, and the recent cannon fire was merely a greeting. The captain, who had always conducted his business honestly, transporting basic goods without ever engaging in illegal dealings, felt a cold sweat trickle down his brow as he beheld the massive warships, 10 times the size of his vessel. His confusion did not linger for long. Boom! A figure descended from the sky, crashing onto the deck with a tremendous sound. It was a tall, muscular elder with a head of gray-white hair, a scar over his left eye, and blue eyes, draped in a Navy justice cloak, exuding an air of approachability. However, it is evident that the shipowner holds a different opinion, as he has begun to tremble uncontrollably. "You are the heroic Carp," exclaimed a subordinate. "Brother, someone has boarded the ship, and they appear to have leapt over with remarkable agility. This is no ordinary feat." At that moment, a novice, who had been discreetly observing through a small slit opened with the tip of his sword in the wine cellar, was just about to report his findings to Wang Jingze when he turned around to witness a scene that left him utterly astounded. Wang Jingze, unbeknownst to him, had already collaborated with several subordinates to dismantle the concealment over a cannon hidden within the ship's hold, slowly maneuvering it out. "Incredible, brother!" With that cannon fired, even the strongest of foes must bow to you. The novice realized that with the cannon now deployed, any formidable individual who leapt onto the deck would remain merely human and thus limited in their strength. A single cannon shot would surely spell their doom. He felt that his only recourse now was to lavish praise upon Wang Jingze. Ha! Just one naval powerhouse has terrified the shipowner into submission, truly a man of little experience. From their vantage point in the wine cellar, they were entirely oblivious to the fact that the merchant vessel was now surrounded by the elite naval fleet. Wang Jingze commanded his subordinates to push aside the wine cellar's ceiling, and together they heaved the cannon towards the deck. As a man of great command, he pondered for a moment before adding, "Before we bring it on deck, we must load the cannon to prevent any escape attempts from the enemy." Understood. Wang Jingze stroked his chin, feeling quite pleased with his strategic maneuver. This is secure. With a loud crash, a section of the wooden deck flipped open, and a sports car was rolled out down the incline, aimed directly at Karp, who was engaged in discussion with the shipowner. Faced with such a small caliber cannonball, Karp dismissed it with a casual swipe, sending it soaring off into the unknown, as if swatting a fly. It appears you are precisely the individuals I have been seeking. After deflecting the cannonball, Karp wore a satisfied expression and turned to Wang Jingze and his companions, revealing a cruel smile. Thud. While Wang Jingze and the others remained in a state of shock, the shipowner collapsed, unconscious and oblivious to his surroundings. The hidden demon-slaying order sought to eliminate its enemies. Preserving even a whole corpse would be a stroke of fortune, let alone ensuring that the entire family was not obliterated by the world government. Brother, we must flee. Upon witnessing Karp's effortless swat of the cannonball, the group quickly grasped the terrifying nature of their adversary. Despite the old man's white hair, which made him appear deceptively vulnerable, they knew better. Quick! Jump overboard. This world's devil fruit users cannot swim. Wang Jingze, a seasoned leader with experience commanding numerous battles, spoke decisively. In a swift motion, he lifted the hem of his coat and forcefully stepped down on the cannon, shooting out of the merchant vessel like an arrow released from its bow. Brother, wait for us. A multitude of novices eagerly began to imitate, their lace-trimmed gowns fluttering in the air like a myriad of vibrant blossoms. So astonished was even the legendary hero Garp that he momentarily forgot to attack, staring blankly as they dove into the sea like dumplings being dropped into boiling water. Should they truly manage to escape from the clutches of the formidable Garp, their rewards would undoubtedly escalate to extraordinary heights. After all, Garp was the very man who had sent the former pirate king, Roger, to the gallows, a terrifying figure, a living legend within the Navy. The fame of the pirate king was immense, and thus the renown of Garp, who had defeated him, was equally legendary, an epic character immortalized in the ballads sung by bards. Momentarily distracted by the sight of their clumsy leaps, Garp refrained from further action, adjusting the tie of his naval uniform while flashing a broad grin that revealed his white teeth. After all, this old man had no aspirations for advancement. It was better to grant the youth some opportunities. With a splash, splash, the sounds of water echoed as Wang Jingze and his companions eagerly jumped into the water. The long skirts of their Lolita costumes posed no hindrance to their swimming prowess. It was evident that these newcomers possessed remarkable skills. Among the more than 10 individuals, only 2 were unable to swim, flailing helplessly on the surface. Yet, having successfully completed their novice tasks, the instinct for survival compelled the 2 to break through, learning the basics of the dog paddle from their comrades. The dog paddle is a swimming technique with great potential for development, divided into 3 stages. In the initial phase, one can raise their head above the water, using rapid, scissor-like movements of the hands to float safely. While this method may be slow, it is easily mastered, making it almost a free skill to acquire. The second stage allows for greater agility. Forward and backward movement becomes instinctive. At this level, the dog paddle evolves into 2 variations. One utilizes both hands simultaneously while the other employs an alternating stroke. The former is faster but requires more effort. Swimmers at this stage begin to master the art of combining skills, enabling them to float effortlessly while also accelerating their progress, demonstrating remarkable fluidity and ease. They become adept at the hand positions required for effective paddling, skillfully employing techniques such as the pull and push phases of swimming, which maximize propulsion. The pull phase involves drawing the water back, while the push phase concludes with the elbows lifting outward, drawing the forearms and hands above the surface. This action must be executed swiftly and continuously, yet with a gentle and relaxed demeanor. The third stage transcends the previous ones, marking what could be termed the pinnacle of the dog paddle, as it evolves directly into the most refined technique of freestyle swimming. At this stage, every adept of freestyle begins to perceive the true essence of dog paddle, having reached a level that could be likened to the creation of a new swimming technique. It can be said that each freestyle swimmer possesses a unique posture, utterly impossible to replicate. Whether it be the entry into the water, the embrace of the water, the stroke, the exit, or the aerial arm movement, as well as the varying pressures of the legs upon the water's surface, all have become profoundly enigmatic. This technique seems to be transmitted only to male descendants and kept within the inner circle, having reached a level of profundity that can only be grasped intuitively rather than articulated. Consequently, most swimming facilities refrain from teaching such esoteric techniques, typically opting instead to impart the rigid and formulaic style of breaststroke. In terms of the elegance of swimming posture and the liberating fluidity of movement, the 2 are in entirely different leagues. As a figure of prominence, Wang Jingze evidently embodies the pinnacle of inherited freestyle swimming prowess. Upon the azure waves, his lithe form glides effortlessly across the surface of the sea. Each stroke he makes is a visual delight, and the force with which he alternates his legs is executed with precision, expending neither an ounce of energy unnecessarily nor sacrificing speed. The younger swimmers laboring behind him are left in awe, their faces reflecting their astonishment. Indeed, when an expert reveals their skill, the truth becomes apparent. This is hardly surprising. I am renowned as a handsome prodigy in the surrounding regions. In the days when I dominated the village creek, you were still in your infancy. Wang Jingza's exceptional swimming technique allows him to conserve energy while confidently proclaiming his prowess. However, his confidence is short-lived as shadows loom overhead, enveloping the entire expanse of water around him. 5 formidable warships cast a dark pall over his swimming area, blocking any sunlight that might have pierced through. There are gaps between the warships. This presents a challenging scenario. If I swim fast enough, I might just slip through like a protagonist from a film and escape. Seemingly grasping the situation, Wang Jingza invigorates himself, takes a deep breath, and plunges beneath the surface, showcasing the swiftest swimming speed he has ever achieved. Meanwhile, 3 generals aboard the warship silently observe the spectacle. Too weak, too weak. This does not seem to be the caliber of individuals who would warrant a demon-slaying decree. A general, half of his body transformed into a sculpture of ice, shakes his head in astonishment at the inadequacy of Wang Jingza's team. Since this is a mission from our superiors, we shall simply fulfill it. Perhaps they have yet to emerge strong individuals or hidden talents. The previously appeared general, Huang Yuan, exhibits a demeanor akin to one who has finished work for the day, preparing to return home to collect his belongings. If one can still swim after falling into the water, they are not a wielder of the devil fruit. Furthermore, their weak aura diminishes my desire to eliminate them. Akiji seems to be hesitant to comply with the order to eradicate these demons, but he is interrupted mid-sentence by another admiral, Akainu. Regardless of the nature of the adversary we face today, if they indeed assault the holy land of Mariehua, it is a direct provocation to the world government and the navy. They shall be reduced to ashes in the wrath of our fury. Akiji, seal the path. Despite being of the same rank and strength as Akiji, Akainu exudes a much more domineering presence, almost issuing commands to his fellow admiral. The ice-encased Akiji does not resist further, nodding in agreement before vanishing from the deck with a swift motion. Ha! I did it. Wang Jing has successfully slipped through the encirclement of the elite warship, breaking the surface to gasp for air and joyfully paddle in celebration of his escape. Glancing back at his comrades, he silently offers his apologies. My sincerest apologies, everyone. Perhaps I alone shall survive this ordeal. I hope you all learn to swim well in the next life. The Ice Age. Just as the voice echoed in Wang Jing's ear, he had no time to turn and see what was happening. In an instant, the sea within a 10-mile radius was entirely frozen, with depths of 100 meters encased in solid ice. Simultaneously, this calamity-like freezing aura began to spread deeper into the ocean's abyss. Standing upon the ice-covered surface, Akiji exhaled a breath of freezing air. Though this formidable power could reshape vast terrains, he regarded it as merely a trivial technique. This is Akiji, one of the future 3 admirals of the Navy, a user of the ice fruit, who, alongside Akainu and Kizaru, would later be recognized as the embodiment of the Navy's supreme combat strength. And there are 2 others as formidable aboard the warship. Not to mention Garp. End of chapter. Gratitude to Yixing Band Ream for their generous donation. Congratulations to UC for becoming the 3rd Cute Master. Congratulations to for becoming the 4th Cute Master. Chapter 45, The 3 Admirals, remarkably powerful yet excessively cautious. After completely freezing the entire sea area, Akiji remained vigilant. As a cautious naval leader who ascended from humble beginnings and an ice wielder, he was not one for excessive chatter, preferring direct action. Although he had already shaped the visible sea surface to his satisfaction, he still felt unsatisfied. He continued to deepen the freezing aura towards Wang Jing and the rookie team members. While reinforcing the strength of the ice, he called out to the flagship, Akainu, Kizaru. They are frozen in place. Let us act together. Well done, Akiji. Who would have thought that one day we could achieve such perfect synergy? With his arms crossed before him, Akainu wore a flower-patterned shirt, a satisfied smile gracing his face, clearly pleased with Akiji's initiation of the Ice Age. The designated enemies of the Demon Slayer Order warranted the full extent of his power. However, Akainu's smile gradually faded, morphing into a serious demeanor, signaling the brewing of his ultimate move. Akainu, a formidable user of the magma fruit, possessed unparalleled strength. He could transform any part of his body into scalding lava, rendering physical attacks ineffective, and his power was immense. The molten lava he conjured could instantaneously vaporize ice blocks many times larger than even those of the giant race, effortlessly melting the earth beneath. The magma could consume flames, absorbing their heat, while also isolating combustibles to prevent the flames from burning. boasting a density greater than fire itself and exhibiting the peak offensive capabilities among the 3 categories of devil fruits. At this moment, Akainu resolved to unleash his ultimate technique as a mark of respect. Meteor Volcano. He bellowed, his robust arms transforming into expanding red lava. With the force of a missile launch, he produced a multitude of massive lava fists that soared into the sky. From the distant ships, it appeared as though a volcano was erupting violently. The heavens above this maritime expanse were shrouded by the soaring molten rock, tinting the entire sky a deep crimson. All warships seemed cloaked in a layer of red radiance, their soldiers on deck transfixed by the apocalyptic scene unfolding before them. Boom. As if on cue, the raining magma fists began to plummet from the sky, crashing into the frozen sea and transforming the icy surface into a blazing sea of lava. Amidst the rising steam from the ocean, Akainu's chest heaved subtly. Unleashing such a powerful attack without prior warming up imposed a slight strain on his body. Yet, this was not the end. Dog bite Red Lotus. Ignoring his fatigue, Akainu launched into another consecutive assault. His right arm instantaneously morphed into lava, continuously expanding. With a roar, the massive solidified lava took the form of a lava dog head, forcefully hurled towards the frozen direction of Wang Jingza. Though this strike lacked the horrifying grandeur of the previous attack, its damage was more precise, concentrating all the intense heat of the lava within this dog head. Should it connect, an entire island would be instantaneously obliterated. Bang! The explosion triggered by Dog Bite Red Lotus unleashed a torrent of liquid lava, erasing the struck area and leaving behind a large pit from which red lava flowed inward. Kizaru, it's your turn. Whether due to exhaustion or a desire to showcase his colleague's prowess, Akainu took a step back, allowing the stage to be graced by Admiral Kizaru. Oh dear. You're all so fervent. I can't hold back either. With a languid expression, Kizaru, too, was inspired by his spirited colleagues, initiating his own ultimate move. Yada no Kagami. The yellow ape transformed into a radiant yellow photon, soaring into the sky before coalescing into an enormous yellow photon cross. The brilliance of this cross was so blinding that even the elite Navy soldiers could not bear to gaze upon it. The yellow photon cross spun continuously in a clockwise direction, unleashing countless dazzling light projectiles upon the icy expanse below. The density of these projectiles was akin to the barrage of bullets from 10 Gatling guns firing at the sea. Yet, these light projectiles were far more potent. Each one that descended upon a designated area of the ocean triggered a wide-ranging photon radiation explosion. From above, the ice surface appeared to be erupting with resplendent spheres of light, within which all matter was reduced to its most fundamental particles by the photon explosions. However, before the Yellow Ape's grand maneuver could fully subside, the sky above him was once again painted crimson. Yellow Ape, I have rested well. Let us continue. Meteor Volcano. You are truly full of vigor, Akainu. Ice Block, Bird of Prey. You certainly do not allow for a moment's respite. 100 flash radiation waves. In the city of Water 7, at the now-closed Bruno Tavern, Ouyang Xiu felt most at ease, enjoying Hancock's shoulder massage while watching Califa sip her milk. He believed there was no greater joy in life than this. As his task time dwindled, he decided that rather than engage in trivial assignments, it would be more beneficial to foster relationships with them. Thus, under Ouyang Xiu's command, Califa resigned from her position as secretary at the Carrera Company to accompany him in enhancing his Six Styles martial arts. After a period of nurturing their bond, a notification appeared. Your intimacy with Califa has reached its maximum value. Intimacy status, romance. You have established a top-tier bond with Califa, which will automatically continue upon your next entry into this world. A similar message followed regarding Hancock. I truly am an exceptional author, not one to dilute my words. Suddenly, while doing push-ups, Ouyang Xiu received another prompt, pausing in confusion. What is this? 3 girls? Who is the third? I have no recollection. He shrugged it off, deciding to complete his training for the day. In a small garden in East Blue S Road Town, a girl was fiercely tugging at a vibrant red rose. He came to find me. He didn't come to find me. He came to find me. Ouyang Xiu is such a bad guy. The girl, donning red-framed glasses, plopped down on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably, her mouth forming waves akin to a character from a comic. Does Sister Adaski long for Officer Ouyang once more? We too yearn for Sister Hancock and wonder if she is currently finding happiness. The orange-haired girl and the green-haired girl sit on the steps outside, fretting over their elder sister. End of chapter. Every cause has its effect. Your votes belong to me. A second update. Thanks to Yisheng Bandream for the generous donation. Congratulations to UC for becoming the 3rd adorable master. Congratulations to for becoming the 4th adorable master. Chapter 46. Return though reluctant to part. The mission time inexorably approaches its conclusion. Joyful moments are always fleeting. Knight Ouyang Xiu, your mission time is about to expire. You have half an hour to arrange your affairs. Thereafter, the dream paradise will forcibly transport you. Should you be engaged in combat at the time of transportation, the transfer will cease, and a certain proportion of paradise coins will be deducted based on the extra time consumed. Hancock, I shall be departing for a while. Be sure to wait patiently for me. Ouyang Xiu gently patted the future empress's head, although she now stood taller than him in his eyes. She remained a little girl prone to tears. In that moment, Ouyang Xiu could distinctly sense a burgeoning aura of dominance awakening within her, the nascent form of the empress's conqueror's haki. It is foreseeable that when Ouyang Xiu returns to this world, she will undoubtedly rise to become the renowned empress of the future. As for Khalifa, Ouyang Xiu said nothing, merely embracing her before turning to leave. Everything was left unsaid. I will strive to become stronger and keep pace with you. Unable to contain her inner voice, Khalifa called out loudly to Ouyang Xiu's retreating figure. Upon hearing her, Ouyang Xiu paused momentarily, seemingly sighing, yet did not turn back. He silently pushed open the door and stepped outside. Bruce's Tavern shall henceforth be under your care. Water 7 is indeed a marvelous place. A distant voice resonated in the ears of the two. Ouyang Xiu was aware that upon his next return, Khalifa's prowess would have inevitably increased, and she would acquire the superhuman bubble fruit from the 9 leaders, Spandam, leading to a significant enhancement in her strength. Reincarnator Ouyang Xiu, you are about to return to Dream Paradise. Please prepare yourself. Countdown. 3, 2, 1. Return. Ouyang Xiu stealthily made his way to a concealed spot. Enveloped by a beam of white light, he departed from this world brimming with dreams and fervor. First mission world of the Novice Zone, main quest completed. You have vanquished, devoured, the smoke fruit user Smoker, the barrier fruit user Bartolomeo, the door fruit user Bruno, and the explosion fruit user 5. Settlement rewards increased. You have vanquished, devoured, the Navy Rear Admiral Stolo Berry. Settlement rewards increased. You have explored Roguetown, Water 7, and the Holy Land Mary Joa. Settlement rewards increased. You have attained the esteemed position of Vice Admiral and Deputy Commander of the Navy Headquarters, resulting in an increase in your rewards. The final evaluation of your endeavors reveals an exploration rating of this realm. You have forged a bond with this world, ensuring that your progress will be duly acknowledged upon your next return. Your connections with Hancock, Khalifa, and Dasky will reach the pinnacle of priority. The ultimate rewards bestowed upon you are 2 Grade Dream Medals, an additional Grade Dream Medal, and 3 Paradise Coins. In accordance with the task's difficulty, you have earned 100 merit points. Welcome back, Reincarnator Ouyang Xiu. Currently, you possess 1 Grade Dream Medal, 3 Grade Dream Medals, 2 Grade Dream Medals, the Snake Fruit in Python form, and the Snake Fruit in King Cobra form. A flash of white light enveloped Ouyang Xiu, and he reappeared in his quaint wooden cabin. I have returned, he mused. The only ones who can truly accompany me are you. He gazed at his hands, murmuring to himself. The sudden absence of Hancock and Khalifa left him enveloped in solitude and sorrow. Even the monumental rewards he had just acquired could not dispel the pangs of longing. Perhaps it was time to seek a comrade among the reincarnators. The interior of the cabin had been expanded using paradise coins, providing ample space, with the large, soft bed positioned at the northernmost corner. Yet, the intangible loneliness and emptiness had become his greatest adversaries. This foe is the most terrifying of all. It is formless and insubstantial, and when it strikes, one feels as though they are alone in the coldest expanse of snow. You yearn for a warm hand to reach out and guide you into a realm of light and happiness, but such comfort is absent. Loneliness and solitude linger like a curse within you, filling your heart with a profound sense of helplessness. In truth, you do not genuinely crave anything, rather, it is security that eludes you. This, indeed, is a deficiency of true love, much like the young couples in schools, who are acutely aware that school romances often lead nowhere, yet still choose to believe in the purity of such affection. This is innocent love, a fleeting moment of youth, a past that can never be reclaimed. It is the regret that haunts you in the midnight hours, the sleepless nights spent alone. Once you step into society, the beauty and sweetness of this innocence will be forever lost. The world is bustling, all driven by profit. Amidst the throngs, your subsequent choices will inevitably prioritize practicality, height, appearance, family background, and education will become the currency of selection, leading you astray from your true desires. You have long forgotten that what you truly seek is a love that progresses hand in hand. Perfection is a myth. Both parties possess minor flaws that necessitate mutual tolerance. Amidst quarrels and disputes, a consensus emerges. Be it through arguments or tears, a simple embrace can mend all wounds, allowing you to experience the profound essence of life in the warmth of mutual understanding. Yet, for Ouyang Xiu, such experiences are non-existent. Perhaps, indeed, all reincarnators will find themselves bereft of these cherished moments. The dreamland is a realm rife with deceit and treachery, where even in peaceful mode, one is engulfed by schemes and manipulation. The prospect of mutual annihilation in the more brutal combat mode is even more daunting. Here, trust among teammates is a luxury. Even the most loyal companions will prioritize their own interests when faced with overwhelming temptation. In this world, love is the rarest and most precious commodity, a testament to the price paid by the reincarnators. While they may appear noble in public, they often suffer in silence. Each ounce of power, authority, or wealth is accompanied by unseen tears. Success can be defined in three ways: by accomplishing what others deem impossible, by knowing people beyond the reach of others, or by daring to embrace what others fear to touch. As Ouyang Xiao succumbed to slumber from exhaustion, a man was also chosen by Dreamland and thrust into the novice world of a biochemical crisis. His hair, dyed with substandard dye, gleamed yellow, while he donned a long-neglected black leather coat, clutching a blood-stained spring knife. With his memories obscured, he initially felt trepidation upon encountering the throngs of zombies. Yet, as he learned that survival hinged on enduring for just 24 hours, his courage began to swell. He deftly vaulted over countless obstacles, traversing rooftops and evading the relentless claws of the undead. He licked the blood from his blade, revealing a deranged and twisted smile. Humph. Who is Huang Mao to perish here? End of chapter. Spoiler alert. The next world is the Naruto universe. However, here, the author intends to pen a side story featuring Ruoyu and Huang Mao, enriching these characters further as a supplement to the first chapter. The Huang Mao segment promises to be entertaining, appealing particularly to male readers. Conversely, the Ruoyu segment unfolds as a sweet tale of youth that female readers should not miss. Every female reader is a beautiful fairy. Side story: Huang Mao's Passionate Technical School, Part 1. His name is Huang Mao, a name derived from the color yellow and the word for hair. Originally an outstanding transfer student at Huangshan Technical Institute, he approached this esteemed institution with confidence, fervor, and an insatiable thirst for knowledge. However, the challenges here extend far beyond mere academic excellence. This renowned academy, famed across the blue planet, is celebrated for its unparalleled excavator training. As the saying goes, which excavator school is the best? Search the world for Huangshan. It's not mere boasting. Once one graduates from this prestigious institution, they are guaranteed employment as an excavator technician at numerous construction sites. This distinction is a tremendous honor, and obtaining this diploma is akin to possessing a gilded business card that ensures one's employment for life. Reputation, wealth, beauty, and status all will be within easy reach. However, this diploma is evidently not easily attainable. Among every 100 students, it is often only the top 10 outstanding scholars who receive the institution's recognition and are permitted to graduate. The remaining 90 students face elimination, relegated to mere apprentices of these top achievers, serving as substitutes in their endeavors. According to industry regulations, in the forthcoming campus life or future workplaces, the former must be addressed as seniors or masters. Consequently, distinctions in reputation, status, authority, wealth, and allure towards the opposite sex become starkly pronounced, naturally placing one at a disadvantage. Thus, the aspiration to navigate through trials and triumph over all contemporaries becomes the most fervent desire harbored in every individual's heart. In this environment, there are no friends, no allies. One cannot trust anyone, be it the punctual instructors or the classmates who wear mocking smiles. The alliances they forge behind the scenes and the power dynamics they establish remain shrouded in mystery. Intrigue and deception are fundamental components of this landscape. One must remain vigilant against every individual who seeks to engage, regardless of how warm their words may sound or how grand their promises of camaraderie. The only entity worthy of trust is oneself, alongside one's own excavator. Upon stepping through the magnificent gates of Huangshan Technical College, Huang Mao felt a chilling breeze sweep across the campus, mingled with the scent of sweat. Huangshan, here I come. Classmates, this is our new transfer student, Huang Mao. Let us all get along, announced the gentle and charming homeroom teacher, Sayaka, as she introduced Huang Mao, who had just entered the classroom. Humph, a new student? A transfer? A male student with slick-back hair snapped his black pen in half and carelessly tossed it to the ground, clearly not welcoming Huang Mao. He then abruptly stood up and strode toward Huang Mao, seizing him by the collar. Mr. Suzuki, no? The delicate beauty of the homeroom teacher attempted to intervene, yet the robust student easily pushed her to the ground. Subsequently, he forcefully lifted Huang Mao's collar, bringing it up to his chin. This is Huangshan, not a place for obedient students like you. Take this opportunity to withdraw immediately. I am Suzuki, the leader of the armed front, and this is your warning as you commence your studies. Before long, you will be grateful for my advice. With that, Suzuki seemed to relent, loosening his grip on Huang Mao, who promptly lost his balance and fell to the ground. This is Huangshan, pretty boy. Is this truly where you belong? Humph. Brother Suzuki is being lenient and even offering you a warning. Soon you shall learn to be grateful. You look like a student, but you are certainly not cut out for excavating. Withdraw quickly. Seek fortune elsewhere, for not for your life, for Huangxiang is not your fit. This is our school motto. You simply do not belong here. The yellow-haired students around him exchanged sharp and caustic remarks regarding the true state of Huangxiang Academy, urging him to reconsider his choices. Yet, Huang Mao, who had plopped onto the ground, gradually rose, brushing off the dust from his trousers, determination etched upon his youthful face. No, I, Huang Mao, shall attain the success that is rightfully mine here. I will not retreat an inch, even if it costs me my life. Memories of unrequited love stirred within him, recalling the anguish of watching others pair off while he remained silent. This time, Huang Mao resolved to act without hesitation or retreat. Vowing not to regret his decisions in the future, he raised his head and addressed his classmates with deliberate clarity. I, Huang Mao, shall dominate Huangxiang. Little student, it would be a pity to dye your beautiful black hair, so smooth and lustrous, remarked Donnie, the stylist, holding silver scissors, seemingly reluctant to alter Huang Mao's naturally silky locks. No need for further discussion, teacher Donnie. My mind is made up. This is my first step towards conquering Huangxiang. Indeed, Huang Mao intended to dye his hair a brilliant gold. One must not underestimate this seemingly trivial action with a mere stroke of dye. He could initiate a transformation that would alter the course of his life. He would no longer be the bookish scholar, but rather a proud student of Huangxiang, marking a qualitative change in his life's trajectory. Since you insist, let us dye it yellow. What a waste of such a promising student, sighed teacher Donnie, the lamentation of his unspoken thoughts lingering in the air. A friendly reminder, young scholars, heed the wisdom of your elders and refrain from dyeing your hair. Workshop No. 03 was assigned to Huang Mao's class, a place where they could truly learn the intricacies of excavator assembly. Excavators have become one of the most essential machines in engineering construction, with three crucial parameters: operational weight, engine power, and bucket capacity. The Mediterranean professor was imparting knowledge on the complex parameters and assembly theories of excavators, a subject notoriously challenging and demanding of the listener's patience. Nevertheless, Huang Mao remained diligently attentive, striving to grasp every word and comprehend each component of the lesson. He resolved firmly within himself that he would succeed and carve out a space for himself at Huangxiang Vocational College. His pen moved swiftly, meticulously recording every data point in his notebook, demonstrating both diligence and perseverance. Boss, this kid is remarkable. He seems worth nurturing, remarked a subordinate, hunched over as he massaged the shoulders of a pompadour-haired student, his gaze never leaving the professor. Yet, the slight movement of his ears indicated that he was, in fact, intently listening. Ignoring the subordinate's discreet study habits, Suzuki nodded in approval. Indeed, he can be a valuable addition, especially as we face formidable opponents like the King of Machines, the integrated genius, Tamatsu Kazawa. End of this chapter. Even in the side stories, I vow to provide you with an exhilarating experience through my recommendations. Let us commence the tale of Huang Mao. In the second installment of the side story, we delve into the fervent realm of Huang Mao at the technical school. Suzuki, the leader of the armed front, commands the entire Class 3 with an iron grip, firmly establishing control over Workshop 3, thereby earning his status as one of the three kings of Huangxiang Academy. His audacity is well-founded, as he possesses the ancestral skills of his family in operating the armed excavator. It is well known that excavators have evolved through 3 generations. The first generation of excavators was characterized by the advent of electric and internal combustion engines, which enabled the development of advanced mechanical excavators powered by diesel engines or electric motors. The second generation saw a monumental leap in technology with the widespread adoption of hydraulic systems, which replaced mechanical drive systems, marking a significant advancement in excavator design. The third generation embraced electronic technology, particularly computer systems, leading to automated control systems and propelling excavators towards high performance, automation, and intelligence, a hallmark of the third generation. As for Suzuki, he possesses the technology of the fourth generation, the armed excavator. As the name implies, the armed excavator is modified and enhanced with various mechanical configurations to achieve the desired state envisioned by its operator. However, those who have experience in modifying sports cars understand that this is not a skill easily mastered by all. Discerning which features are superfluous and which engine modifications are most suitable is a profound art. Without investing substantial resources, comprehending the intricacies of such modifications is nearly impossible. Should any modder act on a whim, the outcome may stray far from the ideal form envisioned. Indeed, this is a primary reason Suzuki is regarded as one of the three kings. All the apprentices in the workshops must seek his approval to modify or enhance their excavators. The Academy's instructors are reluctant to engage in such mundane tasks. Aware of this, Huang Mao approached Suzuki, intending to pledge temporary allegiance. Regardless of whether he aims to dominate Huangxiang or attain his diploma, possessing an unparalleled excavator is of utmost importance. In response to Huang Mao's lukewarm loyalty, Suzuki did not overestimate his fidelity. He had encountered many who temporarily bowed without yielding, and he was not the least bit concerned. The core technology remained firmly in his possession, which bolstered his confidence. The tranquil period of learning and accumulation for Huang Mao was eventually shattered. Huangxiang Technical Academy was set to host its biannual final examinations. The mere mention of final examinations was enough to instill dread in countless students, often mockingly referred to as a journey through hell. In Huangxiang Academy, this was an unparalleled battle devoid of examination papers. Every student in each class must participate in this grand competition, where the sole challenge is a contest of excavator skills. This examination carries both rewards and penalties. Those who secure a place among the top 100 will be awarded the school's coveted Hurricane engine, enhancing the excavator's overall power. Conversely, those who fall outside this esteemed ranking will only receive meager consolation prizes, such as a protective film for the cab's glass. A reward that feels akin to an early decree of failure for students facing graduation assessments. How infuriating. If only I had another 6 months, another half year to study. I am certain I could accumulate a more solid foundation and prepare more thoroughly. Huang Mao, participating in his first final examination, is acutely aware that he cannot possibly compete with seniors who have been enrolled for a year or even 2. Moreover, Suzuki had delivered astonishing news. His opponent in this inaugural competition is none other than the so-called king of the 3 monarchs, the unparalleled master of machines, Tomokazu Kirizawa. Yet, in the very first event, the task of excavator eggshell removal, Huang Mao suffered an inevitable defeat. There was no suspense or surprise in his loss. He witnessed firsthand what it meant to be the king of machines, to achieve a seamless union between man and machine. It was a terrifying skill that allowed one to operate an excavator with eyes closed. The man named Tomokazu Kirizawa was formidable, even with a black cloth blindfolding his eyes. He adeptly wielded the machine with one hand, swiftly overcoming Huang Mao. Under his seamless operation, the excavator's bucket moved with a dexterity surpassing that of Huang Mao's own arm, deftly removing the shell of a boiled egg with a remarkable grace. Huang Mao was utterly defeated, and he conceded defeat with a heavy heart. Dismayed, he exited the school gates, and his friends, concerned for his well-being, followed him, hoping to prevent him from despairing. In their eyes, although Huang Mao had lost, succumbing to Tomokazu Kirizawa was a respectable defeat, and he still held potential value. Huang Mao began to spiral downward. He spent his days drowning in alcohol and smoking, his only solace found in internet cafes, where he shamelessly flirted with the beautiful attendant. Her name was Ruoyu, a vision of beauty, as enchanting as her figure. Yet, he understood the chasm that separated them. They belonged to different worlds. He started to perceive himself as a failure, carrying a spring knife with the intent to end his own life. Until that fateful day, drunkenly, he stumbled into the familiar internet cafe, ready to make a pass at the girl who had stirred his heart. Instead, he overheard words that shattered him. Big brother Huang Mao, I already have someone I like. Please do not disturb me anymore. The one I like is him. As he watched his dream girl point to a gaming nerd, Huang Mao's pent-up anger erupted. Let him die. I have no desire to live anyway. You look down on me, Huang Mao, do you? In a moment of reckless fury, he plunged the knife into the back of the unsuspecting gamer, a seemingly ordinary strike that tragically found its mark upon the latter's kidney. The latter perished on the spot. Drawing his last breath as he heard the sweet voice of Ruoyu calling the police with her phone, Huang Mao felt a profound tranquility within. Everything had come to an end. Lying on the polished surface of the bed, he gazed through the iron bars of the window and beheld the twinkling stars. Even before the trial had commenced, he anticipated his fate. However, the slight shift of his body elicited a tearing pain in his lower regions, causing him to gasp softly before letting out a sigh. This was the retribution I deserved. If given another chance in life, I would dedicate myself to my studies and gain admission to a prestigious high school. Alas, he understood that life offers no what-ifs. Do you seek to comprehend the meaning of existence? Do you yearn to truly live? Do you desire boundless wealth? Do you wish for unparalleled power? Do you aspire to attain an exalted status? Here lies a realm of dreams, where you can acquire everything your heart desires. Who speaks? Who is addressing me? I might comply, but what then? No response was given to Huang Mao's queries. A flash of white light enveloped him, and he vanished from his location. The Huang Mao chapter concludes. How is that for seamless continuity? Impressive, isn't it? Quickly, rally your support. Do not inquire about the other 3 kings. This narrative lacks the space for such elaboration. As for rewards, I shall not continue with the side stories. Consider the side tale as an explanation for the inquiries raised in the first chapter. Side story. Ruoyu's Crystal Love, Part 1. Her name is Ruayu. She is an unremarkable beauty from the secretarial department of a provincial university, the only daughter of the CEO of a large chain supermarket. Though she remains exceedingly low-key and demure in her class, this only serves to captivate the hearts of all the boys in her department. She is the kind of girl who, while strolling along the shaded avenues of the campus, attracts the attention of male admirers. Whether clad in a uniform or exuding an aura of refined upbringing, she leaves the boys she encounters utterly spellbound. Yet, a girl like her is not without her own troubles. Being excessively beautiful comes at a price. Her friends hesitate to introduce her to their boyfriends. For no man can resist the allure of such a sweet girl imbued with an air of affluence. Even a mere friendly smile can send all the boys into a frenzy, altering their paths entirely. Women are inherently envious. And for someone who has seemingly achieved everything from birth, every girl feels as though she has consumed a ton of lemons, their eyes tinged with bitterness. Whispers of malicious rumors began to circulate on campus, suggesting tales of her entanglement with wealthy suitors who cast her aside, of her engaging in multiple romantic liaisons while accepting gifts from infatuated admirers, and worse, accusations of being a kept woman, which supposedly enabled her to wear different stockings and sailor uniforms each day. The university campus, while not vast, is not insignificant either. 3 people can create a tiger. As rumors spread, they morphed into something far more sinister. Renowned beauties like Ruayu often find themselves at the epicenter of rumor mills, inherently gifted as topic creators. For instance, should she dine alone with a young man for a steak in the evening, it would undoubtedly become the talk of the lunch table the following day. Despite Ruayu's ethereal disposition, she cannot help but feel wounded. She has committed no offense nor wronged anyone, yet she suffers from such unfounded calamity, leaving her utterly unable to explain it. Have any of the sisters engrossed in their books experienced this? It seems that every girl of class from my encounters has faced such trials. Jealousy, indeed, is one of the 7 deadly sins. Ruayu refrained from joining the University Student Council, fully aware of her own naivete. It is often said that university resembles a microcosm of society, a place fraught with peril. And the Student Council is particularly inscrutable. Hence, she opted not to engage, instead joining the literature club, where she met a remarkable young man named Ouyang Xiao. It was an ordinary day, neither Christmas nor Valentine's Day, nor the shopping frenzy of Singles' Day. If one were to identify a distinction, it would be the splendid sunlight. The literature club organized a gathering on the lawn for reading. Ruayu, cradling a romance novel, knelt gracefully on the grass, her delicate features and gentle elegance rendering it nearly impossible for the male members nearby to concentrate on their reading. The warm, gentle sun illuminated her shimmering black stockings, creating an irresistible allure. At that moment, every male member comprehended the plight of historical figures like King Yu of Shou and Wu Sangui, who had once acted foolishly out of infatuation. In such a scenario, one might envision themselves as a foolish monarch. Yet, one young man stood apart, Ouyang Xiao. His motives for joining the literature club were simple and straightforward. He sought to read novels, and indeed, where could one find a more esteemed venue to indulge in literature? Only those lacking masculinity would think to mingle with girls. True men revel in games and novels. Tall, elegant women, away with them. Adorable Lolas, begone. None could distract him from immersing himself in the sea of literature and achieving glory in his gaming pursuits. Ouyang Xiao was resolute in maintaining his single status to fully grasp the essence of ascending in the gaming realm. Unlike the throng of infatuated admirers drawn to the literature club by Ruayu's charm, Ouyang Xiao, though similarly captivated by her beauty, understood a vital truth. No matter how exquisite the swan in the sky, nothing surpasses the flavor of meat on the plate. Reclining on the lawn, he perused a light novel from the two-dimensional realm, a silly grin spreading across his face. What a ridiculous author. This book is utterly delightful. Brown Sugar Water? What a ludicrous title. Continuing to read, after finishing a chapter, Ruayu stretched lazily, preparing to take a break. This action, imbued with an undeniable charm, instantly attracted several male gazes, who, upon noticing her turning to look, hastily concealed their faces behind their books. Ruayu was no stranger to such situations. She had encountered them frequently since her days as an adorable little girl. Haha, this book is utterly ridiculous. What a talented author, truly a master of humor. A young man reclining on the lawn laughed heartily, immediately capturing Ruayu's attention. Generally, such spontaneous outbursts are a customary method employed by males to attract the opposite sex. However, it was evident that this man was entirely engrossed in his fictional world, oblivious to Ruayu, who stood and stared at him. What are you reading that has made you so merry? Ruayu flashed a smile that could disarm anyone, which the nearby boys clearly sensed. Yet, the man remained unfazed, appearing genuinely surprised by the sudden presence of the girl before him. Who are you? I'm reading a book by a novice author, Brown Sugar Water. You probably wouldn't know it. Ouyang Xiao casually gestured toward his phone displaying the book. Haha, you're adorable. Are you a member of the literary club as well? Yes. Are you free tonight? I've heard there's a fantastic barbecue place. I'm not free. I plan to go to the internet CAF to play games tonight. Haha, then if I invite you to a movie while your game session starts, which would you choose? Is that even a question? Of course, I'd choose Yasuo. I'm incredible with Yasuo. The boys from the literary club, observing the otherworldly exchange, were utterly stunned. Their expressions a blend of shock and disbelief, mouths agape, yet unable to utter a single curse. What on earth? Is this guy really that oblivious? Can't he recognize the goddess's invitation? One of the literary club members could no longer contain himself, tossing his book aside, adjusting his hair, and presenting himself as he believed to be at his most appealing before striding towards Ruoyu. I'm free tonight, and I absolutely love barbecue. How about we? Sure. End of this chapter. Ruoyu's segment begins. Extra chapter. Ruoyu's Crystal Romance, Part 2. Hello. Is anyone here? Ruoyu successfully located Ouyang Xiao and took a seat across from him to dine together. Wow, how did you find me? Ouyang Xiao exclaimed, astonished at the sudden appearance of the girl, as he bit into the half-eaten noodles. The moment Ruoyu sat before him, he felt an overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from behind him. In the bustling campus, I find myself somewhat popular. Sending your photo to my space made locating you quite effortless. Indeed, the devoted admirers of this world are the most formidable and resilient beings, capable of enduring countless patiently silent gestures that resonate deeply within their hearts. What brings you to seek my company? Surely, it is not merely to request assistance with your computer? The cautious Ouyang Xiao suspects that the matter is not so simple. It is likely not a trivial issue that can be resolved with a mere restart. How amusing you are. I merely wish to inquire whether you are interested in seeking a girlfriend. Ruoyu giggled, covering her mouth, seemingly lacking appetite for the noodles before her. Her sparkling eyes fixated on Ouyang Xiao as he slurped his noodles with flair. Why bother with a girlfriend? I have yet to conquer the ranks in my game. I've just reached maximum proficiency with Yasuo. I could easily flaunt my achievements. Ouyang Xiao excitedly recounted his gaming triumphs, his enthusiasm growing with each word. Ruoyu, however, remained indifferent, entirely disinterested in his tales, yet she felt an undeniable uniqueness about this boy, somehow simple-minded, akin to a wooden doll. As Ouyang Xiao paused to sip his noodle broth, Ruoyu seized the opportunity to ask, there seem to be some unfavorable rumors about me circulating on campus. Have you heard anything? Of course I have, but they are all unfounded. If you were truly so materialistic, why would you be sitting across from me? Let me clarify. I am not a hidden rich heir. I am genuinely poor. Ouyang Xiao nonchalantly slurped another mouthful of noodles, unaware that Ruoyu's heart fluttered at his response, her eyes glistening with emotion. Time swiftly passed. This year, Ruoyu was set to graduate. For an entire year, she and Ouyang Xiao navigated their friendship like two ordinary companions. Despite Ruoyu's subtle hints, the inexperienced Ouyang Xiao remained blissfully oblivious, failing to catch on. Ruoyu, too, was a fledgling in love. Having only experienced suitors pursuing her, she had never taken the initiative herself, and merely attempting to convey her feelings made her cheeks flush. Although the narrative did not unfold as Ruoyu had envisioned, her time with Ouyang Xiao was filled with pure joy. In spring, they flew kites on the lawn, laughter mingling with the warm breezes. Summer saw them frolicking at a water park, delighting in the carefree abandon of youth as they splashed water upon each other. Autumn brought visits to amusement parks, where they braved haunted houses, exhilarating roller coasters, thrilling drop towers, and the sweet joy of carousels, leaving trails of smiles in every corner. In winter, they ventured to the cinema to watch the New Year's celebratory film, filling the theater with their melodious laughter. Yet, amidst their shared experiences, nothing romantic ever transpired. Indeed, they had not even held hands. Do not be perplexed. This story is adapted from the author's personal experiences, entirely true. And such a narrative is indeed authentic in its essence. In the serene setting of the campus lovers' valley, beneath the pavilion, a sincere gaze emanated from a young boy. Sister, you are about to graduate. I have two final questions for you. When do you plan to find a girlfriend? As Ryu delicately brushed her hair aside, her eyes were drawn to the slowly descending sun. As for me, I intend to find my partner after graduation. That way, I can take her as my wife. I am not the sort who engages in frivolous affairs. Ouyang Xiao clenched his fist, oblivious to the hint of sorrow in Ruoyu's tone. What a responsible young man he was. Now, for the last question, which internet CAF do you frequent? With the strength of her family background, securing a position as a network administrator at a CAF near the school was a mere trifle. In fact, the owner of this CAF granted Ryu full managerial authority, allowing her to operate it independently. As the CAF owner put it, with a beauty like Ruoyu around, it would undoubtedly boost the CAF's profits. Even without her father's recommendation, he would have sought her out eagerly. Thus, Ruoyu proudly assumed her role. Every day, Ouyang would arrive at the CAF right after class, dutifully powering up the computers. Until one fateful day, a reckless youth named Huang Mao plunged a knife into Ouyang's back. After Ruoyu called the police, she realized it was too late. Witnessing the tragedy unfold, she dropped her phone in shock, frantically pushing aside the bewildered Huang Mao, collapsing over Ouyang's lifeless body. Weeping uncontrollably. How could this happen? It's my fault. It's all my fault. When the ambulance arrived, the medical personnel gently pulled the still-sobbing Ruoyu away. Using instruments to measure Ouyang's heartbeat, pulse, and brain activity, the lead physician shook his head slightly. He had succumbed, casting a grave glance at the distraught Ruoyu. He nodded solemnly. You are the deceased girlfriend, correct? Please come and sign here. At the lakeside. Within one of the city's most exclusive villa districts, where prices soared to the highest in the city, every villa was constructed around the lake. Unlike other districts that merely erected artificial fountains and faux hills, this lakeside development was truly a testament to conscientious design. Of course, the prices were far from reasonable. Beneath the gently drooping branches of a willow tree, a young girl sat on a large stone by the lake, lost in thought. Ruoyu. About the son of the chairman of the Long family group I introduced you to last time, it seems you were not particularly pleased? A sweet, melodious voice drifted from the 5-story villa behind her, as a graceful matron, draped in an opulent robe, descended the white jade staircase. Anticipating no reply from Ruoyu, the ageless woman, impeccably maintained, sighed and approached, tenderly embracing her beloved daughter. My dear Ruoyu, it is not that I disallow you from seeking your own love. Our family is not lacking in wealth. Initially, you wished to be with that foolish, impoverished young man, and I did voice my opposition. However, he has already passed away. The deceased are gone, and you ought to seek a new haven. Embracing the warmth of her mother's comforting arms, Ruoyu seemed to consider her mother's words, letting out a sigh towards the lake's surface. I understand, mother. Please allow me some time to gather my thoughts, or perhaps I shall take a stroll. It might do me good. Go boldly, my dear daughter. We may lack in many things, but we are certainly not short of money. End of chapter. What? You say the protagonist could still be considered a single dog? Of course. The fate of a hero often leads to tears before their endeavors are realized. The protagonist's unfulfilled ambitions should be completed in the paradise of dreams. Ah, the youth of water boiling has vanished forever. Extra chapter. Ruoyu's Crystal Love, Part 3. 10 rings. 10 rings. Still 10 rings. Wow. Young lady, you are truly remarkable. Next time, please represent our shooting club in the provincial youth shooting competition. The shooting coach looked at the girl before him, as radiant as a water lily, uttering words of flattery without a hint of insincerity. He is an upright coach, one who never boasts of money. However, the pure and beautiful girl shook her head, her black hair wafting a delicate fragrance. No need, coach. I only took up shooting to forget someone. But the world is so wondrous. The more you wish to forget, the harder it becomes. Ruoyu set down her air rifle, her gaze piercing through the distant target's hole, as if she could see the smiling face of a boy. I still cannot forget you. How hauntingly persistent you are. In the shooting range's changing room, Ruoyu removed her shooting suit and donned her favorite uniform. Just as she adjusted her black stockings to the perfect height, a voice suddenly echoed in her ear. Do you wish to understand the meaning of life? Do you truly wish to live? Do you desire boundless wealth? Do you long for unparalleled power? Do you seek an unassailable position? This is a realm of dreams, where you can obtain all that you desire. Who are you? Ruoyu did not hastily acknowledge this unexpected visitor. She fully adjusted her stockings, stood up, surveyed her surroundings, and clenched her fists, assuming a defensive posture. I have discovered a yearning within your heart, and I can fulfill it. Agree quickly. The omnipresent whisper seemed to indicate that the speaker was not a normal entity. You can grant wishes? Ridiculous. Can you revive the dead? If I could bring him back, what would be the harm in making a deal with the devil? Ruoyu's fists tightened, her gaze shimmering as if she had made a momentous decision. Very well, I agree. His name is Ouyang. I take back my previous statement. I cannot revive him. Just moments ago, the omnipotent peculiar voice was abruptly silenced, leaving Ryu momentarily bewildered. What? However, you shall have the opportunity to encounter him. Of course, you must strive to survive as much as possible. This place is replete with infinite opportunities and challenges. Before Ryu could utter another word, a flash of white light enveloped her, and her form vanished from sight. At Black Swan Harbor, the research center for dragons and hybrids, Ruoyu awoke to find herself confined within a sealed container, now inhabiting the body of a 7- or 8-year-old child, her body ensnared with numerous tubes. A viscous liquid continuously infused into her veins. Suddenly, a wave of excruciating pain surged through her, akin to shattered bones, nearly rendering her unconscious. her pupils becoming unfocused. Yet, this was no mere illusion. The infusion of dragon blood initiated a complete cellular rejuvenation within her, transforming her previously fragile human bones into those of a dragon. The agony stemming from this metamorphosis and elevation of her species was far beyond what a mere child could endure. She felt an overwhelming urge to succumb to unconsciousness. However, a voice deep within her urged her to resist, warning that if she surrendered to slumber, awakening would be impossible. No, I still wish to see him, she thought. Recalling the enigmatic being who had brought her here, claiming he resided in this world. She could not perish. Ruayu summoned an astonishing resolve. Her fair skin now marred by a network of blood-red veins, appearing frightfully grotesque. This was an unfathomable torment, a gift from the dreamland to these newcomers, while simultaneously serving as an invitation to death. Among the newcomers undergoing the dragon blood injection, over half succumbed to unconsciousness at the outset, while the remainder were largely disoriented. Only Ruayu remained steadfast, not due to an overwhelming affection for Ouyang Xiu, but rather because, having possessed everything since childhood, she experienced something profoundly different in his presence. Perhaps it was the essence of innocent youth. Oh, test subject 008 exhibits promising data. It is remarkable that such a young girl can manifest such a fierce will to survive. Dr. Herzog meticulously recorded this successful data in his notebook, contemplating the girl before him, undergoing hybrid evolution. This was a parallel universe of Blue Star, concealing another species that had evolved to the extreme, the dragon. Humanity coveted the immense power of the dragon race, selecting maidens to mate with captured dragons, a process marked by brutality and bloodshed. Most of these maidens perished cruelly during mating and childbirth. Even those who succeeded in delivering offspring often met their demise in the act of giving birth. Initially, the consciousness and abilities of their progeny were unstable, but after several generations, the bloodline gradually stabilized, giving rise to a hybrid race that existed between dragons and humans. Hybrids possessed physical attributes that far exceeded human limits. This was the evolution of species, a transformation of genes. The most powerful hybrids could even inherit the dragon's unique abilities. Known as word spirits. Hidden within the mists, Black Swan Harbor is evidently engaged in experiments involving artificial hybrids. However, the failed specimens far outnumber the successes, with only a handful of children surviving. Among them is Ruayu. She begins to grow in the shadows of Black Swan Harbor, an institution far from a charitable organization aimed at global peace, but rather a cold and calculating conspiracy. The objective of Dr. Herzog's research is straightforward: to cultivate a powerful genetic hybrid embryo, ultimately to serve as the perfect vessel for the sacred remains of the White Dragon King. Fortunately, he has found this in a pitiable little girl named Eruri. Through this flawless genetic specimen, once the girl matures, Herzog intends to exchange blood with her, thereby acquiring the blood of the White Dragon King and evolving into the mightiest of dragon kings, ruling the world. Yet, the narrative took an unexpected turn. The greatest advantage of the time traveler lies not only in their prophetic memories, but also in their relatively mature approach to handling situations and the patience born from living two lives. Even with the awakening of her word spirit, Ruayu exhibited no signs of surprise or abnormality. She simply lowered her head and proceeded to the dining hall for her meal. No one paid attention to this reticent little girl, neither the cook in the dining hall nor the guards of Black Swan Harbor. During her meal, Ruayu stealthily pocketed several iron knives, which ultimately found their way into Herzog's heart, shattering the conspiracy that no one anticipated. Ruayu accomplished her mission and saved the girl named Eruri. The word spirit moment is what Ruayu attained. Thus concludes Ruayu's chapter. The latter half of this chapter may leave many readers perplexed, as it seeks to amend a regrettable narrative. A writer named Nan had tragically written a charming girl to her demise, and all I could do was alter the outcome in another timeline. Eruri has been revived by me. Where are the rewards? Where are the recommendations? By the way, I extend my gratitude to all the readers for their unwavering support. In the future, unless demanded by the Silver Alliance readers, I will refrain from writing extras, so rest assured. I thank Game, Ishui Chuan, Piang for their generous support. Every cause has its effect. Yue Guang belongs to me. Chapter 46, Shadow. A blue, gelatinous orb is bouncing around the small cabin, touching the wooden ceiling with each leap before landing and bouncing again, resembling a blue rubber ball in perpetual motion. Reincarnator Ouyang Xiu. You are about to enter the next task world. Please prepare yourself. Ding. It has been detected that Reincarnator Ouyang Xiu possesses knightly privileges. Thus, a priority summary of the next world's plot will be provided. There are no flamboyant magics here, nor is there the constant cultivation of fighting energy. Instead, there exists only the pinnacle of reproductive ninjutsu. Those who successfully master ninjutsu are referred to as ninjas by the inhabitants of this world. Ninjas, endowed with the formidable power of ninjutsu, are employed for espionage, assassination, protection, and various other tasks. Their extraordinary abilities grant them substantial income and an elevation in influence. The earliest generation of powerful ninjas began to cultivate their progeny, imparting their unique ninjutsu techniques, which gradually proliferated into family clans named after their surnames. Each ninja family diligently develops its own distinctive ninjutsu, with the most potent techniques referred to as bloodline limits. Bloodline limits are abilities typically inherited through genetic ties, allowing only those of the same bloodline to master them, rendering others incapable of acquisition. As the power of ninja clans expanded, even the feudal lords of great nations were compelled to take notice. Among these clans, two of the most formidable emerged, dominating their rivals and establishing the first ninja village under the witness of a national lord. This ninja village was formed through the amalgamation of various clans, enabling the creation of specialized ninja teams with minimal weaknesses through the combination of their respective techniques, thus facilitating the completion of missions. Consequently, numerous ninja villages sprang forth, flourishing abundantly. Ultimately, the 5 most powerful ninja villages emerged, categorizing ninjas based on their strength into 7 ranks: Academy Student, Genin, Chunin, Elite Chunin, Special Jonin, Jonin, and Elite Jonin. Above these ranks lies the pinnacle of ninja achievement, a title bestowed solely upon the leaders of the 5 great villages, denoting the most illustrious ninja within the village, known as the Hokage. Upon hearing the precise sound of the paradise notification, the blue bouncing ball in the room landed on the ground, transforming into a human form. Realizing he had entered the world of ninjas, Ouyang promptly accessed the interdimensional auction house, intending to procure the relevant items. For instance, a cultivation medium vial that can preserve any biological organ indefinitely, requiring a replacement every natural year, priced at 100 paradise coins. Additionally, there are skill scrolls for basic surgical techniques, advanced proficiency, and various levels of internal and external medicine, ranging from foundational knowledge to mastery, priced collectively at 8,500 paradise coins. After purchasing 8 surgical skill scrolls and 100 cultivation medium vials, he prepared for the next phase. In less than a minute, these items were automatically delivered to Ouyang quaint cabin by the Dreamland. Upon swiftly utilizing 8 skill scrolls, Ouyang transformed into a great physician, proficient in both internal and external medicine, reaching the pinnacle of human capability. However, advanced proficiency is merely a stepping stone. Beyond it lies expert and master levels of expertise, techniques profound enough to research and modify other living beings. Upon mastering these dual disciplines, one could even create entirely new species, fulfilling prerequisites for biological research. After a moment of contemplation, Ouyang deduced that if he were to embody a physician in the next world, a pristine white coat and a pair of rubber gloves were indispensable. One must fully commit to the role. With a tap of his thumb on the projection screen, he procured 2 essential items: immaculate white coat, price 2,000 Dreamland coins, rating premium effect, immaculate. This white coat has been enchanted by a novice mage with an automatic cleaning spell. Each infusion of magical energy refreshes its pristine condition. Description: laundry is truly the most tedious task imaginable, without exception. A certain indolent novice mage. Self-sanitizing rubber gloves. Price: 3,000 Dreamland coins. Rating: premium effect, sanitization. These milky white rubber gloves have been imbued with a self-sanitizing enchantment. Each infusion of magical energy eradicates bacteria and fungi from their surface. Description: what? Bacteria? Impossible. A certain biologist skilled in elementary magic, clad in a pristine coat and donned with gloves, coupled with his exceptional medical skills and handsome visage, a fresh and dapper physician was born. Ouyang glanced at himself in the mirror, feeling something was still amiss. Ah, a stethoscope. He casually spent 10 Dreamland coins at the auction house to acquire a decorative stethoscope, rated as having no functional purpose. Now, he felt more in character. After admiring his reflection and spinning around, he deemed himself quite convincing and pushed open the small door of the cabin, setting off towards the legendary platform. This extensive passage is entirely the author's imaginative conjecture, crafted to engage readers unfamiliar with Naruto, allowing them to grasp the narrative and immerse themselves. The world depicted in this book exists within a parallel space. Any similarities in character names or plot lines are purely coincidental. All is subject to the author's design. Kaishui Jun has diligently researched and compiled personal insights. Any inaccuracies are welcome for critique and correction, and will certainly be amended. The Naruto storyline is vast, with considerable variance in combat power. Kaishui Jun will divide the narrative into 3 volumes. using world wars as a demarcation. To clarify, do not dwell on whether the origins of the ninja world align with the original plot. This is intended to provide the reincarnators with information that is as vague as possible, facilitating the Dreamland selection of suitable seed reincarnators. I kindly ask all devoted Naruto fans to refrain from excessive criticism. Thank you.